And we are back for another day's worth of action at the Poison Q's VG10. We have a great pool here with a great opening match. This pool consists of Alexander Kazakis, Kelly Fisher, Mason Koch, and Demetrius Jelatis. This opening match, as you can see, watching Alex hit the balls here, will be between Kelly Fisher and Alexander Kazakis. And Jim, I think you're going to be joining me in the box for just a little while today. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm on break. I'm at work just now, doing my real job. But I've got about another 45 minutes or so. So I thought, well, why not just jump in on my telephone and we can do this on the first match if everybody can hear me okay and if I can see the balls all right where I'm sitting. But it should be all right.
Yeah. So, of course, we are basically ready to get started here. Alex is just hitting around a couple balls, getting warmed up. Kelly is ready to go as well. Is that right, Kelly?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right. And Alex, you are ready as well?
Yeah, I'm ready also.
Okay, so Kelly is better looking, so we're going to give her the coin flip. Would you like to call heads or tails, Kelly?
I'll call heads, please.
Hey, Siri. Flip a coin.
It's heads this time.
It is heads. Would you like to go first or second, Kelly?
I'll go first.
First she'll go. All right, so we are over to Kelly for her first opportunity.
Good match, Kelly.
Good luck, Alex.
Okay, good luck to both. Good luck, Kelly. Good luck, Alex. Play well.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, and Kelly, would you like us to mute you?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to hear me swearing.
Ooh. Okay, so the first break of the match here for Kelly. She's got the standard pattern there, right? So she's looking to make the 4-ball in the left centre, the 5-ball in the right centre. And if she catches them good, she might make the 7-9 on the 4 railer. The 9-ball's going to be close to the 4 railer. There it goes.
No.
So that's a good first break. 2-ball looks to be blocked to the left centre and to the left bottom pocket here. So she needs to be either on the right-hand side of the table to play the 2-ball into the bottom right-hand corner, or even on the right-hand side of the table, maybe find a track between the 8 and the 2 to play the 2 into the centre. I think she stays up table with it and plays it into the corner where she is.
I believe so as well.
And how are you feeling today, Nate?
I am feeling great today. Today is going to be a really great day. Everybody showed up on time. Everybody knows the schedule. Everybody is just rocking and rolling today. This is going to be an amazing day for some great pool.
Happy days. Very good. And Kelly's come out. I think she's come out okay there on the 2. She's actually come out perfect there. She's a little bit closer to the 8 than she wanted to be, I think. Yeah, yesterday was a bit of a struggle, eh?
Yesterday is done.
Let's not talk about yesterday.
Yesterday is done. But we had a good response. We had a lot of great people out there, that have really supported us along the way. And yesterday was no exception. In fact, they were even better yesterday than normal days. So it was really great. Lots of positive comments out there.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for tuning in again today. If you can, just give a quick click, give it a like and a share. Let's get it out to as many people as we can, get the viewership up. And this should be a good day. It's a good group. This one, a good group to finish off with.
Yeah. And Alex, if you can hear me, you need to turn the foot view. Actually, don't even worry about it. I'll fix it on my end.
Okay.
Okay, so Kelly just swings this one round 2 cushions. Play the 8 into the centre.
Beautifully done.
Nicely, and then it's just a stop shot from there. She may just have a little angle, just come off the rail with it. Or just screw straight down towards it. Yeah. This is going to be a great start for Kelly Fisher or horse rack on the board. There we go. Well played, Cal.
All right, so we're over to Alex. I'm going to have to do a little bit of work to his camera because, as you can see here, it's sideways.
Yeah,
yes.
I was going to say, I'm seeing it sideways as well.
So I'm going to have to do a little bit of work to that. You guys are going to see it perfectly here in a second. Yeah, Alex, you can break.
There you go. Look at that.
Break?
Beautiful,
Yep.
mate.
Right.
Good work, mate. Go on, Alex. Good luck, man. Okay, standard pattern. Behind the 1-ball, 4-5 from left to right. Either side of the 10-ball, left-hand side 6, right-hand side 2. In the bottom of the pack, 7839. That's a standard rack. Every single frame, every single rack in this tournament has to be done with this pattern. So let's see how Alex gets on his first break. Kazabubu making a ball. That one again. Oh, there's Alex has got the same kind of situation that we've seen a lot of players getting with the 2, 6, 10 kind of getting in each other's way there in that area. Seen that a lot. I think he can get onto if he gets centre table, I think he can make the 2 in the bottom right hand corner.
Gonna mute Alex there. A little bit of feedback there. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
So he's just got to be a little bit careful with his first positional shot. After that, the rack seems pretty open. 7 to the 8 could technically be a little bit of an issue, depending on how his table plays. But I'm sure this is not the first time he's played in this table. So he should be alright. Make sure he comes centre table here. They can make the 2 into the bottom right hand corner, I think. Is he going to go for the combination 2-7?
Alright.
It looks like it. Wasn't sure if the 2 passed the 10, but it looks like he's playing the combination on the 7.
Now we have all the cameras set up perfectly again. All right,
You're the man, Nate. You're the man.
If you hear me go silent, it's usually because I'm doing some work on the back end. I don't shut up often, so.
Or he's drinking.
Yeah.
He's gin in.
I think today that's not going to be a problem. What a shot that was.
He's made both balls here, so he has position on the 3 ball.
So you can either
Not
roll
sure
this in.
Hold it.
Yeah, I think you either got to roll this in pocket speed and take a tougher cue, or maybe I don't think he has enough angle to go over to the left cushion and back out for the 4. The 4, let's take a look at the side view. It does not pass the 8, so it's going to have to be played into that. It's going to be tough to hold.
He's screwing into this. I think he's going to give this a big stroke. Oh,
That's a great shot.
Is it just? Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's a great
Beautiful shot. Yeah, he's played this game before. I think he'd be all right.
As a great man once said, this guy looks pretty good. He might have a future.
He might have a future.
I only got you for 45 minutes today, so I figured I'd be nice.
That's good of you, Nate. Thanks very much.
So, as you can see down at the bottom, we gave away a Revo shaft today, I guess. And tomorrow we are going to be giving away a 314-3 Unilock raffle shaft. So if you would like your opportunity to win that beautiful shaft from Predator, please give a donation to the stream if you're interested or able to. Other than that, we will be giving that away tomorrow. Actually, we'll probably be giving away tomorrow night because tomorrow is a scheduled off day for us. We will have the playoffs completely 100% set in place after today. And the playoffs will begin in 2 days from now. So tomorrow will be a scheduled off day in between the playoffs and the regular season, we'll say. And Jim, why don't you have? Do you have the numbers? You probably don't have the numbers in front of you because you're waiting to go to work.
No, but I know them off by heart.
Okay, so why don't you give a rundown for that? Yeah.
All right then. The guys here, the top 2, the number 1 seed, the number 1 in this group. The winner of this group will go into the number 1 seed pot. At the moment, the top 4, I believe.
All right, so back over to Kelly as well. So Kelly, you're up.
4 is Albin is in number 1 seed position at the moment with 21 racks. Fedor Grost also has 21 racks, but slightly less balls. Then we have Tyler Steyer on 19 and Nick Malai on 18. That's our top 4 seeds at the moment. So if somebody was to win this group and score more than 18 racks, they would go directly to the quarterfinals and wouldn't have to play in the playoffs.
What a break this
is. If they win the group and have less than 18, then they need to play the playoffs. The target for the number 2 in this group is to score 10 or more. Chris Alexander has 9 at the moment, and he is on the edge of the fence. We'll find out which way he falls, on the good side or the bad side. If the second place on this group scores a total score of 10 or more, then they will go into the playoffs, and Chris Alexander will unfortunately miss out.
Or 9 with more balls potted.
Or 9 with more balls, yeah.
But if you want to make it comfortable without having to really have a lot of uncertainty, just score 10 or more.
Yep.
Quite the crack and break Kelly had here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, finish out.
It's a strong pool, this one, obviously, with Alex and Kelly, the two big known names in this group. But Demetrius Jelatis, he can play as well.
I'm telling you what, I think
if he gets his break going.
I'm telling you what, Demetrius is he's hitting them good. If his break is working, I'm gonna go out on a limb right now, and I'm gonna say that Demetrius has less than 4 missed balls all day.
Ooh.
I'm telling you what, the guy's playing really, really strong right now.
So this could be a very tight pool. And who is number 4?
And yeah, not even overlooking Mason Cook. He's a young player from, I think he's 21 years old, from Wisconsin. So Kelly wants that to move just a little bit more. Oh, okay, she's just picking lint. Okay, I thought she was willing the cue ball to move. Mason he's a 21-year-old from Wisconsin. Man, I'm telling you what, in the last few months, he's just getting in the ring and playing with anybody and everybody. His father owns a pool hall, the Mad Apple, which is actually probably one of the best pool rooms in the entire Midwest. It hasn't been around quite as long as the rest of them, but this place is amazing. It's a fantastic pool hall. Kelly finishes out her second rack. So Alex, you are up.
Rack from Kelly. Yeah.
And
back to Alex. 3 perfect racks so far. Good match.
And he's just been playing a lot of pool. He's been matching up, doing a lot of gambling with a lot of different players. A lot of players a lot better than him. He just played Jesse Engel. Anybody from the Midwest knows probably who Jesse Engel is. He's about a 67-time junior national champion and just a phenomenal player. And he actually won that matchup. I think he's a 750-ish Fargo player, and Mason actually snuck out the win there, 25-24 with a cracking match. So Mason can play as well. And he's kind of getting himself out there on the big stage. I know he plays in the U.S. Open every year, so he goes out there and plays in that. He just wants to play in all the matches he can.
Okay, very good. Interesting to see how he plays. I hope I hope the next time I have a break from my work, I can tune in and watch him. That's another cracking break from Alex. He's made the 1 ball, so the 2 ball, he gets the ball in hand to play the 2. He's just having to check to see, I think, whether the 6 passes a 9. If the 6 doesn't pass a 9, there might be a slight issue there.
And it doesn't look like it does.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it'd be a huge issue, but he's going to have to get good on the 4 ball. Try and swing round to get position.
He's looking at what happens if he runs into the 6 ball and pushes it over, what his angle looks like on the 4 ball, and I don't think he'll end up shooting that shot. I mean, he's set up for it right now, but that's just because even if you make that shot, the cue ball's going to be running away from the 6, so it doesn't really even offer you much positioning. I suspect he's just going to play the 4 ball into the top left and drift down to maybe about where it's at right now. Yeah, and he's changing away from his idea right now. It's a nice idea if the 4 ball's over another 6 or 8 inches, because then you can hold the cue ball for that 6 ball. But there's just not a lot of positional shots that make sense from that 4 to the 6.
He really wants to play it. It looks. I think he might be willing to play it.
Maybe he's going to try and clip it and go way up table, but
yeah. He looked to be going very deep on the. He looks to be going very deep on the cue ball. That's not going to hit the 6 if he's hitting it there.
Yeah. So I think he's giving himself
he could
plenty
swing this
of
round. Yeah, he could swing this round the back of the black and then come high side of the 6 to play the 6 in the left hand center. And even if he cannons something, the 9 or the 6, there's a good chance that he comes out on it. So I think this could be very deep and a lot of left hand side.
Looking like it, and his cue ball's coming nicely. If it slows down, it's got to slow down.
Perfect. That looks pretty good to me. Ooh.
Oh, it's got to slow down, I'm telling you. I think it goes to the side still.
I think he takes it top left and screws straight back.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can get the top left, but if you can, that's obviously the correct pocket. Actually, I'm telling you, I don't.
He's top left. He's top left.
Yeah, I think so as well. But the positioning is a little bit better by, I think, playing to the side. Well, no, because then you might have to bring the scratch into play. Top left is right. Great shot. All right. So I need to figure out how to make this. I need to do a little bit more work, because as you can see, we'll switch between these camera views. The head view actually is flipped between these cameras, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of work to try to fix that, make that look nice and pretty, so we're not getting all weird and confused by switching back and forth between these. So we'll take a look at this shot here.
He's come just a little bit short on that position. He's going to be slightly hampered by the 10. It shouldn't really make much of an issue.
Yeah, he's a righty, so it shouldn't be too bad. If he was a lefty, it'd be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think he's Just is he? Oh, I think he's just queuing along the side of the 10. I think he's just a little bit worried about it. He has to
Yeah.
be careful here. Yeah.
Wants to go 2 rails for positioning. Just
Yeah.
back out to the center of the table. Jeffrey Ignacio's out there watching. He's a top player. Would have been nice to see you play in this, Jeffrey. Maybe the next
Good
one.
shot there from Alex. This is just a stop shot, and we're going to be 2-2 for perfect racks already. Very good. High quality stuff.
Yeah, what a start to this match. All right, so over to Kelly Fisher for her 3rd attempt. Neither player has really even made a mistake yet as far as a positional error. They've been, I mean, Kelly hasn't even given herself an opportunity to. Her breaks have been just spectacular thus far.
Yeah, and she struggled with her break in the female one pool tournament. But this is working out for her today.
This is, go get off the 6.
No, I think the 6 is okay.
Yep.
She won't be allowed to move the rack there. That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and we did go over that clearly with the players with the, we lost
Kelly's
the camera.
gone.
Kelly lost her head view, so we will bug her with that in between racks. This is why we have two cameras. Oh, she's going back and fixing it. All right, so we're going to go back. Of course, this is why we have, again, I feel like I'm going to have to pay $10 for saying this again, but this is why we have 2 cameras. If she would not have noticed this, the event would have stalled, and we can't have that. So that's why 2 cameras are required.
Best decision that we made setting this up, I think.
I think so as well.
It's on the double camera. So this is another good. The 7 is a bit of an issue, but the combination 7-8 doesn't look too difficult.
Yeah, and I think
And position from the 5 to the 6 is not guaranteed, unless she decides to play the 6 into the left center.
well, as we can see, I think the 6 ball does not pass the 10. It's close, but it does not pass the 10. So
on the left hand, no.
yeah, and I actually do like. I think I like. What are we looking at here?
I like floating down for the 6 into the center. I think try and get straight on the 5 here.
Yeah, I think so too. If anything, I like drawing the cue ball way back here to play the 5 into the side pocket. But I should say. I would just say if you're going to get to the left side of the 6 ball, I should say you don't want to be playing the 5 ball into the bottom right. If you're going to play the 6 ball into the bottom right pocket, is what I'm.
Okay, she has I think she's got a little bit more angle than what she would like to have had there. She's going to have to. It's just shaking her head slightly. She can still get down for the 6 into the center, but she's going to have to play it with a. She's going to have to spin it with a lot of left-hand side, so as once it contacts the cushion, it spins more of an angle.
And those are when you're adding that rotational velocity to the shot.
Yeah,
It's very hard to judge.
Really nice.
Yeah, it becomes very hard to judge the speed, but she hit it about as good as you can possibly hit this one.
She's such a good cueist that she's a.
But unfortunately, I mean, if the cue ball goes 3 inches further, she actually is able to play the 7 into the bottom left. But now she has to take the combination on, I believe.
Yeah,
if she had an angle to go up, yeah.
It may be that if she can get past the center pocket, she might be able to play into the top right hand corner with the 7. I'm not sure, but it looks like she's dead straight on the 6.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. If she goes 3 inches further, her cue ball goes naturally up table. She could actually play behind the 7 and play it into the top right, like you said, or even the bottom left, or even really maybe the left middle, if she gets good enough on it.
Combination. Yeah.
I think if you're going to play the combination, I like her following the cue ball forward off the rail and just getting an extra 2 or 3 feet closer.
No, I like just stopping the white where it is.
Oh, I mean on the shot on the 6 ball to get this combination on.
Unfortunate.
I like following to that left cushion and going back to the right to get a little bit closer on it, just because that combination is so tough. All right, so we're back over to Alex for his next attempt. And I wouldn't even consider that a mistake, so I still don't think there's been a mistake made in this match. I mean, that's just a hard shot no matter what.
Alex, you can go.
Yep. I think he put his earphone down, so I'm assuming he knows. There he goes.
Yeah.
Just needed a second or two. And I need to do... I think this is always the best view. I like this view the most for breaking.
The side view.
Both views. I like both views.
Side view.
No, I like both views. I think it's a good look.
Yeah, if you're happy with it, then we're happy with it.
I'm happy with it.
Oh, that's going to be dry.
I think that it is dry.
He didn't hit that well. Yeah, you could see the way the white reacted off the pack. It wasn't a clean hit.
All right, so back over to Kelly. Kelly, you are up again. Dry break for Alex Kazakis. And Kelly, we can get her score updated. She is now at 26 points.
Okay. Kelly choosing to break from the rail instead of putting the hand on the table closer to the break line.
She has the 9 ball
Obviously
down.
something
No.
that she feels she's controlling the white very nicely.
2 and the 6 are a little hampered, but I think the 2 ball goes.
Yeah.
And the positioning from the 2 to the 3 shouldn't be an issue, as long as you don't get any sort of crazy angle on the 2 ball. You want to play the 1 ball into the left middle, and just follow down naturally into line for the 2 ball, so that you can maybe draw back maybe just 2 or 3 inches to get past the 6 ball for the 3. No need to get crazy and get way up table. So just like that, floating naturally into the line. She came up just a little bit short, I think.
Yeah, she's
just okay.
Screws this in just
Yeah.
a little bit, just come out away from the 6 ball, and then she's got a nice angle in the 3 to make the 3, and she can either come around 2 cushions for the 5, or she can just float straight forward and back out.
Yeah, nicely done.
So no issues really here.
So the only question here is whether you come straight out the same angle or you come to the left 2 rails. I suspect Kelly she'll probably come out
Just
2 rails.
straight out. I think straight out. Yeah.
Oh.
But that was the only issue. Okay, it's going to be a bank then on the 5, I think.
Yeah.
She's going to.
She dug into the cue ball just a little bit there, so I thought she was coming out 2 rails, but she kind of just let off her stroke a little bit. I think she wanted to come to the left of the 7.
So just eyeing up what she can play here. I think her only real option is the bank shot. Just can she find a path to get round for the 6, or should she just go forward and leave herself a long 6? Yeah, she's going to leave herself a long 6. It's not going to go in.
No, if she hits that a little bit harder, it straightens out.
It straightens up. Yeah.
So we're back over to Alex.
If anyone's got any comments or any questions, then stick them down on the chat, and we'll try our best to answer them. Any questions for the players? I'm sure there'll be some interviews going on today, so if you've got any questions that you want to directly ask to the players, let us know. We'll see if we can get an answer for you.
And I believe...
And donate, share.
Here's a question. Who has the best cue action in the game? Woo, that's a good question.
Not just here, but in... Ooh,
That's a scratch now. So we started off firing, and now we're slowing down a little bit. The best cue
I've got to
action...
be looking at somebody like Fredo.
Yeah, I guess what I want to know is...
We're talking about fundamentals, I guess, yeah.
Let's be a little bit more maybe focused on... Are we talking like who has the best stroke? Are we talking about who cues the ball the best? You know, that's a little...
Chris Melling.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, Chris Melling has a huge stroke.
A great stroke.
He does have a great stroke. Yeah, he does have a great stroke. To be fair, Jason Shaw has a huge stroke too.
It is big. I mean, they're all a little bit different, you know.
Yeah.
It's
Tyler
kind of-
Steyer, I'll
it's-
tell you,
it's
Tyler Steyer has a huge stroke as well.
It's a very open question, you know. It depends on you know, are you talking about just who can do the most with the cue ball, or who looks the most elegant, or who's got the best fundamentals?
Or who controls it the best and uses it a lot. Because
Yeah.
Jason Shaw probably uses the most amount of spin that I've ever seen any player use, but he also controls it well.
Yeah. But if you were to look into the old books from, you know, you used to get the old snooker books about how to stand perfectly at the table and what the perfect stroke looks like. It's a bit like a golf swing, you know. The golf swing, everyone's got their own ideas on what the perfect swing is, but as long as you're striking with good timing and you're coming straight through the ball, it doesn't really matter what the rest of your stroke does. So you know, the likes of Jason, for me, sometimes he's got his feet a little bit close together from if you were looking for a textbook stroke or a textbook stance, but the way he comes through the cue ball is just it's incredible, you know.
Yeah, for
Whereas
sure.
you've got the likes of Fedor, when he stands at the table, you can see he's got the perfect square stance and everything's in a line. But he maybe doesn't get the same kind of action or power out of his stroke that a Jason would do, or a Chris Melling or stuff like that, you know? So it really depends what you do.
Joshua Filler uses a lot of big strokes as well, and controls it obviously fantastically well. Jeffrey DeLuna, that's another. Jeffrey DeLuna, Jeffrey DeLuna does have a huge stroke. He doesn't use it as much as I don't think he uses it as flashily as a couple of the other players we've said, but he does have that tool in the arsenal, so to speak. He does. He does have a lot of cue power. That guy.
Well, Kelly looks like she's got a good chance of getting out here.
I think so as well. Just a nice little stun over. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, just roll.
That's really nicely done.
Again, roll forward for the 9,
Ooh.
come back out for the 10.
Okay, she's okay.
She's perfect.
Yeah. She kind of decelerated through that stroke though a little bit. Nicely done there. All right.
Very good, Kelly.
So Kelly did break first, so she does have the quote-unquote break advantage. So we are back over to Alex Kazakis. Alex, you are up.
Talking about stroke and stuff, we sort of focused on the men. Kelly Fisher, with her snooker background, she's got a perfect stance and a stroke as well. You know, it's textbook the way Kelly lines up the ball and stands over it.
Yeah, Kelly.
You know?
Kelly
Margaret
is
Pepilova is also Yasmin. Yeah.
Kelly does have a stroke worth talking about. It is remarkable how much spin she can get on a ball.
Alex, that's a great break there. Oh, I can't believe he hasn't made a ball. I can't believe one of those didn't go in the middle. That's insane.
Man.
You hit that. Look, but the white has just bounced back and stopped middle table, and everything has just hit a jaw.
You just can't hit the ball.
That's crazy. No, that's just you can't.
You just can't hit a break shot better than that right there.
Yeah. It's a stupid game, Nate.
This is a very stupid game. I don't even know why we play this stupid game.
Stupid game. Played by ugly. Well, I'm not going to say today. I can't say about it. Played by ugly people.
All right, Kelly, you are up.
Kelly's been hitting the break great.
Hey, look at Chris. Chris shared the stream today. We don't have to yell at him, although I think he shared it yesterday too. He just didn't show up as a share.
Kelly making more balls. A 2 ball.
That's a pretty good break right there. The 2 and the 6 are
Yeah,
a little
the 2
tied
and
up,
6.
but the 2 goes in
not sure.
either side.
I was going to say, I think it definitely goes in either side, but the corner pockets, I think it might be blocked.
Mo's giving me a shout out. What a nice guy.
So she's looked at both corners. She made a very quick decision. Yeah, now she's looking at the centre, so obviously doesn't go in either of the corners, so she has to come to one of the centres. I like playing it into the left centre.
I think I like the
Don't
left
think it
center
really
too.
matters, but I like the left centre better, I think.
I like the left center because it completely takes away the 4 ball. So
Exactly.
you could
Just
possibly
do it.
run it. Yeah, I mean it'd be it would actually be quite a bad shot if you hit the 4 ball here, but it's not impossible to. So, but you don't have to worry about it the other way. So let's try to hit a shot bad if we have to. You know, if we do happen to hit a shot bad, let's play the positioning that still gets us onto the shot, and that's not going to get there.
She's short. See, I'm surprised she didn't play that forward round 2 rails. You know, then you can hit it a bit harder and come down towards this bottom right-hand corner.
I
and
agree,
always have a
yeah.
better shot on the 2.
I like that. I like shooting the 1 ball into the other side pocket and actually sending the cue ball, you know, just underneath that side pocket between the 3rd and 2nd diamond.
So she's banking this.
Nice
Shot.
shot.
Oh,
Oh
she
no.
scratched.
Oh no. That is. Ugh. That's gross. That is gross, Jim. That is just gross.
Disgusting game. Right, back over to Kazabubu, I guess.
Because what is the origin of that?
Sorry, I just had to cover my microphone there because there was coming over the loudspeaker at work here. Somebody's name
Okay,
got
okay.
shouted. The Kazabubu comes from the Greek fans were all calling him Kazabubu. I think that's just his nickname, basically.
Okay.
Kazabubu. So when we were at the Moscone Cup, they were all giving it Kazabubu, Kazabubu. So we joined in. Yeah.
Gotcha.
As you do. He's made a ball this time.
Several.
And the 1 ball.
4 of them.
And the 7 ball. And the 3 ball. And
Oh, 7 didn't go. 9 ball was on its way. I'm not sure if it would have got there.
Exactly.
Let's look at the comments here. There's a couple things that have been said. We will only be referring. We will only answer anybody's questions that have a share above their name, though. That's what we.
Yes.
That's what we do here.
Sharers or carers. The rest of you just horrible people.
Mo is nice and said that he wanted to put myself in that stroking debate. When I did a boot camp with Demetrius, which we'll talk about later, I'm sure. Demetrius does the Pool boot camp, and I did one of those with him. And we did maximum strokes just to see what we could do, and I was able to get 18 and a half. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Alex. Yikes. I was able to get 18 and a half diamonds of draw on my stroke.
18 and a half diamonds of draw. How do you manage that? How do you measure that?
You put a ball at the first diamond on a big table. You put a ball at the cue ball at the second diamond, and you see how far you can draw out of it.
And you drew 18 and a half diamonds.
All the way down to the end of the table, all the way back down, and then off the rail about a half a diamond. Or off the first diamond about a diamond and a half.
That's not 18. That's not 18 diamonds.
Well, it's 9 all the way down, 9 all the way back, and then I was a diamond and a half off the second rail.
Yeah. No. The distance is between 8 diamonds.
Well, you got to go to left and right too. I mean,
so you're counting the side pockets in as a diamond, and then you hit them twice when you come back out again.
No, I'm talking about you go left and right on the table as well.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, you can't draw in a perfectly straight line, so you're gonna travel across the left side of the table. Yeah, you can.
Not when I mean to though. I'm gonna have to try and get myself onto Wi-Fi because I'm using my 4G and it's about to run out. I think.
Uh-oh.
This is not good. Shouldn't be a problem.
John, we can set up a bet if you want. What do you want to set the bet at? What do you want to set the bet at? No, it's okay. We are back to Kelly, and I'm telling you, Alex, I think that miss right there in the 2-ball, I think that one might cost him here. Kelly's going to get a 2-cushion lead with only 4 racks to go. Nicely done by Kelly. So back over to Alex for his next opportunity.
Okay, can you hear me again?
Yep.
Oh, okay, it worked. I thought I got kicked out there. Oh, Alex, you just broke dry.
Oh, man.
What's the score now, Nate?
We have 4-2, and Kelly has 53 points, and Alex has 22 points. I need to up 23 points,
Okay.
actually, I think. Oh,
Kelly's
22,
rocking it.
22 points, I believe.
So they have 3 breaks left each.
They have 3 racks each, yes, remaining. So, Kelly up.
Back over to Kelly. Looking to make the 4-5 in the centre, the 7-9 4 cushions. Made both the 4-5.
The 1 ball
Seven is
got...
just going to come
Okay.
along.
This is nice. This
That's
is very
not
nice.
bad. You take this every time.
No transitions to be made, really. The 7 to the 8 ball is slightly tricky because you have to get good on the 7. You don't even have to get good on the 7 ball with where it's going to be at. The 2 and the 6 ball will be gone by then. So the 7 to the 8 isn't even a problem. Maybe just the 3 to the 6, huh?
Yeah, I think so. And you said transition, so you've got to donate $5.
Oh crap! I gotta come up with a new name. Let's see here.
Track.
So I gotta
track.
Yeah, the track. All right. So I gotta say darn tootin'. Darn tootin' is what I gotta say, and start tracking.
Okay, so just screw back up. Yeah, straight towards the 3.
I think she's a little. She might.
Well,
So
I
the
think
6
she
goes to
just goes
7.
straight
Yeah,
back.
yeah. The 6 goes by the 7. I was looking at the 6 ball having to go into the bottom right,
She's
but
stretching a little bit. I think she's going to have to use the rest here. But with Kelly's snooker background, she knows how to use the rest.
yeah, she's quite proficient at it. All right, everybody out there, please give a share to the stream. Help us get it out there a little bit more. This is only our first match of 6 today, so there's going to be lots of pool to be had. We'll be around for probably the next. Usually these days are lasting between 6 and 7 hours, I think, Jim.
I think you're talking. If you can get it done within 6 hours, then then you've done pretty well. But normally it's maybe about 6.5 hours. Yesterday was slightly longer. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock it was in the morning for me. Very tired.
What a trooper you are!
2 o'clock and a bottle of half a wine.
A bottle and a half.
And all my wife's chocolates. This morning.
I think I went through about a bottle of wine myself. It was a stressful day.
I'm surprised you weren't on something stronger.
Well, I ran out of gin the other night, so.
Oh, Kelly's not cued that particularly well, but she's come out okay on the 10. She should make this, but I think she wanted to come down a little bit further.
What a performance we're seeing out of Kelly, though.
This is going to be 5 out of 7 for her. Oh,
beautifully done.
Putting the pressure on Alex.
And that actually, yes,
that means
does
Alex can only tie now.
Yes, so possibly sudden death. So Alex, you are up. And really, I mean, Alex is he missed that one ball to the side, but I mean, he played the first 2 racks about as flawlessly as you can.
And since then he's had a
3
couple
dry
of
breaks, 3 dry breaks, and then 1 missed ball. All right, so Kelly goes to 5 and 63, which is a very honorable score for
pretty good
this point in the match.
Yeah, for your first match.
There's the 1 ball.
Time.
That's a nice
one
break.
Ball is gone. Well, he's going to be delighted that he made the 1 ball because look at where the 2's sitting. If he needed to make a transition from the 1 to the 2, see, I'm allowed to say transition.
Track doesn't work for that though. You can't say if he needs to make a track to there. So what's my new word?
Positional shot, mate. Positional shot.
That's so much longer than transition though. I got to say 2 words.
Oh. So he's going to be delighted he's got a ball in hand to play the 2 ball.
Oh. I think he's setting it up to go above the 6. He actually might be bumping it.
I think he's going to push through the 6.
Yeah, I think that's a smart shot.
Push through the 6, so then he's got his position from the 4 to the 6 is slightly easier as well.
Yep, pretty nice.
He just needs to make sure he doesn't leave himself straight. He needs some sort of angle to come across the other side table for the 7 down the rail, and from then it should be pretty standard.
Hey, we see Goran with Go Customs joining the stream. Hello to you.
Hi, Goran.
He was a sponsor for the event. We thank you very much for that.
As we do all our sponsors. Yeah. So follow through via two rails or just pump it across. I think he's just pumping it across off 1 rail.
Oh, Chris, little Chris,
Yeah,
I have
hard, I think.
I have 2 words for you, and it's 2 words that Jim probably likes to use quite a bit. Piss off.
Oh, I thought you were going to say more beer.
That's a common saying in Scotland and the UK area, right? That's a thing.
Yeah, piss off is a polite way of saying it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Is a polite way of saying what you really mean.
Yeah, right. I think the UK has the.
Ooh, Alex.
This is not going to be any good. This is not going to be any good.
It's going to be a very thin cut, I think.
I don't think it cuts. We can take a better look at it. That's not cutting. That will not cut. He is going to be crossing that. Yeah, for sure.
I think he can cut that.
Oh, here's a great question. by Connor Robb, and it has share above it, so we'll even ask it. What a great question.
There's Connor. Connor's one of Kelly's best friends. Met Connor at Gibraltar at the World Pool Masters a couple of years ago. Good lad.
His question is, if you could make a dream Mosconi Cup, you can pick 5 players, past or present, male or female. Who would you guys pick?
Okay, I guess. Do you want to do your own team, or do you want to do my team and I do your team? Whatever you want.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, he tried to cut it, but I think that's a fun one. Why don't we start with you doing our team and I'll do your team, and then we'll give our own.
I go first then. Well, you got to have the Pearl in there. You got to have Earl Strickland in there. So my first choice for Team USA, all-time Mosconi Cup, I'll take Earl Strickland over you.
Well, you got to have. I mean, the guy. I think he's had more Mosconi Cups than any player in Mosconi Cup history, if I'm not mistaken. So of course, I think you have to have Mika Immonen.
Yeah, you go for Mika.
I need to get over Kelly.
By the way. He doesn't have the record, by the way. Ralph's okay.
Oh, crap! You're right. Yeah, Ralph has the record for it. So I got to go with Ralph. Sorry, Mika. Bye, Mika.
Maybe see you later.
Maybe see you later. Yeah, he's number 2. Yeah, he's number 2
So you've got Ralph
for the Europeans. I think Shane has more than him now, though. Mika, that is. Yeah.
I'm going to go with.
You got to go with Ralph. Yep.
No, I'm on.
Oh, I'm saying yeah. I'm saying for me.
I will go with the Scorpion, Johnny Archer.
Yeah, he's had a couple performances that have been worth talking about. The only player in Mosconi Cup history that has gone undefeated, right?
Could be.
From start to finish.
No, I don't think so.
I think in 2013, I think he went 6-0, and in a losing effort.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that there's been some European players the last few years that were unbeaten in their matches. I mean, they were winning matches 11-3 and stuff like that. There's got to be somebody in there that won all the matches.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably the only one in a losing effort.
he is for me. He's the only player that should have been MVP. That wasn't on the winning team.
Correct. Yeah. And of course, that's another debate in itself.
Yes.
So I mean, I got to go with the Bulldog, the English Bulldog. I got to go with Darren Appleton. He's always played like just an absolute monster in that. Darren Appleton, obviously, he'd have to make mine.
Yeah, he'd be in mine as well. Another American. Yeah. I mean, he's not performed really as well as you would expect him to perform in Mosconi Cups, but I'm not sure that's entirely his fault all the time. But I would still have to say you've got to have Captain America, Jason.
Oh my goodness! I hope Shane's not listening. I hope Jason's not listening.
Captain America.
You're gonna get yourself killed by one of them, if not both of them.
I know.
They're gonna be racing. They're gonna be chomping at the bit to murder you, Jim.
I think Shane Van Boning. Shane Van Boning.
You almost caught. So back over to me, huh? There's a lot of players, of course, that deserve honorable mentions, and I'll get to those. But he's only played a couple of years, but the guy is. I still don't know if he's missed a ball in the years he's played. I mean, I have to have Albin Ocean on there. He has a very short track record, but man, who has a more unblemished track record than him right now?
Yeah, that's a good shout.
We'll see with more years and of course more representations into the Mosconi Cup as to whether or not it's a small sample size or whether the dude is just straight killer in the game. But I gotta have him on my list, I think, for now.
Okay. And I'm then going to go back even further in time.
Beautifully done, Kelly.
And I'm going to go with Nick Varner.
Nick Varner. There's a name I haven't heard for a little while, but a great player he was. So, Alex, you're up.
Nick Varner was a very, very good player in his time.
Yes, he was.
And he played in the first few years of the Mosconi Cup, so I can still choose him. I'll go with Nick. Yeah. You got 2 more to go, mate?
2 more to go. My next pick. I would love to have been able to see, before having this discussion, how Fedor handles it, because, of course, I'm quite keen to Fedor as a player right now. There's not too many more talented. And Joshua Filler, of course, is another one that deserves a another dry break for Alex.
Jesus.
That's
Brutal.
just that is just brutal. But one player that I would like to see in there, you gotta have Mika, I think, still. So I do gotta go back to Mika Immonen now. So you are up, Kelly. You have one more opportunity. I gotta go with Mika. Mika
You
is
going with Mika?
the Iceman.
Right.
Hi, Nate.
Then,
Nate,
Yes.
is that not 9 games? No.
I have you as down with one more. Is that not?
What is it? I've done run 6, right?
Yeah, we have you at 6 and 73. So did you dry break once? Maybe she had a. Did she have a dry break in there? If she had a dry breaker, that's
Kelly
it.
had a dry break. Yeah.
Okay, so then yeah, that is it. I would probably got distracted along the way with. So that is that is it. Okay. You're right,
Okay, so
Kelly.
that's the end of that match.
I get distracted.
So what was the final score then?
So we have Kelly Fisher having 6 and 73, a fantastic performance, and we have Alex with 2 and 29. Just could never really get the break going. Is that that kind of how that one went, Alex?
He's muted.
Oh yeah, you're muted, buddy. If you can unmute yourself.
Alex, can you unmute your camera?
Asked to unmute. There we go.
And I will sign off and leave you on this interview.
Okay,
I
I
got to
can
go back
handle
to
that.
work. Everybody enjoy it.
Yep.
Everybody enjoy it. Good luck to everybody else. And I'll speak to you all soon.
All right, Alex, can you hear us?
Bye.
Alex, can you hear us? Okay. Can you? Okay, so yeah, that was the kind of a break issue, huh? You just you ended up breaking dry 6 times, I believe, there, or getting the cue ball kicked in. Yeah. Yeah, Kelly played extremely well. I mean, there's not much you could have done regardless, but I mean, the dry breaks just didn't quite make the match even reachable for you. You started out 2-0 and you didn't miss a ball, and then the dry breaks just started coming. It's a brutal format. Yeah. So, Kelly, you did have
Yeah.
your break going. So when you played in the women's one sport, that was kind of, you said you had 9 dry breaks in a single match, and you had only 1 there. So obviously you put a little bit of work into your break since then.
I have. But the funny thing was, prior to the match and the one in the women's game, I was breaking great. I was breaking fine. And today, I heard you talk about Connor messaging on the chat there. I actually did a virtual with Connor, and I dry broke nearly every rack. And I'm like, oh no. So it just shows you, I don't feel there's anything wrong with my technique or the way I'm breaking or I'm hitting the ball. But sometimes, like for Alex, he's a great breaker. And yet just in that particular 9 racks, it just, whatever was happening, made it so he didn't make a ball. And that's what happened to me, basically. Because earlier on today, I couldn't make a ball off the break. So it's so weird. I don't know.
Yeah, but as far as the match goes, it was fantastic. I know, Kelly, you missed one combination that I wouldn't even say that was a missed ball. I mean, that's just a brutal shot. I know, Alex, you missed the 1 ball to the 2 ball to the side pocket. But other than that, there wasn't really any missed balls between you guys. Technically, it was a very, very well executed match.
Thank you. Yeah, I was pleased with the way I played. Like you say, I missed that combo, which wasn't easy. You're right. And then there were one shot that was a silly error. I forget now what I did, but anyway, other than that.
Oh, that was the 2 ball to the side pocket, I think is what it was. You came up short on it.
Oh, yeah, I did the bank, right? And I got the 2, but my cue ball,
And you
I didn't
scratched,
expect it to go there. Yeah. So, I mean, I was very pleased with how I played. Can't grumble. So it's only the first match. We've got plenty more to go.
Of course. So we still have lots of match to go. Alex, of course, you are not in any sort of trouble. You still have the opportunity to put some good matches together and get back into this. So we will leave this here, and we will move on to our next match, which is going to be between Mason Cook and Demetrius Jelatis. So please take this time to get a share to the stream out there. Get it out there to your local pool groups or to your Facebook page. Help us spread the word. It is a free stream with some of the best players in the world, and we wanted to not only help them, we want to get everybody some sweet entertainment as well. So you can also use this as an opportunity to get a donation into the stream. We are giving away a 314 Unilock shaft that you see down at the bottom of your screen. Every $5 gets you an entry into the raffle tomorrow. And other than that, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So do not go away.
Is that us off live now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I've got 2 matches.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. All right, we are back for the next match. As you can see here, we have Demetrius shooting the next ball right into the rail. He was not trying to bank that, so don't let him tell you any otherwise. We have our second match of the day, which is going to be between Demetrius Jelatis and Mason Koch. So you guys both able to hear me? All right, Demetrius, you... Yeah. So we will give you the coin flip opportunity, Mason. Would you like to call heads or tails? Hey Siri, flip a coin.
It's heads.
It is heads. Would you like to go first or second, Mason? You'd like to go second. All right. So that puts you up first, Demetrius. All right, so I am going to... You are okay to start, yes. All right, so Jim left the booth. I am going to be joined eventually with somebody else. I'm not exactly sure when that is going to be. But for right now, I am going to rock it solo. So if anybody would like to... ask any questions. I know I still have to finish out that beautiful question from before that Jim didn't get us his fifth player for. But I think that if I was choosing the U.S.'s all-time Mosconi Cup team, I would have to choose Sky Woodward, of course. He's the two-time reigning MVP, as well as Johnny Archer. I'd have to pick Earl Strickland. Is that do we have a ball down? We do not have a ball down. So this is what Demetrius said. He was struggling a little bit with his break, but once he got to the breaks, he was feeling good. So we'll see if he's able to figure that out. All right, so we're back over to Mason. Mason, you are up, and there was a little bit of work done to these cameras. So we're going to fix it up real nicely here, and there we have it. Looks pretty good. Good enough. It'll do. Good enough for who it's for. That's what I always say. All right, so I will finish out my answer. Of course, you got to have Johnny Archer in there. You gotta have Earl Strickland in there. You gotta have Sky just because of the track record he's had in the last 2 years. I mean, the dude is just absolutely killing it the last 2 years. He's the only, I think he's actually the only player in Mosconi Cup history besides Niels Fine who's ever won multiple MVPs. I think Niels Fine has won 4 Mosconi Cup MVPs. Sky Woodward has 2, and I do not believe there's anybody else that has any. So I just off that alone, the dude performs under pressure. We'll put Sky in there. I think I would like to have. Who else would I like to have in there? You got to have Captain America. You got to have Shane. I know he had a little bit of struggles in the early and late, 2010 to 2016 or so, but he was kind of struggling to get a team around him that was competing with Europe, and I think there was maybe a little bit of, I don't want to say he was less interested, but it seemed like it doesn't really matter what he does. He's just not really getting the opportunities to compete. So was that 9 ball going to get there? Oh, doesn't. So 2 dry breaks to begin. And then I have one more player. I think I might have to pick Mike Siegel. Mike Siegel would probably round it out. He was a top player. He didn't play all that many times in the Mosconi Cup, but he played several, and he's a pretty top player throughout the year. So you are up, Demetrius. You ready to go? And I think my fifth and last player for Europe would probably have to be Jason Shaw. Jason Shaw's. He hasn't played his best game in the Mosconi Cup, but he is one of the best hype man for the matchup. Oh, and I think the cue ball just shot straight into the side pocket there. It did. Okay. So back over to Mason. We're going to see him. Doesn't quite have his balls racked yet. Yeah, I see what you're saying, New Jersey Pool player. As far as the same team that won last year, but I mean, I guess last year wasn't the same either, right? Because Justin Bergman was swapped out for Corey Deuel, so they didn't maintain the same order. You know, from the first time they won it. Mason, are you able to hear us? Oh yeah, okay. All right, so there he goes. He's I'm. Are you keeping your headphones in, Mason? Okay. So then I'm going to mute your mic. You can of course turn it back on whenever you'd like. All right, so that's just to get rid of the kind of music in the background. So we're going to get to see here Mason's second opportunity. He has a ball down into the side pocket. 7 ball goes 4 rails. Ooh, just misses it. So let's get this side view rocking so we can have 2 views of this table. It looks like the 1 ball's down at the end table, so I'm going to run some solo commentary. So I'm mostly just going to be calling shots, stuff like that, kind of talking about how I would do things and why. This would be a good opportunity to practice this. I hope to have more of a future in commentary. So, of course, all the practice I can get, the better. The 1 ball is up at the end rail. The 2 ball's right around the spot. The 2 ball's only going to go, it looks like, to the top, or it's to the bottom right as we're looking at the screen. So I like following it forward 2 rails. We want to try to get pretty deep into that left long rail. We don't want to be hitting it at about the first diamond closest to the pocket. We want to be hitting closer to about the 3rd diamond. But we don't want to bring the 4 ball into play, of course. But about the 3rd diamond is about where I think we would want to try to hit. So the problem with as high as he was, and this is why we don't want to go as high as he was, is now he's going to be close to being hooked. If you make contact at the 3rd diamond, you're coming in line with the shot the entire time. So he's looking at the 3 ball, so he must be good on the 2 ball, or at least good enough to make it. But now he also has a little bit steeper of an angle. 2, he's going to be running towards the 7. He's going to have to put a pretty big stroke on it to get it above the 7 ball and over to that left cushion and back out to the center for the 3 and to the top right. Nicely done. Very nicely done. So this is just a matter of potting the ball, of course, because the 4 ball is over top of the pocket. No reason to get super greedy because the 6 ball appears to be pretty easily passable to the side pocket. We can take a look at the side view. Doesn't perfectly tell us, but I think it goes to the side pocket. So just a matter of rolling the ball in, and if you want to go if you want to hit a little bit harder, you can go to the left cushion and back out. I suspect that's probably what he'll do. Uh-oh. Oh, he found a way to scratch out of it. Wow, I did not see that one coming. So that is 3 points, and we are back over to Demetrius. You can go whenever you're ready. So this, you're good, Demetrius. This back view doesn't really offer too much as far as with him breaking. So let's just use this view right here. I think this is the better one. And he has the ball down to the side pocket. So we will get Mason Cook's score updated here. And it looks like the 2 ball is going to pass to the bottom left, so that should not be an issue. We just have to get from the 2 to the 3, and then from the 3 to the 4, and then from there most of the work appears to be done. Let's see, let's take a look at this stream here. Question is, There is a question, what is the race to? It is not a race. It is a best of 9 racks. So as you can see there, we have 7 racks remaining for each player. Of course, Demetrius here is on his 3rd rack, which means that after this rack he will have 6 remaining. Mason still has 7 total racks, and whoever has the most table runs against the 10-ball ghost after 9 racks will be your winner. If it goes where they are tied, then there will be a playoff until one player breaks and runs uniquely, meaning the other player did not break and run. So that is the format of this event. How much coffee have you had so far today? Not enough. Not enough is the answer to that. That is also usually always the answer to that. Nicely done here. Doesn't want to get straight. He doesn't want to get straight. Okay, he had a back angle, so that's okay. It's just going to run the cue ball in. Of course, playing the 3 ball to the top left here, running the cue ball down to the center of the table. Trying to get just past the 6 ball on the left side. He's going to, I think his cue ball naturally tracks just to the left of the 6. So he wants to get past the 6 and the 10, or he wants to stay comfortably before 6 and 10. Because he doesn't want to be jacked up over those 2 balls. So Keith, David, oh, he's going to get past the 9 ball. Okay. Nicely done there. So the balls run is actually not a tiebreaker for the match. You have to actually run more racks than the other one. The balls run are going to be used later on for playoff seeding and for who gets to the playoffs. So that is the only reason we are keeping tracks of the balls ran. So if they both these players end up at 3-3 or 5-5 or whatever it is, they're tied up. You go into a sudden death where each player gets 1 rack at a time. And you continue on until one player breaks and runs and the other one does not. So that is how the tiebreaker goes if you are tied. And Demetrius misses that 4 ball there, so he gets 4 points. We are back over to Mason Cook. Correct, Keith. If you make a ball, you have to make a legal break, which means you have to make a ball and you have to not scratch or basically keep the cue ball on top of the table. That's a great break right there. And if you do that, you get to take ball in hand and try to run out. Yes, so it is the normal ghost format, I guess. So yes, this is the Tin Man for any of you. Demetrius is the Tin Man for anybody out there that is a frequenter of AZ Billiards. So nice combination made there. Got himself a little bit straight though. He wants to get below the 2 ball so that he can play it into the side pocket, but that does not appear to be an option now. So I believe he's just going to basically shoot this ball in and stop the cue ball for the 2 ball into the bottom. Oh, he missed the shot. Trying to get greedy with it. He tried to draw it out. Okay. All right, so back over to Demetrius we go for his next opportunity. We have 6 racks remaining for each player now. I will get the score updated for both players. Demetrius is now at 4 points, and Mason is now at 6 points. This is a better view, and it looks like another dry break. It is another dry break. So back over to Mason, who is still racking his balls. Gives me enough time to get the scores updated beautifully. And here. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, Rich. I will just ask to be respectful to the players. I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but there just doesn't seem to be a need for any of the things that you're saying. So be respectful to the players, please. All right, so Mason, you are up. And yes, these are the original Ghost rules, and we decided to do these rules because this was, of course, a professional event. This has a lot of the best players in the world, and we wanted this to be just like a professional event. So that means professional dress code. So you'll see all of the players; they are in close to or in exactly professional dress. Meaning nice pants, a polo shirt, as well as a professional conduct as well. Of course, Mason comes up a little bit short there. We ended up having a couple of, well, we actually had about 8 players back out in the last week, which was very, very unfortunate. So we tried to scramble to get the event as close to full as possible. We ended up getting 28 out of the 32 players. But we wanted to have a 100% proper professional event, meaning professional payouts, professional conduct, professional attire, and Mason. Ooh. Mason's battling it just a little bit right now. Of course, this is a brutal format. It's a very tough format to get used to. So 2, 4, 6. Mason will get 2 more. Demetrius, you are up. We will use this camera angle. We also have 2 camera angles, of course, so everything about this is as close to professional as we can do, I think, virtually. It's a very difficult thing, this COVID world, where we really don't have a lot of options as far as how we can view pool. So we wanted to get as close to a professional event as we could possibly do, given this world of COVID that we have. That's another dry break. That's just brutal for Demetrius. All right, so back over to Mason we go, who is still racking up the balls. So the question out there, and I do want to talk quick about the payouts. Like I said, we wanted to do a 100% professional event, so these are proper payouts. The first place, first off, there is $18,000 being given away for this event. First place for this event is $5,500. So this is a proper professional event. All right, Mason, you are up. So whenever you're ready, this is a proper event. Yes, across the board. So first place is 5,500. Second place is 3,500, and then of course it goes down from there. We have the payouts on the podcast page, although they're quite a bit down now, so maybe we need to do an update for that. Cue ball's flying around, but it ends up. Oh, that looked like a. Is that a? Oh, he did scratch. Okay, so I thought the 9 ball was what I thought was the cue balls flying around. Okay, so back over to Demetrius we go. The players are really up against it here with their breaks. Both players have 3 racks remaining. So let's see here. I'm waiting for an invite. Yeah, Brett. Hey, Brett, you know what? We opened it up. You could have played if you wanted to, pal. Yes, so the question is the cameras are good. Are these their own players? Or are these... Oh, I need to switch over to Demetrius. Sorry about that. I'm being distracted. Yes, it is. These are the own players events. So they are the own players cameras. They have to set up 2 cameras for each. How this works out, though, is Demetrius is playing out of his home room. And he actually had a friend. We can give him a shout-out, Mo Bashir, who set up a pretty close to a professional setup. It's not the best setup in the world, but this is the camera view we're looking at here, so it's pretty good. Mo Bashir set this up for Demetrius, so thank you, Mo. And then the other camera view, which is this one right here, is just a phone. It's just his phone. And we want to have 2 cameras set up so that if something happens to one of them, we still have another view of the table. And each player is responsible for their own cameras. Going over to Mason, which I'll talk about here in a second, he is actually playing out of his home pool room, which his father owns, called the Mad Apple in Appleton, Wisconsin, which has probably the best food of any pool hall I've ever been to, and it's one of the best pool rooms I've also ever been to. It is a phenomenal pool room. If you ever have the opportunity to get to that area of Wisconsin, make sure to swing through there. You will not be upset. It is everything you want in a pool room. Moves its 7 ball out nicely there. That'll make that a little bit easier to get positioning on later on. So he has the opportunity to either cut this 3 ball in and hit on the right side of the middle pocket with some inside spin tracking towards the 4, which I suspect he'll do. He could also draw off of it towards the 4 ball, though that's a lot harder to control. So I think he'll cut the 4 ball into the... Oh, and he is drawing it. So he's probably just going to stop the cue ball or just kind of drift. Yeah, he's just going to drift. There's no reason to get greedy and get close or anything like that with this shot because you want to maintain the angle anyways. So this is just going to be a nice high outside stroke here, getting back to probably right around the 7 ball. He's going to have to make a decision. He doesn't want to go, if he goes past the 7 ball, he does not want to go far past the 7 ball, like at all. So he'll probably try to stay just a little bit before the 7 ball, I suspect, but to the right of it, of course. And he ends up getting jacked up over it. So that's a tough one right there. Let me, while he thinks about the shot, I'll look through see if there's any questions for. Answered that one. Yeah, New Jersey pool. I think I think you kind of nailed it. The format is here probably to stay, whether there's COVID or not. I mean, the pool players just don't have a lot of money in this game, right? I mean, I'm not gonna. He missed that ball. All right, so back over to Mason. You are up. So yeah, there's just not a lot of money in this game. At the end of the day, there's just not a lot of money in this game. Travel expenses are brutal. It's just not a great situation for the pool players. You know, you win a top professional event, and you're looking at, you know, at least in the States, you're looking at $3,000 or $4,000 at most. You know, if you're winning the biggest of the big, maybe you're in the $6,000 or $7,000. But you know, if you're just one of those middling players, those middling professional players, get out of there, cue ball. Man, these players are just having a tough go of it right now. It's just absolutely brutal what's happening to them. So Demetrius, you are up again. Going back to there's, you know, if you're kind of like a middling professional player, and I'm not going to say any names out there, I don't want to disrespect anybody or anything like that, but you really got to go 5th, 6th in the tournament just to break even. And so the kind of shortstop, as we call it in the U.S., of like the 730 to 760 to 770 Fargo. I mean, it's really is a brutal lifestyle when you're traveling. That is just, man. That comes out dry anyways for Demetrius, but that is about as bad as a kick as you can get. So it's really hard to make a living at this game from the 630 or the 730 to 760 level Fargo type player, because you gotta take 5th, 6th just to break even, and breaking even means that, you know, you don't have an income for the next week until the next event, and you got to come up with another, you know, $1,000 worth of traveling when you talk about your airfare and you talk about your food and your lodging and all that stuff. So it's a really brutal lifestyle. It's fine at the top, you know. Shane is doing all right for himself, and Jason Shaw, Joshua Filler, those players are doing all right for themselves. But to get to that level, you got to go through a lot of grinding, and if you don't have a good support system around you, it's really, really hard to do that. So I think this type of format, if we're able to give away, you know, the payouts that we are. So you are up, Mason. If you're able to give out the payouts that we are, you know, $5,500 for first place, it allows you to, first off, have 0 expenses. You don't have to worry about booking a flight or, you know, getting 7 or 8 days worth of hotel or eating out or anything like that. It's just you just show up at your local pool room, or maybe you just go down to your basement and you set up your cameras, and that's how it goes. So I mean, of course, this is not going to replace in-person events. Everybody's still going to be clamoring for those. Those are obviously the best and what we really want. But in the best of a bad situation, these things are going to be good. And I think they're going to be used as complementing the regular events. So that was a really long answer to that question. But go through the comments, see if there's any more out there. How are the standings looking? That is a great question for Jim. I wish he was still here. But he's kind of handling the accounting stuff for that. But I know pretty well. So I shouldn't say locked into the number 1 seed, because of course I think at this point Kelly Fisher is the only person that could overtake him. But Kelly Fisher, well, assuming Kelly Fisher does not best him, Albin Ocean is sitting in the number 1 spot right now, and that looks to be safe. Even with Kelly's 3, she would have to go, 6. She would have to, she has 18 racks left. She would have to go basically 15 for 18 to overtake him. So I believe that Albin Ocean is locked into the number 1 seed for the playoffs. Fedor Gorst is pretty much locked into the number 2 seed. Number 3 currently is Tyler Steyer, and Nick Malai is currently number 4. So those 4 players all get a bye. The rest of the players who are booked their way already to the playoffs is Jim Telfer. Jim Telfer. Let me actually pull it up here. I gotta go in and look just to make sure I get it right. It is. Crap. All right, you're up, Demetrius. We'll use this view. It is Dennis Grabe, Jim Telfer, Roberto Gomez, Wishchek Shevchik, Nayuki Oi, Nick Malai, of course I already said him, and Danny Olson are the players that have booked their way to the playoffs. Another dry break for Demetrius. So unless something changes here on his last rack, unless Mason is able to run out on his last rack here, we are unfortunately going to be going to sudden death. So Mason, you are given one more opportunity. All right, so Mason is up. Let's go back to the chat and see if there's anything else out there. Let's see here. I'm playing terrible right now, not worth watching. Well, Brett, get on the table and get practicing, man. I'd love to see you in one of these in the future. So 4. Oh, that's another dry break. So we are going to sudden death. The breaks are just absolutely torturing you two. So we are going into sudden death now. The first person to break and run a rack of pool is going to be our winner, but the person will get a second opportunity. So Demetrius, you are up first. You can take it away. Let's see here. We have a Yeah, Gideon, this is a brutal format. I mean, and then we see Demetrius break dry again. It's just torture watching it, unfortunately. So Mason, you are up in sudden death. You need to get the balls racked. We see him coming in. It's the way that we set this tournament up is you do have to make a ball on the break, and unfortunately for these players, Demetrius has only made a ball on the break once, so he's actually 2 for 8, and then you get ball in hand from there. But the way that we set this format up was this is a professional event, and the bare minimum a professional pool player needs to do is to make a ball. If you don't make a ball on the break, you can't control the racket. If you can't control the racket, you can't win the racket. It's a professional player. So that's where we started. Now we wanted to do the ball in hand after the break because we didn't want it to just come down to being a breaking competition. We wanted everybody to have a fair opportunity to, make transitions and pot balls and run out racks, and we didn't want it to just come down to who is going to have the best break, and that is going to be our winner. So we decided this was the best combination of making the format difficult as far as making a ball, but not impossible to where only the people that can win are the people who have the best breaks. So we see a great break here from Mason. He's got 2 balls down. He's got the 1 ball sitting in front of the side pocket. The 2 ball is in the center of the table. It does not look like it passes the 7 ball. Oh, did the 9 ball just rest on top of? Oh, I thought that was the cue ball up there. That must be the 9 ball that rested right on top of it. See, this is just like, oh, it's almost silly what is happening to these players right now. The weirdest kicks, the balls are getting kicked in the weirdest ways. We see a beautiful break. You're making a bunch of balls, and then the 9 ball just comes and sits on top of the 1. I mean, what do you do? Yeah, I mean, Chris, you said it exactly the only way that you really can. Wow. And that's just absolutely torture. All right, so back over to Demetrius. You will get to see these players. By the end of this, they're going to find their breaks. They're going to get balls down, and you're going to see these players actually play. These are 2 very strong players. This is... And again, another dry break from Demetrius. He's just not quite getting the balls down to the side pocket. All right, so back over to Mason we go. This is the 2nd overtime we've had. And I can just see Mason just laughing. It's got to be at this point. It's like you almost got to laugh to stop from crying. It's an absolute brutal game, this. When things are not going well in this game, it just seems to just compound and get worse and worse and worse. So, looking ahead to the next match, we are going to have Alexander Kazakis and Mason Koch next. Cue ball's going to scratch. Cue ball goes right into the side pocket. He makes another ball, but the cue ball goes right into the side pocket. So again, we're going back to Demetrius again. So we actually have a situation here where the winner of this match is going to get a 1-0 record with an overall score of 0, which is kind of a weird thing to think about, but that's what we have. So, John, you have sharer above your name, so we are absolutely going to answer your question. Thank you for sharing, and anybody else who's willing to share, it's going to get better. These guys are going to find their breaks. It will happen. But the scoring is done, so each player will play 9 games of pool against the 10-ball ghost. And whoever breaks and runs out of the most amount of racks will get 1 point for that, but will also win the match. Is this... Oh my goodness gracious. This is about as frustrating as I've ever seen the game of pool be for a person. Wow. All right, so back over to you, Mason. So these players are in sudden death right now, Mark Stevelmans. Demetrius has now broken the balls dry 11 out of 13 times, and Mason Koch has broken the balls dry or scratched, I believe. Oh man, this might be a 9 out of 12 times, and this is going to be dry as well. This is almost silly at this point. This is almost silly at this point. All right, so back over to Demetrius. Mason seems to be in good spirits. He's kind of chuckling to himself. It's at this point, it's probably just Demetrius makes a ball. Oh, and he did the cue ball get? Oh my goodness, the cue ball. Oh, it gets kicked into the corner pocket. That was the ball I saw go in. Oh man, and he finally makes a ball. Just to add insult to injury, he finally makes a ball. He makes the four railer. Yeah, absolutely. New Jersey pool player, thank you for pointing that out. So we can watch this. We are trying to make, so the 10 ball is, the rack is off center. Who are you talking about, Patrick? I'm looking at both players' racks right now, and they both look a little bit. No, they both look pretty good. Okay, so so Mason is up. We'll see him coming in here in a second. We will talk about the rack. So we are trying to make, this is a set pattern. We have to rack the same way each time. So we're trying to make the 4 ball and the 5 ball into the side pockets. There you saw the 4 ball go. We are also trying to make the 4 railers. Those are the 7 ball and the 9 ball. So you just saw the 7 ball go. And if those side pockets, if those balls that we're trying to make into the side pocket, they have the option of either going high or low to the side pockets. If they're going high, it is usually because you have too much low on the cue ball when you're striking the rack. And if they're going low, it's usually because you have too much high English on it. So if you're trying to break 10 ball and you're constantly having the balls go below the side pocket, try to hit a little bit lower on your cue ball when you make contact. And if you have the balls constantly going high, try to put a little bit of high English on the ball, a little bit more high English on it, and see what that does to those wing balls and where they go with respects to the side pocket. Oh, that's a good stroke by Mason. Good stroke by Mason there. He's got a good angle. Oh, he's got the 5 ball down at this, so he's got a back cut. He's gonna. Ooh, he did not want to over on that much. So I think his cue ball is going right in between the second and third diamond on that right long rail, which means he's going to be tracking away from the 5 ball. He's either going to have to roll this in pocket speed and settle for a very, very sharp cut on the 5 ball into the top left, or he's going to have to try to run the cue ball all the way around table, just missing the 6 ball and coming around to pro side. And there he just missed the 6 ball on the 5 ball into the top left. He hit that extremely well. Very nicely done. He even gives himself a nice back angle to be able to drift down table for the 6 ball into the side pocket. So now the only work left to be done here appears to be that 9 ball because it does not pass the 10. So he has a good angle here. He's going to be able to just draw back for the 8 ball. He's going to have to decide what he wants to do with the 9 ball. Whether he wants to try to play on the right side of it to play it into the bottom left, or whether he wants to play it into either of the top 2 pockets. It does not look like it's going to go to either side pocket. I like playing it up into the top, probably the top right pocket. So I like getting over to the 8 ball, not straight in, definitely, but not too much angle either. So we'll go back to the comments, see if there's anything in here. So he has a little bit more angle, I think, than he wants. He might have to go to the right cushion before the side pocket now. And try to bounce off right at about just above the second diamond on the right long rail and come underneath the 9 ball for the 9 into the top right. I think that's what I do from here. It's a pretty tough shot, but this is the last shot you need to make. Once you make this, because the 9's sitting in front of the pocket, You could also play the combination, but I really don't like the combination because you cannot control the 9 ball coming off the shot. So I like trying to get below it. And he's going to settle for the combination. So this is not a win. The 10 ball will spot up. And he really has to hit this 10 ball. Well, to be honest, what I do is I thin cut it and I send the cue ball to that right cushion and off, and I try to bank the 9 ball up to the top left pocket, and that's where I'm playing the 9 ball next, into that top left pocket. So I swear the balls really do know when things are going bad. They do, man. It's brutal. Sometimes the pool gods have a sense of humor. Yeah, I mean that's it, man. This is just brutal. What's happening to these players? Mason has a good opportunity here. He's got to really bear down on this shot. Oh, okay, the 9 ball actually went. So that's a good shot. I did not think that ball would go. So this is actually going to be for the match. So nicely done, Mason. Nicely done, Mason. I'm not sure if you throw on your headset or not. We can do a short chat. So yes we can. So you grinded through that one, man. I saw you were chuckling. You were kind of laughing to yourself. Was that probably laughing to keep yourself from crying, I assume? Yeah, and you made a good rack out of there. I was not convinced that the 9 ball would pass the 10 ball, but you made it, of course, so it did. So you made the shot. I'll tell you what, the shot from the 3 to the 5 ball, that was a fantastic shot. That was superbly done. So here's. Yeah. So Demetrius, man, it's I know that we had talked. Obviously, you're the co-host of my podcast, so we talk all the time. And you had said you were feeling extremely good about your game. The only thing that you were unsure about is what was going to happen with the breaks, and we kind of saw it there. You ended up breaking dry 11 out of 13 times. Man, that's just, how do you get it going with that? Oh, you have to unmute yourself if you. Yes.
I've, I know very well that the 10 ball break is, my 10 ball break is not very strong relative to the field I'm up against. So I went ahead and I put in a lot of work over the last, 3-4 days, probably 10 hours of crawling the cue ball along the head string and trying different speeds and different tip placements and different pops. And so I had a couple breaks, but none of them were really as consistent as I needed. One of the hard parts is I've had the break I went with in the end is like I had a lot of streaks where even in warm-up matches for practice, I'd have streaks where I'd go 7 out of 8 or 7 out of 9, 8 out of 9, wet breaks. But I'd also have streaks of 4 or 5 in a row dry where I just couldn't get them, couldn't quite get them the same. So I knew coming in that there was 3 results. I mean, I could either, break well, give myself opportunities. I could break, kind of shaky, but get a little lucky and chip in a few balls just enough of the time. Or obviously I knew that what happened here, that was in play, and it's definitely not what I wanted. And then the problem is that just puts so much pressure when you're not getting enough opportunities. It's just, it puts so much pressure on your run-out game when you do get a chance. And then in this case, in some cases, I didn't even give myself a chance. So very, very difficult to go through. Definitely the only good news I can take out of this is in the past, I've been able to work around my break by just getting, playing good enough after the break. But this just really showcases how important the break is at this level. And I've put in a lot of work, and I have a long way to go. But hopefully this gets my dander up. And whether it's in my second and third match or whether it's in the future, I can tell you that I'll turn the ship around.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting thing. If you don't mind me entertaining one more question for you. I think what we find is there's a lot of top regional players throughout the country that are played in this event. Joey Korsiak comes to mind from the New York area. You, of course, in the upper Midwest area. Greg Hogue is a great player from the Oklahoma area. And what we found was all three of you really struggled with your breaks. But you can go to all three of you, you can go to a top regional event and you're not like a dog to snap it off. I mean, you guys can play any of those big events with a lot of the top players. But what we're finding here is the break is what might be the separating factor between the way that you guys play at a regional level to the way that the players play at a national level. Is that kind of what you're getting at there as well?
Yeah, and what happens, I would agree, and for sure that the higher the level, the more important the break becomes.
Right.
And so when you're playing regionally or even nationally, like events like Turning Stone, for example, you can do quite well in national level tournaments because your opponents, just don't always play perfect sets and they don't always keep you in your chair. When it comes to when it comes to an event like this, though, even 10-ball events, even top 10-ball players, you get to the table some of the time, and the only players that I'm drawn really thin against are the guys like Shane and Filler and the guys that not only play way better than me, but also break the balls as good as anyone in the world. Because if I'm playing guys like Chris Melling or John Mora, whatever, guys a little lower, they don't play so much better, and then their break isn't quite as strong as Shane's or Filler's. But then you get to a format where you have to make a ball in the break or to even get an at bat, and then it just shifts it to where it goes from being important to being kind of like, it's basically that's the only. I'm not saying that's the only shot because clearly it's tough to run the balls after the rack and under pressure and whatnot. But when if you're getting 7 at bats out of 9 versus if you're getting 2, there's not enough skill differences to make up that kind of deficit. So in the end, if you're going to play rotation pool, it's at the highest level. It's a shot you have to have, or it doesn't really work. So. Yeah, and
I don't think anybody who's played in this event who hasn't had great success is going to argue with that statement. So Mason, we can jump over to you real quick. It's a little bit weird, maybe, but on the sheet right now, you are technically 1-0 with a score of 0, and but you got the job done, and you keep your playoff hopes alive still. So congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Man, all right.
Yeah. So you are going to have the next matchup with Alexander Kazakis. So we will take a little bit of time here. We'll get that set up. And, we will be right back. So do not go away. Use this as an opportunity to share the stream or to get a donation in if you would like. We've had a couple donations in, and I will give you all a proper thank you once we get back from this break. But until we're back, use this as an opportunity to do that. All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll be right back. All right, we are back for another match. This match is going to be between Mason Cook, which we just saw winning the first match with a 1-0 record and a weird score of 0, but he is 1-0. He gets the win. And he is going to be playing against Alexander Kazakis, who has an 0-1 record, but has an overall score of 2. So, Alex, are you ready? And Mason, are you ready? Okay, so Alex, we'll give you the coin flip. Would you like to call heads or tails? Hey, Siri. Flip a coin.
Heads.
Heads it is. Would you like to go first or second, Alex? First. All right, so Alex is up first. All right, and we see him here. He is finishing up his rack. We'll get a nice big screen here. At some point in time, I am going to be joined in the booth as well. But until then, you are stuck with me. You are all stuck with me. So here comes Alex to break his first rack. And we have the first break here. Alex has a ball down. 2, 4, 6. Yes, he has one ball down. It looks like the 4 ball is down. So the transition from the 1 to the 2 doesn't look too... Oh, it is underneath the 6 ball. Okay, so a little bit tricky. A little bit tricky to get in there, but I believe he'll play the 1 ball to that side pocket if he can and follow the cue ball straight down to just to the other side of the pocket. So, yeah, he is taking the cue ball to that side pocket. He's going to want to make contact with the rail just on the other side of the pocket, so this will be almost straight in. He actually missed almost this exact same shot in the first time, but from a different angle. Hopefully he can't hear me. I don't want to get into his head. Nicely done here. So he's going to cue ball should be hitting just about exactly where that 5 ball is, but on the rail. Maybe just a little bit shy of it, drifting out towards the top middle of the table. Oh, he doesn't want to clip the 5. All right, he clipped the 5. So he should be okay still. He's just going to want to shoot this next shot, I believe, with a little bit of inside spin to try to check it up off that rail so he doesn't bring the 8 ball into play. If he thinks he can get deep into that top left, he might be able to do that with some low outside, but he doesn't want to clip the 8 ball either, and that's what he's going for. So he thinks he can get two times out of the top left pocket, which he does nicely, but the cue ball's not going to hold on. He's going to have to... Oh. Well, he's got a shot to the side pocket, but he's overran the cue ball there for sure. Let's see what the side view looks like. So he's got a good shot on it. He should be okay as far as potting the ball. It's not too tough of a pot. I think the cue ball goes naturally to the right side of the 10. With a center ball hit, he might want to go... He might want to try to go into it, or drawing it out 2 rails to play the 6 ball into the bottom left. And that's what he's doing, the bottom left. The 6 ball, that is. So 2 rails out, get up there, cue ball. And that's not going to get there either. So he overhit the last ball and he underhit this one. The 6 ball will not pass the 7. He is going to have a razor thin cut into the corner pocket, and that cue ball is going to be right at that side pocket. That is a good question, New Jersey. We have not had The question is, what is the rule in place for pace of play? Some players play at a slow pace, but I like it a faster pace. We do not have anywhere in the rules that there is a pace of play rule, meaning there is no shot clock. There are a lot of events that do a 30-second shot clock, but we really just do not have the infrastructure in place to be able to enforce that so that the players have a fair opportunity to hear the shot clock. There's going to be no buzzer or anything like that. There's really no infrastructure in place to where we can enforce any sort of a shot clock. We luckily have not had any problems with that thus far. All of the players have played at a nice pace. Let's get to this other view here for this one. I think this is going to be a good view here. We've had a pretty good pace by all of the players. We haven't really had to worry about it. And we're hoping that going forward it won't be as well. If we have to make a ruling, it'll probably just be, you need to pick it up and hope that that's good enough, because there's really nothing that we can do without, really getting into the weeds with some rulings. So, Alex is starting off this match in similar fashion to the last one. He started off with his first 2 racks ran in the last set, but unfortunately started a string of dry breaks at that point and finished with a 2, and now he is at looks like he's starting off well here. Alright, and he finishes it off. Nicely done. So we're over to Mason for his first opportunity at the table. Mason was struggling with his break quite a bit in the first match. Let's see if he's figured anything out from then until now. He has 2 balls down. Great break. Cue ball's controlled, but look at the 8 ball. It's going to tie up his 1 ball. Looks like the combination is on. He should be okay. He should be able to make that combination, I believe. Please give a share to the stream if you have not yet. Little Chris, the link that I sent you a couple weeks ago, a couple days ago, sorry, that is still the link. If you'd like to jump in, you are more than welcome to. Nicely done there. So he just needs to get this out 2 rails. He wants to hit just above the second diamond, I think, on that right long rail so that he can start tracking towards the 2. Maybe just inside the second diamond, in between the first and second diamond, I think, but shaded towards the second diamond for sure. And I'll say for sure just because Chris likes it so much when I say that. And I will give a before little Chris gets in here, I will give a shout out to all of the donations that have been made thus far today. We really appreciate all of them. They're really going to keep us going as far as doing more of these events in the future. So thank you very much to John Keep. You have been donating along the way, and we really appreciate multiple donations, of course. Ooh, oh, that turned out okay. So that's not the way I would have went at it, but it works out certainly just fine. We also have a donation from Seth White. I think you've donated every single day thus far. I can go back there and look at that, but I think you have. So we really appreciate that. Rolando Torres, you also have been donating quite a bit, so we really appreciate that as well. Thank you very much. And Nathan Johnson has been making some very big donations frequently. This is certainly not your first one. I think you've had a couple of them, so really appreciate it, Nathan Johnson. Really appreciate all of our donations. That really is what going to be keeping us going with these events. We are adding $4,000 to this event for the players, and part of that is coming from sponsorship, but a lot of that is actually coming from the donations themselves. As well, we are trying to give the players a lot of their entry fee backs if we can. So it's a $500 donation to get into this tournament. But the way that we set up the format was we are going to be taking streams for the donation, and that is how I'm going to pay my team. I am not taking any money out of the sponsorship dollars. That is all going back straight to the players. And on top of that, we are hoping to get some support from the viewership to be able to give the players their entry fees back if possible, or at least a decent chunk of it, as incentive for the players to play in this event to put on a great show for the fans. So that was how we are setting up the event. Little Chris is entering the waiting room. We're going to have him in here in a second. Going to have to unmute this so that you guys can hear him, though. And of course, if you yourself would like to donate as well and help with the streaming costs, you can do it in any of the ways outlined in the pinned post. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Facebook Pay, any of those ways. And if you don't want to, you certainly do not have to. This is a free stream, and it will always be a free stream. So it is only if you would like to help with the cause of the future events. But regardless, take a step back, sit down, maybe crack open a beer. Maybe if you're in the UK or elsewhere, if you're in the US, maybe a nice coffee will do, and enjoy the show. That's a great shot there. Great shot there. So the 10 ball, of course, this is not a win. The 10 ball will have to be spotted up.
Hello, everybody. Can I be heard?
You can be heard. Hello, Chris. Welcome to the box.
How's it going? Thank you. I got some time for a lunch break here to join you for some commentary because I am working today.
What's that like?
I am at least fortunate that at least in the IT world that I'm able to work from home. I know a lot of people out there aren't able to have that kind of benefit. You know, my heart goes out to them to where they hopefully can start getting back to work. But, you know, it keeps my day busy, at least I can say that.
Yeah, and then you have people like me who just do nothing but promote the game of pool and silly.
That's a good job. I mean, because this is a lot of work that you're doing. A lot of work.
Yeah, it's rewarding. It's fun getting to interact with the players. So we're back over to Alex. So you're up, Alex. Yeah, getting to interact with a lot of the players who have been basically my hero for the last 10, 15, 20 years. We all look up to a lot of these players, and now I get to, of course, hang out with them on occasion, and I get to be spoken to as a peer and respected as a peer. So that's always nice.
Yeah, this is great. We see professional players like when they play on TV or anything, but like for me, this is like I feel like I'm a little bit of a step closer to seeing these other professionals because I've seen professionals when they come down to Texas for the Texas State Open, so I've met some in person. But when you're watching like the Mosconi Cup or anything that you see on some other stream, I'm now personally involved with this one here, so I just feel a tad bit closer. So that's actually kind of cool, at least for me.
Yeah, and you're a little bit of a celebrity yourself. You might not interact with a lot of these players, but I'm sure that most of them are aware of the work that you do. So that's got to be nice.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not sure if there's only been quite a few professionals that might have commented on any of my YouTube videos, but when I do go out to other types of events, at least here in Texas, when a complete stranger comes up to me and asks me, "Are you Little Chris?" That's very refreshing to know that I'm being noticed like that.
Yeah, it's a fun thing. I hung out with Raleigh for a day at the Mosconi Cup, and we couldn't go from we couldn't even go from the event stage back to the casino. I think we were both at Luxor, or maybe we were walking back to Luxor, whatever it was, and we got stopped maybe 10, 15 times along the way, and it's always, "Oh my God, you're Raleigh Williams," and he's, to his testament, that guy is about as humble as they come. He stops and gives everybody 100% effort from him all the time. He's really is a genuinely good human being, on top of being hilariously funny. So we stopped about 10 times to say hi to the people and by the end of it, I think once we finally got back to the casino, I kind of looked at him like, "Oh my God, you're Raleigh Williams," just to mess with them a little bit. And after every single one of the interactions, I'm like, "Hi, I'm Nate. I have a podcast." And everyone's like, "Oh, okay, Raleigh." So that was always funny. But I did get recognized. My voice got recognized. Actually, it was funny. We showed up to and he actually might be watching this. So, but I showed up to Griff's in Las Vegas, and I ordered a drink, and somebody turned around, and I thought they were gonna like fight me. They're like, "Hey, I know you," and I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what's going on here?" And he's like, "Yeah, you're Nate Mindham. You have a podcast." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's me. Hi." He's like, "I recognized your voice, man."
See, it starts somewhere. We all got to start somewhere.
Yeah, it was fun. It was humbling. Not that I'm anywhere close to being important in the slightest, but
Oh, I would have
It
to
was fun.
disagree with that. I mean, this is pretty important for what you're doing, at least for the professionals. There's been plenty of comments from them already how much they thank you for putting on an event like this.
yeah, it's been fun. I mean, it's for selfish reasons, of course. I wanna get closer to these players so that I can have somebody to hang out with at the Moscone Cup.
Oh, absolutely.
No, it all comes down to just promoting the game we all love. So that's why I'm doing it. It's fun.
So I have a question from YouTube. They're asking, how did Demetrius do? I'll let you answer that.
Demetrius got the crap kicked out of him by this brutal entity they called the break shot. He unfortunately broke dry. In regulation, he broke dry 7 out of 9 times, and then in overtime or sudden death, he broke dry 3 additional times, or broke and scratched, one of the two. So yeah, the break just beat him up, unfortunately. So he lost his first match actually to Mason here, we see. And actually Mason, kind of a weird score. He ended up Mason is 1-0 with a 0 for a score.
Because Mason was also struggling with the break.
Yeah, the break was also beating both of them up. So this is a nice run out here by Alex. I think just a nice little stop shot, giving himself a almost straight in angle to drag draw the cue ball straight down table. Okay, so
I just didn't want to say anything for the commentator's curse until he actually at least gets to the 10 ball, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not a commentary curse guy. So because he drew it back just about a half inch, he'll be playing it off one cushion, probably 2 cushions actually, towards the right side of the 10. He's not going to quite get to the second cushion, but he is perfectly straight in. We can see from the side view here.
Absolutely.
Nicely done. I really appreciate that New Jersey pool player. That's it's very humbling. It's a very nice thing. It's kind of a funny thing what he just said there, and I think this is a discussion that we can have, Chris. I think it'd be a fun one. But Mason, you're up for now. He said, "Thank you for your contribution to this crazy game/sport," and I think that's always a really fun conversation to be had. Do you think this game is a sport, or do you think it is a game?
I think it can actually qualify as both, right? Because there's the game aspect of it, which is your casual recreational player. But I would tend to think that when you look at the definition of sport, since they classify poker as a sport, and there's actually some other types of games as well that are classified as sports, I think once it reaches a professional level, I think that's what allows it to be categorized as a sport as well. Though there are other opinions out there where it's like, well, there's nothing physical about it. And I was like, well, there's everything physical about playing pool. I mean, you're walking around a table, you're swinging a cue that can weigh anywhere from 16 to 21 ounces. The length of play that you might be doing, which could be hours on end, depending upon the type of event. So there's some conditioning, there's some physicalness that comes to playing this game/sport. And the same can be said for poker because of the amount of time a tournament can actually last, even though you're just sitting in a chair and crunching numbers to try to calculate what are your odds of winning. So you can definitely have an argument that one is more physical than the other,
Alex,
but it doesn't take away from their physical
Alex,
attributes.
you're up. Alex, you are up. Sorry, I just want to keep things going. I'm sure Alex is waiting to hear whether or not he's up, so I want to keep things moving along. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's what I'm saying. You can definitely argue that one sport can be more physical than the other, but it still doesn't take away from their physical attributes that they do have.
Yeah, and that's there are players for whom this is a sport. Tyler Steyer is a great example of that. Eklanti Kachi is a great example of that. People who train, right? I mean, I think if you want to be considered an athlete or somebody who plays a sport, you better train. And when I say train, I'm not talking about showing up to your local pool room on Tuesday nights to carry a bunch of 12-ounce curls, right?
Right.
we're talking getting into the gym, weightlifting, running, sitting at a table and practicing your break over and over and over for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever it is. You better train. And I don't, for the most part, consider pool a sport. It is a sport to some players. Most players, it is not. Like 99.9% of players, it is not. It is a game for most players, but it can be a sport. And I suppose poker is a little bit of the same, but I'm much more stringent on the way that I define a sport. I do not consider pool a sport, which is it's offensive to some of the purists, but it's just how I.
Yeah, that's basically how some people do argue it. I mean, like if you want to compare pool to football, which one would you categorize more to be a sport? Obviously, you'd say football because of the amount of training that you actually put into football, as well as the physicalness that goes into it.
Correct. Yeah. I just don't see how something can be considered a sport if you don't train to do it, right? And it's the same way for golf. I do not think that golf is a sport. There are people who do treat it as a sport, and it is a sport to those players. But if you're getting a 6-pack and going out and hitting balls around the golf course on a Sunday with your buddies, I don't consider that a sport.
Would you consider ping pong a sport?
Yes, because that takes an absolute level of conditioning to play it at an elite level. You do not have to have an elite level of fitness to be able to play pool at an elite level. Nor golf.
I can at least agree with that statement there.
Yes, you can't be. John Daly was like, he's like 7 beers in by the time he gets to the opening tee on the Masters weekend, and the dude was still one of the. I'm not going to say he's one of the best golfers of all time, but he certainly was a top golfer for a lot of years. You can't do that. There's no such thing as a John Daly of ping pong, or at least I don't think so. I'm putting my foot in my mouth. I have no idea, but I can't imagine there's some kind of fat, sloppy, drunk guy who shows up and. Although wasn't that kind of what John McEnroe is known as, but not during the matches, right? So maybe that's a.
I think even during the matches, though. I mean, as far as like arguing with the line judges and stuff.
Yeah, but that's antics more than it's actually like physical. I don't know a lot about John McEnroe. I'm not a huge tennis guy. I casually watch it. I really enjoy watching about the semifinals on for a lot of major events. But I don't. For the most part, I do not consider pool a sport. But there's a lot of very passionate opinions on both sides of that.
So here's a question for what we're seeing Kazakis do here. Do you play position for the 8 to have the cue ball come off the short rail for the 10 or for the side rail for the 10?
Oh, I just roll it straight ahead, just to the right of the 10. Just a little bit of outside spin. Just to the right of it, yep. Oh, you're saying for the 10 ball or for the 8 ball?
Yeah, so the position he's got here, it looks like he's going to be coming off the side rail, I think, from the angle.
Yeah. Well, I think actually here he probably draws back.
Draw it straight back.
Yeah, I think he draws straight back from here. Probably to the cushion, but you don't want to. If you get to the cushion, you want to just get to the cushion. Yeah, so he doesn't make it there.
Yeah, so the actual question would be is what do you think he was actually playing for? Because typically you wouldn't want to play position on a ball where you're just either going straight forward or straight back. You're almost always wanting to at least have the cue ball come off a rail. To be able to have at least more control over it, so that way you can play the cue ball into the line of the next shot.
And there's sometimes where you can do that, and you always try to do that, but there's sometimes where you can't, and that's where players like Alex, you saw how perfect he was there. It requires you to have that extra level of perfection. So Mason, you are up. So we are going to get this. All right, so New Jersey, cornhole is a sport, so I'm taking game off the table. Cornhole is not a sport either, and not my definition of it. You could be you could be. That's another. It kind of goes back to the golf analogy that I had. It's if you can drink a 6-pack and do it with your buddies. If you could be 12 pounds or 25,000 pounds, and you could have the same exact chances, it's just not a sport. There's sport to me. Of course, this is my personal definition. There is a physical aspect to it that requires training, and if your sport does not require training, it is not a sport. It is a game. Game does not require some sort of physical advantage over your peers. At least as a requirement. There's a question: is there a website or Facebook page that lists the players and format of this event? Yes, there is. You're on it. So like and follow the Facebook page, the Cue It Up podcast page. You can go through all of the posts that we have along the way, and you can go back and you can get the format. You can get who's in the tournament, who's left in the tournament, who has booked their spot to the Q-Tech playoffs, which will begin in 2 days. There's all the information, and of course, if you have any more questions, put them into the comment section right now, and we will absolutely answer them as best as we possibly can. Or you can reach out to myself personally, or the podcast page. Podcast page would be preferred because then we have a team of people that can respond to it. Me, you're just going to be subject to whenever I'm able to get around to it, which is not always the fastest these days. But yes, absolutely. Make sure to follow the page. I agree it's not a sport. Heck yeah, John, you're on my side for the first time, I guess.
I actually like Eric Korb's comment here. Pool is a mental sport, just like chess, which was going to be one of my questions: is how do you classify chess?
There's physical training and there's mental training. There is absolutely a mental training part of chess. I think chess is closer to a sport probably than cornhole or even pool, because you actually physically have to train your mind to be able to work under high-pressure situations quickly, right? So if you don't train your mind to be able to keep up with that, you are at an inherent disadvantage to your peers. It might not be a physical one, but there is a sense of training that is required to be a top chess player.
Absolutely, I can agree with that.
Are the scores updated? I don't know. Probably not. Leave me alone. Barry, get out of here. Barry's a friend. I can say that to him. Barry's a friend.
Did he underhit this? I think he underhit this.
I think he's okay, though. We got a great look at the side view here. I think he's going to be okay. He doesn't have to work positioning. He just has to run it around 3 times. So, he crossed it. Oh, he hit it. I like playing that one to the side pocket. But, it's a comfort shot. It's a comfort shot. So, all right, we are back over, and I got to find out who played first. Alex played first. So, Alex, you are up. And I believe... Wait, is the score not updated? I think the score should be updated, isn't it? I believe they've both played 2 rack. No, Alex ran out of 3 racks, didn't he? So the question is, do you not have to train your mind to handle pressure of a tournament, money match, and pool? Yes, of course, but you're not. There's no time constraint, right? So that's kind of where I put the deciding factor on the training for the mental side of this. Chess, you have a timer of, if I'm not mistaken, at the highest levels, is it 3 minutes for a game? Do you know that?
For the highest levels, I don't know what the time limit is, but I do know that the players have there is a time clock that the players have to keep track of when they play, and if their time hits 0, they automatically lose the game.
Yes, so I think it's 3 minutes. So while yes, you are under immense amounts of mental pressure, you have the ability to walk around the table for, there's the videos of. We see all the time where players take 5 minutes per shot, and that's kind of where I draw the line. Is if there's no time constraints on you, I don't think it's nearly as mentally taxing as having to make a split decision that's going to make the difference between winning and losing every 2 to 3 seconds. So that's kind of where I draw the line there. If you make one incorrect move in chess in 2 to 3 seconds without coming up with it immediately, you might lose the game right then and there through a series of moves afterwards. So that is kind of where I draw the line there. But again, we're all just arguing semantics and definitions at this point anyways. It kind of depends on how you individually define the word sport.
Yep. And there's usually a lot of debates behind that on a lot of different types of sporting events, quote unquote.
Correct, yes. So, all comes down to how you define your terms. As long as you stay consistent with them, of course. So I need to get. I think Chris. I think we're gonna have another person join us in the booth, but I have to get them a proper Zoom call meeting. Which I thought I had, but apparently it's not. And I probably do need to update the scores. I feel like I probably am wrong on these. When I get run in my jaw, I never remember to do the scores properly. I know I got to update Mason's score. All right, so nicely done there by Alex.
So this looks like it should be 2 rail position into the shot line of the 10, coming off the short rail and then the side rail. Or do you play the 1 rail position and try not to cross the shot line?
No, I play this 2 rails. I think towards the right, the left side of the 10 ball. I think I wrap it pretty close to that. Yeah, just like that. Just wrap it pretty tight underneath that side pocket.
Hey, beautifully done. Kazakis takes another one down.
Nicely done. So I will update his. So Mason, you are up. I think Demetrius. I believe Mo Bashir is over at Demetrius's is going to help him out setting up his second camera, so it's a little bit more usable. I got a message from him earlier saying that. Chris, I actually agree with you there. As long as I need to get over to here. All right. All right, Mo, you cannot have your video on. Sorry, buddy. You will mess up the stream if you have that on. You're going to have to go to your camera app and use the setup that way. All right, so let's see here. Jessica Westbrook, your statement of I think you have to physically train to be great at pool. 14 hours of playing pool in a day is draining. Of course it is, but what I mean by training is does the actual physicality of the competitors make a difference, right? So at a state tournament, you have to play for 14 hours straight, but the players that you see in the finals might be some 600-pound dude or some 85-pound guy. There does not seem to be a clear advantage on who makes it that long, right? So,
don't exclude the ladies from that statement. There could be a lady in the final.
Of course, but I didn't want to throw the weight around with using the women. So that's the idea. So you'll never see a 600-pound person in the NBA, for example, or in the MLS or something like that. There is actually an actual physical appearance that I don't know if I want to use appearance. Appearance probably is the right word, but there is a filtering of physicalities that make it into the league, any given league. So that's kind of what I mean by that. There seems to be a very, very small advantage between different things. It does. Everybody still has to have the same base level, but there's no difference between who can have that.
It sounds like you're summarizing it by saying that there's a level of strength and conditioning that define the difference between players and who has an advantage over another. Where I think at least pool, it's more just of the conditioning and not necessarily the strength.
Yeah, probably that might be a better way of. All right, so I do need to figure out the scores because I'm pretty sure I do have them wrong. Barry Chapman yelled at me a while ago, and I still haven't not looked into that because the discussion has been so riveting. So let us go back. This is perfect timing because we are seeing Mason here take a little extra time with these last few balls to figure them out. Which, of course, is nothing wrong with that. Yeah, Mason is. I'm telling you, Mason is not a bad player. It may have looked a little bit weird with his first match because he couldn't get a ball down, but Demetrius and Mason are both very, very, very good players. It's just a matter of opportunity sometime, unfortunately.
So it looks like Mason's going to the side pocket on this one. He does.
All right, so
Nice shot. Natural line to take him from the 8 to the 9 and then to the 10.
all right, so I believe that I need to update this twice, but I know that Kazakis is at least at 3,
Yes, because he did at least run his last rack.
and I believe he's actually at 4.
And Mason looks like he should be taking this one down.
Yes, and I do have Alex at a 4. So I have finally gotten this updated. We are good to go. And Alex is actually 4 for 4 right now. So he has 5 racks remaining. And after this shot, Mason will also have 5 racks remaining. Nicely done, Mason. All right, so we are back over to Alex. You are up. And his side view is a little bit scratchy. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. It doesn't seem to be focusing, so we're just going to settle in on this view. Yes. So let's get, before I'm distracted again and turn into a dumpster fire, we are going to get everything updated. And then we're going to look at some fun comments and see if we missed anything. All right. So let's see here. Is there anything in here we missed? Are you paying attention to the YouTube stream by chance? Hello, Chris?
Yes, nothing new has come in.
Well, come on, YouTube crowd. What the heck's going on? Where's your questions at? We want to talk to you guys, too. I almost got myself in a little bit of trouble yesterday after the stream.
Uh-oh.
On YouTube. Yeah, I have a kind of a unique situation where I was streaming both to YouTube and Facebook off of my computer using a third-party software, and I believe that was actually limiting the exposure for this. So I basically am now using 2 different computers where I'm streaming one to Facebook, and then I'm pulling that Facebook feed using a different computer and streaming that to YouTube. And once the match was done yesterday, I didn't go out right away and stop the YouTube stream, and it started it went to some propaganda stuff on Facebook. So I was streaming out basically U.S. political propaganda out there to all the viewers on YouTube. It was fun.
Oh, interesting. So John Bilal from YouTube wants to know if the refrigerator light goes out when the door is closed.
That's a good question. It's a very good question. On a completely unrelated note, I'll be right back.
Okay.
That was a joke. You know, I was going to go check. Nobody gets my humor. If you have to explain a joke, it's never funny, Chris. It's all good. Nicely done there. So I believe this is going to be forward 3 times underneath the 8 ball. I don't think he wants to try to come across the top of the 4 ball. Maybe he does. It's a little bit tough.
Isn't this a center right shot and shoot the 4 in the same pocket? It looks like he's putting draw on it, at least.
Yeah, so he's coming above it. The problem with the 3 ball, it's so close to the rail, you really can't get a lot of speed up table. And he just missed the 4 ball. We don't have the side view. I was watching the side view there too. He just missed bumping that 4 ball, which would have been about death because I think that he would have been hooked with the 8 ball then if he did. But he hit it. He hit it well. can you comment on the format? Player details Fargo. Why, sure I can, Fred Dodge. Although normally we don't take questions from people who do not have a share above their name, so that means you did not share the stream. But we'll give you a pass for now. The format is a 4-person round-robin pool. So this is actually day 7 of that, which is going to be the last day. We have 28 players in the field, 7 round robins of 4. This is the last 4 players. I believe Alex Kazakis is right around an 803 Fargo rate, and I believe Mason Cook is right around a 670. He is a young up-and-coming player from Wisconsin. I believe he's 21 years old. In fact, I know he's 21 years old. The format is a round robin in each of these pools, where each player plays the other one, 9 total racks, and whoever has the most amount of wins against the 10-ball ghost in those 9 racks is your winner. So right now you can see Alex is actually 4 for 4, potentially about to be 5 for 5. That's about as good as you can hit that ball. Just a nice little gentle angle to drift over about 2 inches towards the 10. And then Alex will have ran 5 out of 5 racks, bringing his total to 5. And Mason has ran 2 out of 4, bringing his total, obviously, to 2.
I think our highest so far has been 8, right? No one's ran all 9 racks.
No, nobody's ran all 9 racks. Tyler yesterday ran an 8, and Fedor actually ran 8 twice. But nobody has ever run 8. And actually on the first day, Albin ran 7 3 times in a row. And the discussion was started at that point in time, do we think that there will be a 9? I was the only person that said, I do not think we are going to see a single 9. So I'm looking like a genius at this point, although Alex is starting to make me sweat it. It's just really hard to break and make a ball 9 times in a row. And then you throw on top of it, getting weird kicks, or maybe the cue ball getting kicked in and scratching. It's not easy to do. So hopefully, Fred, that answered your question. If not, if you have a more specific question, feel free to answer it. I'll share, of course. We're just picking on you, Fred. But we do appreciate any shares that you guys want to do. It's a free stream. We're trying to get it out to as many people as we possibly can. Your share will help with that. So we do appreciate any and all shares. Of course, we're not getting paid based off of viewership, so it's not like it's required or anything. We're putting the stream on for free just because we want to get some cool content out there for everybody. So regardless, it's going to be free. But we would, of course, rather stream to 150 to 300 people as opposed to 6 or 7. That also keeps the sponsors happy. Sponsors, of course, they don't want to be paying money towards an event that has 6 viewers. So the more sponsors we have in the future, the more times that we can actually put these events on for you guys at home. So just a simple share might be the difference between getting a sponsor for the next event, and getting a sponsor for the next event might mean the difference of even having an event, because we're adding $4,000 to this event for the prize fund, and if we do not have the ability to do that with the sponsors, I'm not adding that money out of my own pocket. I know that. So, I'm not gonna have that ability. So, if we keep the sponsors happy, they're going to be much more likely to want to sponsor this event in the future. Of course, the answer to all the questions in life is money. So, a simple share goes a long ways. And currently, it looks like we've had the stream shared 208 times, which is absolutely fantastic. I would love to see a bunch more, but that's pretty good. So maybe if everybody wants to give it a share right now, maybe we can get it up to about 250, and then I'll be really happy.
So Kyle Boutte, and I think I know how to pronounce that because he was actually watching you and I when we were doing my interview on your podcast, wants to know what type of rack is being used. I believe Mason is using an AccuRack.
No, I think he has the Outsville.
It's the same one. Outsville is just the creator.
Okay.
The blue one is the blue rack is the AccuRack, and then the black one is a Magic Rack.
Correct. Yes. So we do not have any sort of limitations on the rack. If you really hate your money, you can rack with a wooden rack. We don't care. You can rack with a turtle. You can rack with a magic rack, an Outsville. Doesn't matter to us. We just, there's just really no way of policing it. So we just let the players rack how they want.
Oh, and Nate, just so you know, because this can't be said enough, we have John Belial from the YouTube saying, seriously, thank you for doing this. He's watching this during his lunchtime, and he's enjoying it.
John Belial is he's been a huge supporter of the stuff that I've done in the past. He's always sharing the streams when I don't know if he's always I don't know if he does I don't even know if he has a Facebook, to be honest. I guess now that I think about it, I think he does. But he always donates to the stream as well and supports it financially. So big shout out to him.
Like I said, I can only imagine what it takes to organize an event like this with making sure that everybody has their cameras in place. And of course, since you're doing this over the internet, there has been occasions where like some of these cameras have gone down, and to be able to pick the stuff back up and keep it rolling at the nice pace that it has been, it just takes an awful lot amount of work. So you definitely deserve a big shout out for that.
Well, what I would say to that, Chris, first off, I really, really appreciate it. So thank you for that. But I really, really highly advise don't think about it. Just don't. It's just going to cause you a lot of mental angst. So just enjoy is how I would put it. Just enjoy the stream. I think we're going to see a big stroke here. A lot of low left draw out here. Although I don't like that shot. I like just drifting down table. Okay, all right.
That was just a stun shot.
Yeah, I like that. I was hoping he would not draw that ball out. I saw him kind of digging into the left on his cue ball. I thought he was going to draw it out. I like this shot more. The other one will get you better on the shot, but you run into the situation where you might hang the ball by getting too greedy, and this shot just isn't going to be missed very often. So it might not be ideal, but it's just not going to be missed very often. So just bear down and pot the ball. Nicely done. Mason is playing much better this rack. It shows what happens when you can make a ball on the break. So back over to Alex Kazakis for his next rack. And we see him coming into the view here, so I will switch it over at this point. We still do not have a reliable side cam. I'm not really sure why this isn't focusing. Maybe I'll have him check that in between racks here.
So we do have a question that was answered. John Childers, I hope I said that right, wants to know what's wrong with wooden racks. They've been using them for years, and New Jersey Pool player said about gaps in consistency. So to further go into that, it's a matter of if you're using a wooden rack, like I said, there's going to be gaps inside the rack, which makes the rack less predictable as to what's going to happen. So at least with the template rack, like Kazakis here is using the magic rack, all of the balls are going to be touching. So they're at least going to consistently move in a specific pattern. The only thing he has to control is where he's hitting that head ball, how hard he's hitting the head ball, and where he's hitting on the cue ball. And then that's why afterwards you can see that everybody does take ball in hand so that they can try to be able to run the rack from there. But at least with some form of template rack, you remove the variable of where gaps could possibly be inside of a rack.
Yeah, what I would say, the best way that I always describe this when people ask this question, because it's not a bad question, what I would say is go take a wooden rack and rack a set of 9-ball with the one on the spot and try to make the wing ball into the corner pocket, and then go grab a magic rack and try to do the same exact thing. Just see which one's more consistent at doing it. And once you get to the point where with the magic rack, you should actually never not make that wing ball. Unless you really, really hit it bad. So if you hit it good, you're going to make the wing ball every single time. And that's what a magic rack allows for. So that's what I would say is try that out. See if you can make that wing ball with a wooden rack and how consistent you are making it. And that's basically the answer to your question, is the consistency of it. Because it's that perfectly square rack, it's every time. It really allows you to start controlling it to where we'll see here in a second, and I'll tell you guys exactly what to look for with this next rack that Mason will hit. And you can actually look at the balls that are supposed to be going into the pockets, or quote-unquote supposed to. And you can see why the consistency of the break is so important. Is that cue ball going to get there? If we had a good side view here, we have a very fuzzy one, but we can take a look at it here if he moves. Yeah, so there we can get a good look at it. It pots pretty easily. It shouldn't be too big of a deal, but the cue ball will be carrying off the 7 ball and running towards the 6. There's not a lot that you can really even do with it. I think you probably are going to have to just shoot it a little bit harder and trying to get the cue ball to the other side of the 6. So let's
That's what I'm thinking.
Try to play the 6 into the opposite side pocket. And he didn't get there. So he's going to have a carom on the 9 ball is about all he's going to have. You might be able to hit a little bit harder, and it might even cross.
I think he would want
ball.
to catch the side rail before the 9 ball, though, right? So that way he can get the cue ball to move.
Well, it's hard to tell without really being on top of it. You definitely don't want to follow the cue ball in. But I don't think you can actually get the cue ball to that right cushion without drawing it, and that's what he's doing. He's really digging into it to try to get it to draw. Or maybe he's just trying to bank it. Yeah, he was trying to draw it over to that rail to get it to there. So that's pretty tough. I mean, that's a really, really, really tough shot. All right, so back over to Mason, and the way he's been playing, actually, this actually opens up a small window for him to get back into this match. So, oh yeah, I need to look at this. So let's take a good look at this view right here. As you can see, the 4 and the 5 ball are right behind the 1. The 4 ball is going to be going towards the left middle pocket. The 5 ball is going to be going towards the right middle pocket. And then the 7 ball and the 9 ball are on the corners of the rack. The 9 ball is going to be going 4 rails towards the left 2 cushions, and then the top right 2 cushions. And it's going to be going towards that bottom left. So you can see the 7 ball traveling. It got kicked along the way, and a little bit of frustration there. But his cue ball actually stopped the 4 ball from going into that side pocket. So we'll look at it again from over here from Alex, who's racking the balls.
And to go a little further on your comment, those 4 balls that Nate talked about, they're the ones that are most highly to be able to go. But actually, the other remaining balls, except for the 10 ball, also track towards pockets as well. The 3rd row, they have tendencies to bank off the side rails and head towards the cross side pockets, while the middle balls in the back row will bank off of the short rail and head up table towards the corner pockets as well.
Correct, yeah.
And then depending upon the angle of which you're striking the 1 ball, you can actually get the 1 ball to fall in the opposite corner pocket from the opposite side that you're breaking from.
Although you do not generally want that to happen. In
a real game,
yes.
In this format, it doesn't matter. But in a real game, yeah.
In this format, you want to make as many balls as you can. But we actually, generally speaking, in a quote unquote normal situation of matches, you want to try to control that 1 ball.
Yep.
Hello. Oh, hello.
All right, I think we have Chris in here now, and right when Chris joins,
Chris is confused.
We have a lot of Chris's.
Yeah, well, who's Little Chris? I see someone down as Little Chris. Is that me?
No,
that's me.
Who's you?
Little Chris.
Little Chris. You can't be much littler than me. I'm only like 5 foot. So, right.
Well, I could actually be happy about that because I'm only 5'5".
Okay, brother. Well, you're big Chris. Now, welcome.
All right, so Chris, Alex, you are up for your next opportunity.
Oh, we've got Mr. Kazakis. The Greek god. Let's inspect that rack. So who have we got on here? I've just joined in like midway through. I was having a bit of a Zoom nightmare. So we've got Kazakis versus.
This is Mason Cook and Alexander Kazakis.
Yeah, okay. And the score is?
It is 5-3 favoring Kazakis right now, and their breaks are even.
Sweet.
Oh, cue ball got kicked into the side pocket.
And he's lost that white. He's come right across that. That's not what he wanted. Right, let me see if I can join. So it goes straight back over right now, yeah?
Yep, so back over to Mason.
Right, I'm going to try and log in on another device. So I can copy link. So who else is in this group, guys?
We have Demetrius Jelatis and Kelly Fisher in this group as well.
Oh, my love. Kelly.
So the next match.
How's she getting on?
She won her first match against Alexander Kazakis, and she put up a score of 6, which is pretty
Go
strong
on,
in this
girl.
format.
Yes, Kelly.
As we saw there,
I
the
like-
7 ball goes 4 rails, so that's one of the balls he's trying to make. He also makes the 5 ball to the side pocket. And then, so the next match after this one is going to be Kelly Fisher and Demetrius Jelatis.
Perfect. That's what I like to see.
All right, so I will jump back. I will let you guys take over the commentary from here if you would like.
Right, I'm just trying to. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Chris, I'm not sure if you wanted to... Chris, are you going to be around for a little while still?
Yeah, which one? Big Chris or Little Chris?
Little Chris. Well, I guess Big Chris now.
I'm good until this match is over, and then I have to get back to work.
Okay, so then I'll let you two take over.
All right, guys. So he's played 3 rails round for the 2. I'm watching this on my phone, which is... Looks like he's got a bit straight in on the 2 here, right?
He's got a slight angle. It's just a matter of if he's going to try to track through the 9, 10, 6, and 4 just to get position on the 3, or is he going to try to maybe draw underneath the 9 ball and have a back cut on the 3?
What, like punch it towards the 6? Yeah, but then you're going to have the problem of going towards the 8. It's you really need to punch it. It's not nice. I do not like.
Because the 6 and the 9 ball pretty much cut off the actual place where you would want the cue ball to land.
Yeah, he's going to have to put
So
a
he
big
does
stroke on it.
draw the ball, and there's the back cut on the 3.
Yeah. Now he's got dicing with the 8.
So more than likely, he's going to want to go underneath the 8 and try to come 2 rails for the 4 ball in the bottom left.
I think
Even if he
small
clips
wi-
the 8, he might be okay.
It's a small window.
I think
It is a small window.
I think you just roll this one in. I think you roll this
Yeah,
one.
I drag this in and just if I bump the 8 and hold on the 4, I'm fine with it. Like I can't quite tell the angle.
Is he trying to
No, I
bank
did
it?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Oh, that was a
Yes.
good shot.
Use the 8. That's the way to do it. I didn't realize you could screw 1 rail into it. It's hard to tell, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So just soft draw this across the face of the 9, the 6 in the side. I'm assuming. Well, he doesn't mind taking his time at least, which is good. Big money on the line, right? For a ghost tournament.
Yeah, first place is $5,500.
Yeah, man. It's good money. I think he's overdrawn this, right? He's the wrong side
It
of the
looks
6.
like it.
Gonna have to force follow this with some inside 2 rails.
Yeah, I don't
Play the
think it should be a huge problem.
No, it's not going to be a problem. It's just not ideal.
Yeah, we could take a look at the side view. I'm not sure what that offers. Doesn't really offer up much.
I just have to force follow a bit of inside, I think.
Just get the cue ball over to about the 3rd diamond on that right long rail, something like that.
Oh, there you go. Force follow 2 rails. Well, 1.5. There you go. You stick with me, guys. We'll be all right. We'll call these shots. I know you're a bit under it. You've had Jim in the box, teaching you all bad habits. Couldn't read a newspaper.
No, being stuck on the rail here, this probably is going to be a 1 rail, short rail. Just have the cue ball come up to the center of the table for the 9.
Yeah, he's going to be close to the blue spot. He's going to have to play a shot on the 9. Like, just make sure of the 8, and then obviously all you've got to do is make sure of the 9, and you'll have a shot on the 10. So
Yep.
there you go. He actually was. It wasn't as steep as I thought because the white's gone so forward. Plumage.
And this is probably drawing over to the side rail, and the 10 ball goes into the same pocket.
Yeah, little stun across. Oh, look, you've got a little side view up there as well. Boom. Living the dream here. Mod cons.
Oh,
my
no!
days. Oh, he's a flapper. You didn't tell me he was a pigeon. Oh, my goodness. Oh, what's he done there? He's had a Western Super there. Right, Kazakis. Time to redeem your scratch. Wow. Blessed. We are blessed. Right, guys, I'm going to have to get used to this because I haven't even shared this to my page or anything. But we'll move on to the next one. Right, Kazakis. Let's see what you got, baby. Try not to come right across this one. Okay, so he's got the one on the
ball
table.
in the side pocket.
Yeah. The 3, I think, does pass under the 9. God, my eyes. Where's my glasses? Oh, there they are. So that'll be the 2 by the 10, right? 2 above the 10? Okay, so... We've got the next opponent up messaging me. Hey, Kelly, babe. You alright? So, yeah, like, look where he needs to find some small gaps here. He needs to be nice on that 2 so he can just stun up towards the 4. If he gets on the 3, he's out. But I say that it's never that easy.
Well, I would say the transition from the 2 to the 3 is going to be tricky with the 6, 4, and the 8 basically blocking.
No, you aim for you're aiming for the 4, really. You want to be where between the 4 and 8. So
yeah,
I think he's going to come like forward 2 rails, like between the 8 towards the side pocket, which is what he's looking at here.
If you can play the 2 ball into the bottom left, that's where you need to play it to.
If he's looking at that, I would think he's going to try to bump into the 9 and the 3 with the angle that he's going to have on the 2.
Well, I think
Are you crazy? Yeah. Have you played the game, Chris?
Of course I have.
All right, that's a little uncalled for.
No, I'm joking. You can't bump the 3 and hope to hold on the 2.
No. I'm talking about the position he gets on the. When he was looking at the 2 ball to go into the lower left, I thought he would play the 2 in the lower left and then try to separate the 9 and the 3. But now from here, it looks like he's going to be maybe looking for the position that you're talking about. If he can get the cue ball to come off the short rail and head between the 4 and the 8, possibly 2 rails.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to put a draw stroke on this. Unless he can just go forward 2 rails, like, and just come short of, like, where on line where the 7 is, right? He may be able to fin the 3 back, come around 2 rails for the 4. Does that make sense to you?
Yep.
So if he's in line with a 7, then I think he can slot the 3 back, come around 2 rails. It's tough action to tell from these angles, I've got to say. As much as I give Jim abuse, but yeah.
So there's the 2 rails heading towards the 4 and the 8.
Yeah, he's underhit it.
It looks like he's short.
Yeah, yeah. We don't mention the short word here though, right, little Chris? That's no good. That's no good. So get ready, Mason. This is tough. Full stretch, right? We can't even reach the blue spot, right?
No, I'd be using the bridge, or trying, or trying a 1 rail kick left-handed.
I feel you, brother. Don't worry about it. Yeah, me and you, we've got 2 hopes. Bob and no. Is that a drum roll, please? All right.
So he must be able to see enough of it if he's going to try to jump over the 8 just to pocket the 3.
Of course, you can see enough of it. Yeah,
beautifully done. Wow.
Yeah, it's fallen nice. Okay, so Now all he's got to do is get from the 7 to the 8.
So this all looks good, and we can see that the 6 will go in the side pocket. He probably wants to be on...
Yeah, just stun it where the 6 is, maybe. Just screw up the side, so then you've got the 8 in the corner.
Yeah, because the 7 would go in the lower left, and he wants to be able to draw behind the 8 to shoot it into the upper right.
Yeah, for sure. So just a soft screw, I'd have thought, or just a stun down. There you go, just a stun down. You've got to really know exactly what the angle is to have half a chance.
And I feel he would want to have the cue ball now come like 1 diamond near the side pocket, and with some right spin it behind, further behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, just a bit of outside spin, just spin it over. It just spins off the rail. Nice and straight behind the 8 if he needs to.
Or he's just going to draw it straight and not touch the rail at all. He's got a lot of bottom spin there.
So as you can see, the front view is frozen, so we are unfortunately having to go to the side view. Then the other one. Okay.
I was watching it thinking, is he going to hit this ball or what? It was like that. It was like that video that's going around.
Yeah. So now we have the view back, so we'll go back to the better view.
He's out here anyway, right? So just spin this.
Probably 2 rails now. Yeah.
2 rails. Yeah.
Spin it 2 rails and boom.
Just below the side pocket, I think.
Yeah.
Or I should say just above the side pocket, just above the side pocket, I should say. Nicely done.
Yeah, job done. Keep it simple. I was about to say Mad Apple Streaming's up next, but that's not what it's called. Mason, look ready. Let's go.
All right, so again,
big points.
We're watching the 4 ball and the 5 ball into the opposite side pockets. The 7, he's been making a 4-railer on that one quite a bit, so we're going to watch that 7 ball 4 rails. That's been the ball he's been making. The 7 and the 5 ball has been generally his balls that he's been making when he makes balls. So,
okay, so is he breaking from slightly off center then? Yeah. Make the 5 every time?
Mason, you're up.
It's 1-4-5, right?
Correct.
1-4-5. 8, 10.
Oh, it's 1-4-5, 6, 10, 2, 7, 8, 3, 9.
That's it. I need to get this up on the iPad shortly so I can see better. I'll do it for the next match. Okay, so you must have cursed him because he kind of butchered that break.
Yeah, actually, it all switched. The 4 ball went, and then the 9 ball went 4 rails.
Yeah, he butchered it though. He didn't hit that one well at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, scratching in the same side as the 4.
Yeah, it went round a lot.
So Alex, you're up.
Making sure they're tight. Big thing. You need a nice tight rack, right? Get the balls to do what they're supposed to. So who do you reckon broke the best in this tournament so far?
I think that would have to probably be Tyler Steyer the other day, because he was averaging like 3 or 4 balls on the break.
Tyler had 1 rack out of 27 that he was not successful on. I believe Albin had 2 I believe he had 2 that he was not successful on. And I believe Fedor had actually all 27 of his wrecks, I think, he made a ball on.
Let's go, 9-ball. Oh, that's
wow.
unfortunate. Mason, you're back up.
Yeah, a lot of people rave about Tyler's break, but I would have to say Fedor's is probably just as legit, right? Like, you know,
I mean, from what
pretty
Tyler,
damn consistent.
yeah, I mean, Tyler was consistently making 3 or 4 balls. I mean, Tyler's break is special.
Yeah, but that's the thing with his temple. Me and Fedor were saying like a few months ago when like ghost challenges were first coming about. If you've got a legit 10-ball break, it's better to play 10-ball for you than it is to play 9-ball. 9-ball, you're aiming to make one, either the one or the wing. You're never aiming to make 2 balls. But in 10-ball, like you're aiming to make 4, really. The 2 balls down and the 4 rails. If you're a good breaker, you can make 2-3 balls, like more often than not. So you're playing 7-ball instead of 8-ball. Sometimes 6-ball. If you're a good breaker, 10-ball's your game. So what's happening here? Who are we waiting for now?
This is Mason that should be up. He had a rather unfortunate break here. It's going to be a matter of
he's
if
broke
the
already?
cue ball can squeeze between the 8-ball so he can try to combo the 1 into the 3.
I think he's got enough room. The cue
Yeah,
ball just needs to. Unfortunately, the cue ball's not going to be able to really get out in a safe place, and the 1 ball's going to be going straight out. So he might have to settle. He might have to settle for a bank on the 1 ball afterwards, unless he wants to draw out in between the 1 and 8, which is a little bit crazy.
Stun it and push the 1 across. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no problem with that. And then just follow out 2 rails. If he's not straight, obviously. Just get as close to. There you go. That's a good shot. The middle diamond on the side rail. Lovely. Good shot. Cued that well. So what's that? The 5 above the 6?
Yes.
Yeah. Lovely. So I can just go 1 rail up and down, or down and up, I should say. Now the right side of the 5. 6 in the same side. Boom. It's a nice pattern from here. Although it looks like he's screwing. Okay,
Yeah, it looks like it's hard to tell whether or not if that 6 passes by the 10, but with that position, I think that's what he's going to be setting up for.
Yeah. I don't blame him if it does. Your white travels a lot less. Yeah. I don't blame him. And he'll automatically be the right side of the 7 as well. So it's just little simple drop shots.
Yeah, so it must go.
Yeah. I think you probably want to pinch a bit of the rail here anyway, so you can come.
You definitely don't want to be below the 7 ball.
No, well, you want to be where his white is now. So, I think he needs to pinch a bit of the rail here anyway.
I think he might be able. I think he can draw above the side pocket if he wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah,
just like that.
Just about.
Yeah, he had.
I thought he was going straight into the point. So he's played a good shot. So he doesn't want to be straight here either, really. Dropping this dead weight, you're going to end up a little bit straight on the 8. Like to punch it on and off the rail or dig it back.
I think he's probably trying to get a back angle on it. I think that's what he was.
No.
I wouldn't have done that, but I just knowing Mason the way that I know him, I think.
No, he's a good friend of yours.
Yeah, we grew up. He's a little bit younger than I am, but he's 21. But we're from the same state.
Okay.
We're competitors. I think he's his discipline towards the game has separated himself from me at this point, but we're close to the same player. He's a little bit more consistent now. He plays a lot. He's really trying to give his best effort at becoming a top pro.
Okay, yeah. Well, it looks like he knows what he's doing for a young lad, only 21, right? Still loads of time. It's not like your career's over at 25, like some other sports. just coming into his own, right?
Nicely done
Nice,
there.
Nice out.
done.
All right.
Nice out.
So I believe that is it for both competitors. I did not have the score right. I needed one less, so both players are done. So,
Who won? I've not got no scores.
all right, Alex, you might have to unmute yourself. I'm not sure if you're muted or not. Can you hear us? Just barely hear you. I think you're connected to Bluetooth still, right?
Oh.
So
Just
we
lost his video feed.
so we can start with you, Mason. Can you hear us, Mason?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So you got the break working there for you, and it turned out to be a lot better for you. You ended up with a score of 4 this time, and you had some great shooting. You had a couple more dry breaks, unfortunately, that you didn't get an opportunity at those tables. But of 4, that's much more respectable. I think you made some fans as far as letting everybody that know that you can play. So what do you think the difference was between the first and second match?
Well, I mean, that was a little bit more what I was expecting, I guess. I'm happy that I was able to get my break working a little bit better. It still obviously wasn't perfect because I had a few scratches, dry breaks, but I'm excited for the next round. I think I'm stroking the ball good. I think I'm maybe a little thrown off by my break still, and that might be part of maybe me being less comfortable than I've been practicing for this format for the last couple weeks, and I play the Ghost just as a practice game pretty regularly, and I always feel pretty confident in it. So I look forward to any event I'll play like this in the future, and I'm looking forward to the next round. So.
Yeah, for sure. So we are still going to have you playing Kelly Fisher with your last match, and in the order, we are going to be seeing Kelly Fisher and Demetrius Jelatis play next, and then you are going to have the final match against Kelly Fisher, which will be, Alexander Kazakis and Demetrius will be in between there.
Okay.
Can I get a question in?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so, going further into the difference between your first match and this match here, do you think you've at least identified the issue you were having with the break from the first match? And because you were able to, at least make some attempts on this match.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did. I do feel that I've figured it out a bit. I think if I were to pinpoint it, it would just be a little more comfortability with the format. I think that puts me at ease a little bit more. Seeing how it worked and then being able to settle down on the break. I've been practicing it. I've got a couple spots that I would typically break from, and I've been adjusting between those just to see which one is working best at the moment. And then just, I guess, staying down and ultimately not saying that it's going to happen. I'm just trying to clear my mind of the thought of it happening at all. And then seeing how it works and just letting it go. So.
Yep. All right, so over to Alex. Alex, you broke and ran out your first 2 racks of the day, and then I believe you had 7 or 6 of your next 7 were dry breaks. This time you broke the ball significantly better. I think you only had 2 dry breaks in there, but you have to feel good about the way that you're knocking the balls in once you get an opportunity at the table, right? Maybe we're not able to hear him.
Yeah, I think Alex is not with us technically.
Yeah.
Although he's moving his arms like he's trying to talk, but we just can't hear him.
Yeah, I don't think he's able to.
Muted.
I'm not sure he's able to hear us.
Don't think we can hear him.
Yeah. So that's okay. You can hear us? Yeah, we can't hear you. It's okay. We can move on. I don't think we're able to hear you. We had troubles with it earlier as well. So we can take this opportunity. Great shooting. Congratulations to you, Alex. You will be playing your next match for basically the playoffs at this point. Chris, you got to mute that. All right. So we are going to take a small break to get our next match set up, which is going to be between Demetrius Jelatis and Kelly Fisher. So take this as an opportunity to go and get a donation into the stream if you would like to, or to share the stream out and maybe.
Right.
Oh, so all right, so yes, use this as an opportunity, and we'll be right back for the next match. All right, and we are back for another match. This match is going to be between Demetrius Jelatis. So, Demetrius, I know that you're kind of hanging off to the side. Are you ready to go? Good to go. And Kelly, of course, you're always ready to rock. All right, so Kelly, would you like to call the coin flip, heads or tails? Hey, Siri. Flip a coin.
It's heads.
It is heads. Would you like to go first or second, Kelly? Why did you sound so surprised there, Kelly? All right, so Kelly is up first, as you can see. All right, so you are... Kelly? Yes, I will mute you, Kelly, if you would like to be. She did not have many of those. I think she only had 2 of those in the first set. So she is breaking the balls well. So back over to Demetrius we go for his first opportunity. Correct. Well, we at least assume they're all trying to make the same balls. Oh, that shot straight into the side pocket. I'm sure he's been working on his break quite a bit in between matches. That's kind of the practice warrior that he is. But I think he's breaking the ball significantly harder there than he was in the first match. So I think that's probably a conscious decision that he's making. Both the 4 and the 5 go down. 2 and the 6 ball hang a little bit together, but the 2 ball should pass into both corner pockets, so she'll have her choice from there. And the 3 ball is not a difficult transition. So I think the 3 to the 6 ball is going to be the key transition, and maybe the 6 to the 7 because the 8 ball is covering it up a little bit. But it shouldn't be too much of an issue as long as she's okay in the 6. She wants it about in line with the 8 ball. Just before the 8 ball, I think, off that one cushion. About the center of the table. Yeah, about the center of the table. Right there. It's okay. I think she can play the back cut in the 7, so she can draw back if she wanted to, or she can just go straight ahead. Yeah. One rail out. She even could flick the 9 ball here if she wanted to. She doesn't have to purposely avoid the 9 ball. I don't think she even comes close to it now that the cue ball finishes out there. But if the cue ball stopped another half an inch or so back, she could have brought the 9 ball into play. So she'll go. We're going to get a good look at the side view here. I think she's pretty straight in. We're going to get to see a big stroke out of her here. Right back to where she is. A little bit past where she's at. Yeah, I think that's the right shot. Yeah, but the pot on that, by stopping it, she was straight in. We had the side view. She was dead straight in it. It would have been a really thin 9 ball. Yeah, she didn't have the ability to. She didn't have the ability to creep down table. It would have been basically the best case scenario was to stop it or go forward about 4 or 5 inches to make it a little less thin on the cut. So we're gonna get to see.
She's hit it like a dream, or she stayed still like a dream, I should say, but her alignment wasn't right. So, no good.
Back over to Demetrius.
So maybe you want to take a bit of power off this and make sure he gets the control of the white. Going on his last break. Yeah, he took a bit off it.
It's 4 balls going down.
4 going to go.
But look at that. Oh, and the 2 ball even opens up for him.
Yeah, lovely.
So the 2 to the 3 looks like the difficult transition here. The 5 ball is going to cover up most lanes for the 3 ball. He's going to want to be close to straight into the 2.
Here. I may play the 1-3 here if it's straight, and then you can just play the 1 and 1 way and across, and then you're going to go straight from the 2 to the 5, which is a much easier transition.
For sure. Yep, the combination is the right shot here. He just needs to make sure that it looks like. Let's take a look at this from the side.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not really up on these side views yet because I'm using 2 things. There you go. I'm pressing it. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's it. He just needs to play it so he's below the 1 and just push the 1 forward and the white forward. I don't like this. Definitely feel like it's the easier of the hard shots playing the combo first. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
the best of the worst situation. Yeah. Best of the worst situation, right? Okay, so that's not too bad. It's just a natural angle to float the 1 in.
He doesn't want to hit the 5 ball. He needs to avoid that 5.
He does avoid it, doesn't he? Just with a high ball, no?
It's good. No, I think it's going to be pretty close. I think he goes just above it, but not by a lot. And no, actually, I don't think so. Looking at the side view, I think he's going right at it.
Okay, I'll swap back to the thing.
Not the heart of it, but the right side of it.
Okay, so maybe a touch of
inside.
Spin. Yeah, just a touch.
Got to hit
Makes
this one
the pot a little bit harder.
Yeah, so.
No, it's no good, unfortunately. Right idea, just.
But it did flick off just the right side of the 5.
Yeah, for sure.
So back over to Kelly. So Kelly's missed 10 ball doesn't hurt her as far as at least keeping the match knotted up.
So are either of these 2 in contention at the moment? Like, because obviously Kelly's had a win.
Oh, certainly, yeah. I mean, Demetrius is 0-1, but this is only the second. Kelly lost the white.
Yeah, I've come across that again as well. Straight in, not even thought about it.
So back over to Demetrius. Yeah, you'd like to have.
They only got.
If there's any consolation prize, you would like to have the cue ball being kicked in because that means you're still giving
of course.
You still want to give your cue ball a chance to live, and Kelly did not give it a chance there.
Yeah, I think that would be my only concern playing this format. It's just as long as I've got the white on the table, then if I make a random ball.
Demetrius, you're up. I'm not sure if you know that or not. Kelly unfortunately scratched.
Yeah, it's been rapid fire, right? They've got to rack them up quick. Lots of scratches so far.
That's one of the good parts and bad parts about this format, of course. For the players, it requires a lot more responsibilities. But for the viewers, you get to see a lot more action, a lot less dead time.
Kelly, you ready? This could be the quickest match of all times. All right, we're going for a record here. A couple more scratches and be over in 5. All right, but come on, Kelly, let's make some balls here. Keep the white on the table. There you go. It's almost tap break, but it's going to be dry.
1 ball, no.
No, not even close. She's tried to keep the white on the table, but not made a ball. Kelly, you've got that carbon fiber cue there. Get it out.
So we're back over to Demetrius. You are up, Demetrius. And I need to update Demetrius' score, but this is happening so quickly that I can't even keep up with.
Even me. I feel like Well, come on, Demetrius. I'm rooting for you here now, brother. Let's go. 4 out of 5, please. One time.
He cracked that rack.
6. Random 6.
7 ball was on its way too, but the 4 ball blocked it. What a break this turned out to be.
Yeah, that is.
2 ball passes the 9 nicely.
These are 7 to the 8's the hardest shot here.
Yeah, and the 10 ball is even far enough down table that he can use the two rails on the right side of the table, the bottom rail and the right first cushion to go 2 rails at it pretty easily. Or
you can do what you want here virtually.
Yeah.
Like,
the 9 ball might run into a problem, but you can play it thin enough off of that you don't have to bring that into play. I guess I believe that's the 2 ball in the center of the table. It is.
Yeah, the 2 flies past the 9. You just roll this 1 in, leave the white on the middle spot. 2,
7
3.
should probably be going to the right middle.
I think the way these balls are, I'm not even thinking about the 7 just yet. It's like it goes in every pocket. So just see what angle you land on the 4. Like, it's pretty hard not to get at least decent on the 7.
Yeah, it's just more or less just maintaining the correct side of it. You can't get to.
Oh my days!
I think it's completely.
He'll want that one back. Yeah, he'll want that one back.
Yeah, this format is completely in his head at this point in time with the breaks. I think.
Oh, it's you only have yourself to blame, right? That's the problem with this format. So, like me personally, I can run racks, but in this format, my head would be in the bin. Because any mistake is only my mistake. I need an opponent to blame. You have to be mentally strong. Nice break from Kelly. Needs that 3 to hold up.
The 1 ball will go by the 8 ball regardless. So she's definitely has a pocket for it no matter what. Let's look at the side view. The 1 ball passes the 3 easily. No problem there. So just getting basically back from the 2 onto the 3. Because she's going to have to make a down table for the 6 ball is going to be the transition, it looks like.
Yeah, you want to leave. If you're straight in on a 2 here into like either corner, and can just leave the white almost where the 3 is, then you can go whichever way you want, like 3 rails round to the 6. So that's kind of my way of keeping it simple. Leave yourself nice and. Okay, she's going to end up coming short side.
Yeah, I like that. I prefer going at this 2 rails. I like getting the cue ball up kind of by the 8 ball and just using the natural 2 rails. That's how I would shoot this shot. That allows you to just travel the shortest amount of distance possible. You don't have to worry about running into the 9 or the 10 ball. And actually, she has the ability. She went a little far. She might actually just be able to go straight down table now instead of bringing a rail into play. But I still think she probably goes to. I think she goes to the rail.
Yeah, I think she definitely used the rail. Bit of inside even. Ugh.
Nicely done.
Breaks. Lovely. 7 obviously goes under the 8, like the 1 would have done. So just forward 1 rail, just before the middle pocket.
I think if you can get deep into that rail, I definitely would do that. I don't think that you have to go off for the 7 into the top right, but she might need. Okay, no, she's fine. Okay.
No.
It was hard to tell how much angle she had. It looked like she had a pretty good angle, though.
Yeah, it was pretty flat. It was flat enough just to play that anyway. So probably just stun around 2 rails.
I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
Probably 3 rails here. 3 rails forward to the 9 into the bottom right is probably how I would play this.
I don't know. Kelly likes to screw these in.
She does like to.
I'd imagine she'll screw 2 rails across.
Probably down by the 9. Or down through the 10. Yeah. I was going to say, it passes the 9.
She's quite good on her speed like that. So,
it's a very common shot in snooker.
I actually think it's probably the right shot there. I think she would have been a bit flat on the 8. She'd have had to really punch it.
Yeah, you don't see you see very rarely a player go 3 rail around in snooker. It's a lot of controlling.
No,
it's a lot of controlling off of screws. All right, so back over to Demetrius. So Kelly gets onto the board first.
It was only a matter of time, right, Nate?
Seemingly.
Someone had to make the board. Okay, so he's got the pop. He's got the pop. But he's still dry. Oh my goodness. Demetrius. I feel sorry for him. And I don't often feel sorry for anybody. You can ask anyone that I've commentated on. Kelly needs a rest, as she mentioned to us privately. She's not getting any younger. These back-to-back racks are going to hurt. She's going to have to get Val to stick a cup of tea by her side. She needs to turn the screws here, though. She'll really want to make a ball this rack. All right then, Kelly, what you got? Praying for balls. Come off that. And still managed to make the 4. That 1's going to be... Ugh. I'm not sure if it's makeable. It might just be. But making any sort of position on the 2 is going to be... You're going to have to screw right into the 4. And is that the 4 or the 5? I think it's the 5. Yeah, you're on a bit of a song and a prayer here. Yeah, wow, she can get behind it. That is the way.
All you have to do is just get to the side pocket here, and the 2 ball could be cut into the side pocket. It's not ideal.
Yeah, you want to be where the 9 is, which is. But then you still got the problem with the 3 doesn't pass the 5.
Well, so. that's why I'm saying if you get your if you can get your cue ball to the 3 or to the side pocket, you can get your cue ball all the way down table for potentially a combination on the 3-5. It's not ideal, but I think the cue ball you just want to. There's nothing ideal with this rack. So I think just following it forward, getting the cue ball to about the right middle pocket for a nice steep angle.
I think she might be playing the 2-7 here and nudging the 5, so the 3 goes. I just don't even know what she's doing. Like, I think she knows she's odds against no matter what. So you've just got to try and work out. Oh no, screw off the 5. So if you screw off the 5 with loads of inside English, draw it back.
Well, the problem is I'm not convinced this goes without actually throwing the ball into the pocket. You might have to throw it in a little bit here, which is going to really hamper getting your cue ball where you need it.
Looks like she's done it. Wow, what's... No. Well, it's not the worst result, because the 2 does go between the 10 and the 9. So
and
she does have an open
she doesn't
pocket.
have to. She doesn't have to worry about playing positioning anymore. I think
I've seen worse results.
Just a center ball hit, I think, gets you around 3 rails for the 3 ball pretty easily, and you might even be able to follow it forward and try to play that 7 ball as well. Of course, this is slop, so you can.
Okay.
You can slop balls in.
So play a little 2-way shot here.
Try to guarantee your shot. I don't like that though. I like just hitting it with the center ball hit. Get your cue ball around 3 rails for the 3 ball. Focus on potting the 2 ball. If you focus on potting 2 different balls that are both 15%, it's better just to focus on one. Give yourself a 25% chance with positioning.
I agree with you, mainly because if you hit that 7, you've got a lot of chance of snooping yourself behind the 6, 10, and 9.
Yeah.
But she's hit it pretty well. She's
it's not an easy shot. All right, Demetrius, you're up. Regardless, it's not an easy shot, no matter what.
No, exactly true.
So I will
Come on, Demetrius.
I will take a small second here to plug the donations for the stream. If you would like to donate to the stream, we do not have many donations for today, and you can win the beautiful 314 3 Unilock shaft at the bottom of your screen. Demetrius here has a ball, so we're going to get to see some racks. We're going to get to see some running here.
Demetrius.
All of the ways to donate are in the pinned comment on the Facebook thread, and of course, all of the money that we raise goes back to the players. So that is going to be their entry fee money back, hopefully. So you can thank the players for putting the show on for you that you get to watch now.
Okay, so just wants to be nice and just short, just past the 9 with the white here. If he's going to play the 2 past the 8. Okay. There you go. Just past. All right. That's a long way short of where I would have put it, but it's fine. Just a little soft screw off the rail. He needs to make sure he comes out here because he doesn't want to be dicing anywhere near that 7.
Knowing Demetrius how I know him, I suspect he'll throw the. I suspect he'll use outside ball, a little bit of low outside for the shot to try to throw the 2 ball, straighten it out.
Yeah, just needs to make sure he does come up. Yeah. Okay, so he's come straight enough, but he's not dicing with the 7. But he might have to come one red. Oh no, he's just going to roll it in.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to play the 6 ball into the top left. So I suspect he wants a good angle to get to the left side of the 6, so he's able to play that to the bottom right. I don't think he'll want to shoot that.
3 and the 6 in the same pocket.
Yes.
3 and the 6 in the same pocket, Nate. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what I would do. I think. So you want to have a good angle on this, anyways. Oh, he ran at it.
Yeah,
he ran at it.
Really nice. Yeah, no, he's hit that lovely. Just so high ball with a bit of inside.
Just a touch of it, just to get about the second diamond is where you want to hit. Maybe just above the second diamond.
Just make sure you don't. Just make sure you don't hit either the 6 or the 8. Not too little, not too much. Just come through the gap and
split the uprights, basically.
That's it, brother. That's like an American football term, right?
Yeah, doesn't get there though. He came up a little bit short. Oh no, he's okay. We're looking at the side view. A good look at the side view. He's okay.
Okay. He's not too bad. He can just roll this in.
He's gonna have to get into it a little bit. He'll have to hit just slightly below center. Yeah. Yeah, he's got to get above. He's got to get above the 7. He'll be digging into it just a little bit. I think this is a better view for this. He'll be digging in just a little bit because he wants to get above the side pocket. He doesn't want to bring the scratch into play.
No, I thought he was perfect, but he's perfect now anyway.
Oh, now he's a little bit flat. He's just a little flat on it.
You just roll this in, right? Come one right.
I think
play the 8, 1.5 times across. It's fine.
Try to punch it in.
No.
He doesn't want.
You're more likely to miss that than you are playing the 8 one and then running across, right?
Well, I think if you look at the angle, he's gonna be hard pressed to get the cue ball off the rail. I think he's gonna.
Yeah, why do you need to be off the rail? The 8's hanging. Ugh, nope. Nope. Kelly. No, I like to drop that in. Stun it in, play the 8, take your shot.
I don't like I like getting off the rail. I don't know if I necessarily like going forward with it, but I see why he did. I wouldn't want to be on that rail.
Yeah. Looks like the 4 again. Oh no, 5. That's the one. 2, 6, 4. Lovely. They've all got a little bit of separation. So this is quite nice actually. It's the 8 and 9 up near each other. 2 to the 1, 2, 3. Just needs to be like the right side of the 4 to get on the 6. So you could play this 1 and then the 2 rails, the 3 2 rails under the 9 puts you straight in on the 4. There you go. So she wants to be kind of. I think we'll find out. She's going a different way. I'd like to be making sure I'm coming in straight into the 4 here. Okay, so she might have to go forward 2 rails. 3 rails, maybe even. High inside. Under the 9. No, coming back. That's perfect. I didn't think she had the angle to do that. Thought she was straight in. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Took them well. It's really hard to tell that she was not straight in on that free. Or straight Took them well. That's why she's the ladies world champion.
Just have to make sure she gets decent enough on the 9-ball, whatever she decides to do with it. She came up a little bit short of where she wanted to there. I think she wanted to be able to play the 9 into the side. She'll have to put quite a bit of outside to get out to there now.
The Brits aren't scared of middle pockets, right? So
well,
we use the middle bags a lot more than the rest of the world, I would have thought. Yeah, shot. Cued it well. And rack number 2 for Kelly, albeit this 10-ball. Yeah, nice finish. Composed. Young Demetrius back up. I'm rooting for Demetrius to get one here. Come on, buddy. Put a fight up. Oh, wow. Where's that white? Is he going to make that 4? Oh, my days.
He still has the ball down.
Oh, the one snuck in?
I think he has the... Oh,
Yeah,
no, he doesn't.
Snuck one in.
No, he didn't.
No. I was trying to keep an eye, but there was bouncing going on. Oh, poor old Demetrius. The pool gods are fighting him. Right then, Kelly. What's the score now, Nate?
2-0 to Kelly.
How many racks is it?
3 remaining by my count.
Okay. Just curious. I've got 2 Zoom things set up here. I've got no scores. I'll have to sort that out. Oh, actually, I've got another phone here. Let's get that up.
That's a good break. That's about as good as you can hit him. 2-ball gets punched up. It gets tapped up against the 6 from the 1, so I think the 2-ball is going to have to go to the left middle now. Shouldn't be a problem. Put the cue ball on the left side of the 1. Yeah. Follow it forward.
Yeah,
off of
2
the
goes
right
past
cushion.
the 9, past the 6, past the 9.
I don't think it goes into the. It must go past the 9. Okay.
Yeah, it goes past the 6. She can do what she wants here, I think.
Should be pretty elementary.
Definitely. Alright, there you go. Look, I've got 3 devices up and running now. Flying. Boom. We don't mess about in the pigeon coop. Alright. So
a little bit straight
just
here.
needs to put a bit of a stroke on this.
Draw off that right cushion in line with the 6.
Yeah.
Nicely
She's
done.
got such a nice stroke though, Kelly. You know, she generates power where with such a ease.
Heart of the pocket, no problem at all. So probably wants to get the cue ball all the way over to the right side of the 8-ball so she doesn't have to be hampered with the table. So there she is.
Yeah.
No reason to stretch out across the table if you don't have to.
You know. Me and little Chris know, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's perfect.
It's just probably forward 3 rails, I would assume. This is a big stretch.
Yeah, but
big stretch here.
I would.
Oh, yeah. She comes straight back. Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong at all. I'd have played the 3 rails there. So it just goes to show. Different strokes for different folks.
Over to Demetrius.
Indeed. Come on, buddy. Let's see what you got. Oh, he's got the pot. Oh my god.
It's almost crazy actually. Demetrius.
Oh my god.
Demetrius has taken. I mean, for anybody who doesn't know who Demetrius has placed top 20 at the U.S. Open before. I mean, this dude can play. This dude can play some serious pool. And he is just getting his butt kicked by this this rack right now.
Yeah, like if I was him, I'd get a wooden rack out right now. For some reason, you got to change something, right? You don't have to use a template here, no? You have to use a template?
You don't.
I'd try anything. I would change anything right now because he's being cursed. His luck. He's not exactly hit them all bad. He's hit a couple bad, but he's not hit them all bad. He's just been so unlucky. Balls knocking each other out of the way. Oh,
4-ball down to the side. 8-ball's gonna not quite get there.
Sit up. So I think the 7 still goes.
7 and the 9. Let's take a look at it from the side. The
you can
7-ball will
about-
not go. I do not think that 7-ball.
Yeah, it must do.
I don't think it
Must do.
goes. I don't.
Yeah.
She's picking where she might be able to make it from, but I think with the 6-ball being right there, I don't think it's that scary to play the 7-ball
get
up in the
underneath it.
corner. Yeah,
Exactly, you get underneath it.
the
If
6-ball's in a
worst
good
case
spot
comes
for it,
worst.
and the 5-ball's in a good spot to get onto the right side of the 6 to be able to make that happen.
No, exactly that.
So yeah, there's no ball that you can naturally bump anything with to try to develop that at all.
No, I don't think you'd want to. You'd be overcomplicating it for sure, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying if like the 3-ball was on the same side as a 2-ball, it's a possibility just to bump them just a little bit, but you definitely don't want to sell out to try to make it easier later on if you can't get to the later on.
No. So 3, 5, 8 combo. 6 fall under the 7. Well, this is looking like Kelly's hitting her stride after a slow start, making balls and running racks.
Well, I don't even know if I want to say it's a slow start. I think if she makes if she makes that first 10-ball, she's I think it's just a simple dry break in there is the only difference. I think she's been playing really strong all the way through.
Wasn't it not 2 dry breaks to start with and a missed 10? I may be wrong.
I think she had the missed 10 in the very first game, I think is what happened.
All right.
Oh, no, she did have I think it went dry break, a missed 10-ball, and then maybe another dry break.
Yeah, I knew it took a few racks to get some points up. I know. But yeah, this is perfect. So she definitely thinks it goes. I would say it goes with the way it sits next to the 10, but...
Well, I'll say this: if she plays positioning for it, it goes.
Yeah, for sure. She decided to err on the side of caution, and
she ends up perfect.
That is what we call Peter Perfect. Absolutely.
So now the option is, I think she's almost straight in. I think maybe a draw stroke out to the bottom of the rail she might end up doing.
Oh wow, yeah.
I think that's what I would do if it's dead straight in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's dead straight.
Yeah, you gotta
treat it like a dream.
Yep, about as good as you can hit it. And if you hit it at 40 miles an hour over the magic rack, it's never going to affect anything. So, I was going to say, I think we're going to be seeing this one going quite quickly. So we're back over to Demetrius.
She's got the bit behind her teeth there. So let's go. Come on, Demetrius. Please. No man deserves this amount of bad luck. Let's go. So where's he from, Demetrius?
He's from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
He
Look at that 4. It's no.
It's
9 off the top. No.
It's just silly.
My God.
This is just silly what's happening.
Oh, it's brutal. I actually feel for him. Someone give him his money back. It's not fair.
I know that Demetrius is a better human being than I am. My cue would have been broken 9 times by now.
Oh. Yeah, I'd have found a way to smash that carbon fiber. Don't worry about that.
I'd have made it happen. I would have made it happen.
Me and you both, brother. I would have been out in the car park running it over with the trucks. Don't worry about that.
All right, so I think there's
Kelly's done. Kelly's had enough.
I think that is right. I think I missed the score a couple times actually. So I know Kelly was supposed to be at 1.
She's checking. She's gone to check. She's done. She's had enough. She's unmuting herself, I think.
I believe that
Hello,
that is
beautiful.
right.
Oh, darling. I think, am I right in saying that's 9, right? I got 4.
I think so, yes. That's what I have you as. I have you as an
That's what I've got down.
4 and a 49. And yes,
No, I've got 4 and a 51.
51. Okay, so you did have that. You had that dry break, I think. Okay, yeah, I think you're right there. So,
I got 2. I got 2 and missed the 2 ball. I made the 1. I'd made 1 off the break.
Yep.
I made the 1 ball and missed the 2.
and of course
Kelly don't forget nothing.
So, Kelly, your break was letting you down just a tiny little bit in the beginning, and you had that missed 10. Other than that, I mean, more of the same from the first match. You're hitting them really well right now.
Yeah, the break, I thought, here we go again with that break. I thought, because I was doing nothing different as such. I know I didn't hit it square on a couple of them, and obviously that's my own fault. So I don't deserve to make a ball if you can't hit them square, or at least half decently square. So I was just focusing on hitting them square, and then hopefully making them 2 back, 4 and 5. So that started to work, and then the one I had the 1 ball 5 ball.
That was brutal.
So awkward. Yeah, and I couldn't get the cue ball far enough away to follow the length that I needed to follow. It would have ended up a foul. So I couldn't really get it enough behind it.
In all
Too
sorts
close
of trouble.
together. Yeah,
In
yeah.
all sorts of trouble,
So, best I could do was just load it and hope for the best kind of thing, really.
Load it up and
So,
pray.
That's my kind of pool right there.
Demetrius was very unlucky with his break. I didn't see everyone, but he was very unlucky. I was still racking mine as they were breaking, and yeah.
Yeah, we can actually.
Right?
Yeah, we can head over to you, Demetrius. I think you had 7 more dry breaks, so it just seems like you can't get that thing working for you. You hit them square, you hit them great, and nothing works out for you there.
Well, I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious that it's a skill shot, and so I can't point to anything but a difference in skill. What's interesting though for people that might be watching and wondering, like, if I'm trying different spots, or if I'm what I'm doing, it's actually it's interesting because I put in a good 10 hours, and for anybody that's put in even 1 hour of racking and breaking, that's a lot. I put in 10 hours in preparation, and I found 2 or 3 different spots where I was coming wet breaks, 6 out of 9, 7 out of 9. But what happens is, it is definitely the weak link in my game. And when you put enough pressure on the weak link of your game, this is like taking the weak part of your game, putting it under a black light, and then under a microscope. And it's like, it just shows that, with the heat that gets put on the break in this format, I don't have the skills developed to be able to rely on a foundation of a good break. And then as you get off to a bad start, having a going 0 for 9 in the first rack, falling behind on a point, and having an erratic break. Then as you start becoming mathematically eliminated, on top of, having just a bad, kind of a bad day going, not to mention the fact that you're playing world-class competition. It kind of puts you in a spot where it's pretty hard to turn it around. You know what I mean? And Kelly, oh, by the way, Kelly, I want to say, if you're listening, like, you really played well. That one where you got straight on the 8 and drew back, it got straight on the 9, and then had to settle for that 10. Like, you actually hit that 8 ball too good, and to have the confidence to even give yourself that swing at the 10. It's the right shot. Most people rattle that 9 ball trying to do something silly, and then you really ran a lot of really cool racks. And even that one where the 1 ball got wedged up in the top right pocket, you kept your calm and made the ball and tried to make that hard 2 ball and gave yourself every opportunity to run through that rack. And I just couldn't be more impressed by your play. So definitely deserved.
Thank you, Demetrius. Thank you. That's much appreciated. And sorry, you just got off to such when you can't get the break going, trust me, I know the last time I played and I had 9 dry breaks, and you don't even get a chance to even get a feeling of anything other than, it's a horrible feeling, because it's kind of, you're trying different things and it's just not working. So, sorry it went like that, but
well, you know what, the one thing I'll say to you and to Nate, and to most importantly to the audience, is that there's not much I can do from this point to necessarily turn things around today. But what I can, I'm still glad I went through this experience, because the fact is that I've known that the break is important, but I've been able to work around it with, post-break play, and just, and I've gotten as far as I can go with my pool career. And so going through this experience, it may not be much entertainment for the viewers, and for that I'm disappointed. But as far as my personal journey, I'm going to try to take this as a wake-up call that says, okay, I've got to, I know what I need to do, and if I'm a different player in a year because of this experience, then I wouldn't trade it for anything.
That's fantastic.
Demetrius, your 4-ball was like a quarter of an inch from dropping like 4 or 5 times. That was the difference. It just hit that top knuckle, that top point, and you'd have been in 3, 4, 5 racks. Like you would have had your chance.
It's
Just
very
cruel-
strange. When I was
mistress.
warming up, I had a lot of sets where it was streaky, and I'd have it where I'd make that ball on the side 4 or 5 times in a row, and then I would hit the point or just miss it, or a ball from the wing would time it out of the way, and I would miss it like 5 times in a row where I'd come up dry, and I was like kind of really, really streaky. And generally speaking, guys, if you're streaky, it's when you get under the heat of battle, it's usually not just going to come together magically. So you've got to get it so that you're not streaky. And I had it going where like the same break I was using right there, just warming up, I was wet 4 out of 5 breaks, but you got to be. You can't put yourself in a spot where it might work. You have to develop the skills to where it will work. And if you don't, then you just didn't really do your job in preparation, and that's very clear. And it's live
Hard
and
luck,
learn.
buddy. Hard luck.
It's all good, man. I appreciate the opportunity, and I got one more swing at it. So look out, guys. I'm not gonna blank. I'm not gonna go over 27.
Yeah, so that's actually so you will actually be up next, Demetrius. You're going to have the luxury of getting to play spoiler for Alex Kazakis, who is going to be next up. And you can take this opportunity to please share the stream if you have not done so. And if you would like to get a donation into the stream, that money all goes back to the players. So we will thank you. And if you want to do that, all of the ways that you can do it are in the pinned comment on the message thread. Other than that, we will take a small break to get the stream set up, and we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. All right, we are back for the second to last match of the day. This is going to be a matchup between Demetrius Jelatis and Alex Kazakis. Demetrius, we will give you the coin flip. Would you like to call heads or tails? I think that was a tails. Hey Siri, flip a coin.
Tails.
Tails it is. Would you like to go first or second, Demetrius? All right, Alex luckily doesn't have his balls set up, so come on, Alex, what are you doing, man? He's giving a little smile. He's having a good time. So Demetrius coming into this match is unfortunately 0-2, and Alex coming into this match is 1-1. So Alex is playing for his playoff future, and Demetrius is trying to play spoiler. As we see Alex get off the rack, pull out his earbud, he is ready to go. And of course, the pattern that they are racking by is a pattern that has to be adhered to every single time. So if they do not, it's an automatic 0 for the rack. Well, we can warn them, but we can tell Alex right now that his rack is wrong and he's not going to be able to hear us. So we'll try to warn him if we can, but if they cannot hear us, there's nothing that we can do about it. We've had 2 players who have racked incorrectly and have taken a 0 for both of those. So we're over to Demetrius. It's your turn. We will use his head view because his side view is not great. He is playing in a very cramped pool room, his basement, his pool dungeon. Oh, I almost flicked off the 6. The Greek lifestyle is all about hanging loose and having fun. I've never been to the Greek islands, but I wouldn't mind going there at some point in time. Four gets kicked, 5 balls in. 9 ball, 4 rails going into the center. The center of the pocket, I meant. Yeah, it's just you want to go either 2 rails forward or just straight across. I think straight across is probably your best option, although it looks like he is potentially opting for the forward. Oh, the 2 ball. Okay, the 2 ball's above the 10. Okay, all right. I was thinking that kind of, yeah, I was thinking it looked a little bit like the 8 ball for a second. So we're off to the side view. It looks like he's pretty straight on this, so he's probably going to have to shoot this 3 from a little bit more distance than he would have liked to. But he can follow it forward just to the other side of the 10. Yeah, that could work. Either way. You say, no. I don't. It's okay. This is okay. I just don't like. Yeah, I just don't like that. I don't like that he's going to be a little bit hindered by the 10 ball, so we'll have to elevate because he's okay. He's not elevated at all. So I like probably going across the face of it, playing the 4 into the same pocket, just a touch of outside spin to straighten it out. Okay, so once it. Yeah. Same shot, same ending point, I should say. Or hopefully it is. I think I like drawing this just a little bit to stay below the line of the 8, so you can basically shoot the same exact shot on the 8. Again, tomatoes, like you said, but I like drawing this off the rail a little bit and coming even a little bit above where his cue ball is right now. Just like that. Now he can shoot the same exact shot again. Yep, right about the third diamond with just a touch of outside spin to throw it down towards the 10. Yeah. Gets a little bit close to his work here, so maybe I think he needed just a little bit more inside. But this is a shot that these players have shot somewhere between 6 and 7 trillion times. So I don't suspect a lot of trouble here. Yeah, this is a shot that this is about the most common shot that you'll ever have in the game of pool. At least 10 ball, because that 10 ball never usually moves with the template. All right, so Demetrius, you're up. So this side view is not a great one. We'll go to this one. 5 ball got kicked. 9 ball. Oh my goodness. I would take a ping pong. That runs down the East Coast, but well, it's not exactly close to us, but I know what it is. Runs from New York to Miami, if I'm not mistaken, right? It goes down to Miami. All right, Alex, you are up when you're ready. Yes, the I-95 does go all the way down to Miami. We're learning something around here. And it's even through Zoom meetings, just like in the U.S. right now. Not many. Some. I guess I don't know. I know that there's a lot of them that aren't. There's a lot of them that are still doing remote learning. That 9 ball's been consistently going for him. That's one of the balls he's been consistently making. That one, usually the 5 ball, has been his go-to balls. Yeah. Yeah. I think I like the cue ball probably drifting down in between the 6 and well, probably yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably just no reason to get super crazy. You could set it between the 3 and 6 if you wanted to, down to play the 2 into the side, but that just doesn't really offer anything with where the 4 ball is. Yep. Yeah, you want to get on the top side of the 4 ball for the 3. Yeah, my initial thought was to come between the 6 and the 10, but the more I thought about it, if you go a little bit long, you're just you're killing yourself as far as the positioning to the 3 ball. You'd have to almost stay above it. Makes it really tough.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like just stocks on it past the 4. Yeah.
Well, I definitely didn't see that shot, but he got to about the perfect spot he needed to be.
Yeah.
But he still has to make a very, very strong
Yeah,
execution
this
here.
is a lot of speed. Yeah. And if you throw it too wide, you come to, you're dicing with the sticks. You shouldn't be, right?
Well, I mean, you got to wrap it so tight that you want to just get to the right of the 10 ball,
Yeah.
but then you might clip the 10 ball. So it's
He's got to be close. Yeah, no, it's okay. He just missed the 6. That's what I'm saying. If you put it too wide, don't get me wrong. He's got him. He's done exactly what he wanted to do.
Oh, he hits them better than we do.
Preaching to the choir, buddy. Yeah, but it just seems like a very complicated way to go about him. He's not scared. So he probably just has to play this with a bit of inside, come back above the 4, or the 4 on the opposite corner.
Think so as well. It needs to get past the 6. Nicely done.
Perfect. So there's no point trying to call this shot. You could play this a million different ways. 6 in a center. But that's right. You're right. You can make yourself look very silly trying to work out where he wants to be on the 5 here with a 6 in the center of the table. You could play a million different shots.
Aaron Taylor says he's going to donate $20 for every rack that Demetrius runs in this match. Come on, Demetrius, make us some money.
Let's go, Demetrius. I was rooting for him before this, but now, come on. Off topic a little bit. Chris Alexander, I haven't managed to catch how he got on. Do we know?
Currently, he is in the last playoff spot. However, if Alex or Alex has a chance and Mason has a chance, if the last match is coming down between Kelly and Mason, if Mason wins that, we throw everything into a crazy tailspin.
Oh, no.
As far as who's going to make it out of this bracket. But Chris Alexander ended up with 9 racks. So
is that it? I had him for more than that, for sure.
If Alex somehow gets second from here, which is not completely unbelievable, he is currently at, I guess, 8 racks through his racks thus far, and he's looking pretty good to get his 9th here.
Yeah, definitely.
So he would be tied with Chris, and then it would come down to a tiebreaker with balls if we got to that point. But I think with 6 racks remaining for Alex after this run, I have to suspect he'll get at least one more, which would eliminate that would eliminate Chris. That would eliminate Chris from playoff contention, and then our playoffs would be set.
Goodbye, Chris. And hello, Demetrius. Come on, Demetrius. $20 a rack here now. Let's go. Where are you, Demetrius? Let's run these racks, buddy.
All right, we are watching. I think he moved his cue ball out a little bit. I think he's breaking from a little bit further out now. So as 4 ball keeps getting kicked before it has a chance, this time it does not, and it's in.
Oh, now.
Get off of it, 9 ball. Get off of it, 9 ball.
Great 9 ball. Yes, that flies. Right, let's go now. $20.
I don't know if that 7 ball goes.
Hustling.
I do not know if that 7 ball goes or not. It's really close.
The 7 ball's in the middle of the table, pal.
Oh, well.
7
Oh, the 5 ball. Sorry, the 5 ball. The 5 ball.
Yeah. 5
I think it goes.
Surely.
I think it goes. Yeah. I'm looking at the bigger view, and it looks like it goes pretty easily. This
must go.
So the 2 ball to the 3 ball, the 5 to the 6 is still not going to be very easy, especially since it's covered up by so much.
Yeah, you want to be like almost where the 2 is, to pot the 5 and swing it around short side of the 6, something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can.
Well, he wants a cue ball, I think, about right where it's maybe a little bit closer to the rail right now, but going 3 rails to the short side of the 6 for the 6 into the bottom right is the right shot.
Yeah, that's what I would play. So let's see if he can get somewhere near there when he plays this 3. I don't know if he's going to punch this off the rail or come back
I
to the
think
3
he'll
on the
draw
side.
it. I think he'll draw it. He's just got to watch out for the nipple, and he doesn't even get anywhere close to it.
What did you call that?
Oh, yeah, we call that the nipple in the U.S.
No, you don't, you hound dogs.
We call it the nipple.
You strange bunch.
There's
Right, so,
lots of names for it. Nipple's one of them.
He looked like he was eyeing up getting almost straight in here. Like,
And drawing it back down table. I don't hate that shot either. The only problem with it is actually
if you hit
actually
that
should be
nine,
good
you're
actually.
gone.
I like it. I like it actually. I like that shot more than ours.
I don't. But only because I don't have a stroke.
Well,
Like,
he
if
only
he hits it,
he only
if
has
he
to get the
hits
cue
it
ball. He only has to get the cue ball back to that third diamond, and he's perfect. So he doesn't actually have to get it too far back. He only has to draw back about maybe 7 feet.
only 7 feet, yeah. Okay. But if he pulls out of this, and it's a stretch as well, look, this is, if he hits this any type of bad, he's nowhere. So that's why I didn't like this shot. I like to use the natural angle.
There it is.
It looks like he's hit it
Beautifully
well.
done. Beautifully done. Demetrius.
Yes, Demetrius.
Demetrius
Yes,
and
sir,
Demetrius and I worked together. I went to go do a boot camp with him about about a month ago now, a little over a month ago, and we worked on each
Alright.
other's games together. Mostly him helping me, but
Okay.
one thing I helped him with was his power drawing. So beautifully done there.
Well, so he's got you to thank, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far, but
So what are you after, Nate? You after $10 here? You after half of his $20 win?
yeah, I feel like I deserve something, you know. Get out there.
After a little percentage,
Get out there.
Get up. That's up. That's perfect. Come on, big dog. Let's get this now.
All right. Mark White, the Revo drawing has already been done for the day. I go live right before we go live here for the actual day's event, and I do the drawing. So you can head over there and check the page. Scroll down a little bit further, and you can get to the live drawing for today. You'll be able to see the spreadsheet with all of the donations and everybody's information on there. So if you have any questions besides that, of course, reach out, let me know. But the spreadsheet with the live drawing is on the page. You can go and check it out there at any given time. We will not be removing those. We are 100% above board with everything that we do here. So you'll be able to see everything that we do.
I like that. Right, so he just needs to make sure of this 8 here. Like, he can play this 9 free rails around. Just make sure of this 8.
Yeah,
Come on, buddy.
This is the shot here. It doesn't even really matter where the cue ball ends up.
Not at all. Not at all.
If you come too straight, you could always draw it out.
For sure.
Yeah.
But he's perfect. 3 rails across. Just load this up with inside. Boom. Come on, buddy.
Mark, you're still clueless. What's your question, pal? There's so the drawing was we go live on the Facebook page. So
Is
just
that Mark White from England or what?
yeah. Mark's a great guy. I really enjoyed doing commentary with him.
You'll get over it.
Nonsense. Mark's too good of a guy to ever get over it.
Oh, wind him up. He lives down the road from me, really. He literally lives half an hour away.
Get off that rail.
Yes.
Beautifully done.
Get him, Demetrius. $20.
Yeah, get us some of that Aaron Taylor money.
Pay the money, honey. Let's go, baby. Ka-ching. Bees and honey. That's the money, baby.
There it
What
is.
a player.
And I did
That's
not
what I
update. I did not update Alex's score either. So Alex is at 2, and Alex, you are up again, and I will get Demetrius' score updated as well.
Alex is in a state of shock that he's had to wait so long. Poor old Demetrius hasn't had the best run of it. I'd like to see Demetrius throw a spanner in the works here.
Oh, you are clueless, not clueless.
He should be clueless. I've seen him play. Coming in. 1, 4, 5, 7, 9. 5's in. The 9 must have got kicked. Okay, another nice layout for Kazakis here. The 3 close to the 4, 6 and 7 lead to each other. 1 to the 2 is the hardest shot. Maybe the 8 to the 9. But as soon as he gets on that 3, so just one rail and down.
I like 2 rails, but there's no huge difference in the 2 ball. I mean, you can't get bad on it. It's good the entire the entire way.
Yeah.
All you have to do is just get
You
to that
just-
side cushion.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you've got the angle just to float over underneath the 6 towards the 3.
Yeah.
I don't know I don't know what 2 rails you were using then. You've confused me.
I was just going forward with it. 2 rails.
Okay.
And give yourself a thinner hit on it. And then just use the natural.
Fair enough. So just stun this up towards the middle, the diamond under the middle bag, or just stun it across. Ugh. You may have to drag this in.
It just follows it forward. His cue ball's going to hit to the right of that, well to the right of the second diamond. He'll just follow it forward.
You think? He's not going to go too close to the 4? It
No.
looks like he's hitting the bottom of the white, so he's just soft stunning it in.
I think
So he's not got as much angle as I thought.
Yeah, it's almost straight in. He's okay. He might stop it to try to give himself a good angle. Yeah, he wants to maintain the angle.
So just
Probably
play this
6
with a
ball into
little
the side.
bit.
Probably a left spin, get to that left rail
2 rails inside.
Yep.
Inside English.
for the 6 ball into the side pocket.
Yeah.
I think once you stop the cue ball to maintain this much angle, I don't think you're not trying to play the 6 ball into the bottom left anymore. He might come straight down
Sure.
table for the 6 into the side pocket.
Oh, he is. He's played it with outside
He is.
and tried checking it up. That's
It's a good
you're
shot.
Right in your thought yeah, but you're right in your thought process.
Yeah.
That's why I would have dragged the 3 in, because I would have played this shot that he has played. But it's way more difficult from where he was.
He held it up in time. Yeah, he held it up just
Yeah.
in time.
So just screw across.
He wants to get as close to the side pocket as possible, comfortably. He doesn't want to have a back angle on the 7. So there he is. He's going straight at the 7, but he didn't get straight at the side pocket, but he didn't get it there. So that is to maintain this angle on the 7.
I think he can just drop this in, or come around the 8 if he wanted. There's a million things he could do here. He's obviously straight enough. He can just stop this dead.
Yeah, and I think
Stop this across.
maybe just drift down table 2 inches, 3 inches,
Yeah.
just like that. And now we're going to get to see a more fun shot, a little bit more difficult of a transition, but still not too bad. I like
2 to 3 rails.
I think 2, the 2 rails.
2 to 3, yeah.
Just-
like he may hit the 3rd rail.
Yeah, no, just
I think you
right where
should
that
aim for the
right
third rail.
no, right where that right where his chalk is. That's where he wants to stop the cue ball. Maintain the angle. I like that. Right where and now just drift up table.
And on the bottom rail, you'll find as well. You can just float up. As we say, many ways to skin a cat.
Yep.
And he is perfect. And that's another rack for Kazakis. Come on, Demetrius. We can rack these $20 up, pal. What's he like for the Benjamins, Demetrius? He loves the action.
Demetrius is a battle-tested player. He is, like he said, the weakest part of his game is by far his break, but the dude can play. He's placed. I want to say he's placed the.
Oh, that 4 again! Crying out loud!
I want to say if I'm not mistaken, I think he said he's placed 33rd or better at the U.S. Open 4 times.
Wow, 4 times.
Yeah, so he's been playing in it for a lot of years, but I mean he can definitely play. 33.
The reason I asked about Chris Alexander earlier is because obviously he's in Jersey, I think, which is just down the road from us, really, in comparison. He came 33rd in the last US Open with a house cue,
Wow.
which he sawed the end of it off because it was too long.
Wow.
And he bought a cue. I want to say towards the end of last year. He actually bought an OBQ or something, and he didn't like the length of that either, so he sawed the end of that off. The guy is just mental.
All right, Alex, you are up when you're ready.
Natural cueist.
I feel like
Once he gets done again.
I feel like Demetrius could this could be a match in Greece. Gelatis sounds almost like a Greek last name. This could
Where
be
do you think he's actually from? Where is Demetrius from? Do you know? Like
His-
bloodline. Where's
I-
Jelatis from?
I'm not sure. I know my area tends to be a lot of Dutch, a lot of German, a lot of Irish.
Okay.
As far as it goes, I don't really know what he is, to be honest.
Alex squatted that raw up there, but got kicked. But again, a nice layout. 3 near the 4 again, 6 near the 7. So again, the hardest shot. It's basically got the same pattern, really. Actually,
Yeah, it is.
is this not? Is this not a record? If I press replay,
Well,
he's playing exactly the same shot here.
What we're finding out here is when you hit the balls really well. Margaret Fafalova was also she was hitting the break so good that she literally was playing the same pattern over and over and over and over again. She ended up playing the same pattern, probably 6 out of her 27 racks, where you could take a still picture, put them next to each other, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them.
Right. Well, that's the aim, isn't it? You know, that's why you. So what was the idea over this pattern? Who came up with it? Was that you, Nate, or?
We actually Jim and I went live to Facebook, and he put 8 balls in a bag. We put the 1 ball in place. We put the 10 ball in place, and we put the rest of the balls in a bag. And Jim drew them out one by one, and that's how we came up with this pattern.
Okay, fair enough.
It's fantastic ingenuity. You know, it's just genius.
You know what? That keeps it fair, right?
Yeah, we wanted to start the rack off from a single spot. If we allow the players to rack however they want and say no pattern racking, they're gonna, the really, really sneaky ones are gonna cycle between 2 different racks, and the rest of them are just gonna rack the same every single time and say, oh, it's just happening to be this way. So
It just takes all the arguments out, right?
It does, yeah. It takes all the arguments out, and it takes us having to be the bad guys and say, hey, I think you're pattern racking, so don't do it again, or worst case scenario, going and I don't want to name any names or anything like that, but going back to a match afterwards and say replay the match because we found out too early.
It cuts all the crap out of it, right?
Yeah.
Like there's no arguments. You know exactly where you stand from beginning to end. So look, I think you come 3 rails here around for the 9, and this is a nice easy rack for Kazakis, I think.
Yeah, so I think forward 2 rails again for the 10 ball into the same pocket. Maybe he goes 1, but I think he'll connect that second rail just because his angle's pretty thin.
Yeah, he's pretty flat on this 9, so 2 rails makes more sense.
Yep, and there he is.
Yeah, it's perfect. In good stroke. That's what we like to see.
This guy's my favorite player in the whole wide world for a reason.
Is he?
He is.
Well, we'll touch on that in a minute, I think.
All right, so back over to Demetrius.
Let's go, Demetrius. There's still $20 on the line here, pal.
Yeah, Demetrius has been my favorite player probably now Alex has been my favorite player now since the World Pool Masters.
Oh, really? So you're more of a grit and determination kind of guy than a outright natural ability. Would that kind of be a
you can see the true character in a person at their most so for example
vulnerable.
Yes, as we're seeing Demetrius now, I mean, he's kind of just getting the brakes beat off him by this break here, and what we're hearing from him in between matches is just utmost class, right? And
true class.
And when we watch Alex Kazakis at the World Pool Masters, the way that David Al-Qaedi, made that bank against him, of course he handed it away. Of course, that I'm not going to say that this is true, but there's been situations like this, especially in like golf and stuff like that, where these players get to these big championships and they kind of collapse and they just never make it back there. I'm not going to say that's going to happen with Alex, of course, because Alex is the top player. You're up, Alex,
and
if you can hear us.
Dummy out.
But you can see kind of what happened in that moment, and he handled it with 110% class. I mean, he kind of was.
Integrity.
Yeah, he goes over. David Al-Qaedi kind of goes over and hugs him, and he handles it with as much class as you could possibly have in it. And even talking to him afterwards, he just is glowing about David, the way he played and the shot, and it's he's a great ambassador for the game of pool. Plus, he's a great player, so it's easy. He's easy to root for.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair reason for having anyone as your role model or favorite player.
Yeah.
It's
So over to Demetrius.
Good excuse as any. Come on, Demetrius. Let's go now, buddy.
Come on, Demetrius.
4-ball flying. Please,
Nate needs a new pair of shoes. Get us Aaron's $20.
You can buy some off Dominic Dunn for like $150. He's got a baby on the way, so he's sending his shoes. What size are you?
I've seen what happens in those shoes. I ain't touching those things.
Like less his cotton socks. He does like the game. Come on, 4-ball, man. My God. Oh, Demetrius. I actually feel for him. Someone needs to take his belt and laces away from him after this, though. Like, you can only take so much. Poor lad.
All right, so back over to Alex.
Yeah?
Alex, you are up again. If you're, yep, there he comes.
He's on his way.
I feel like it's just turning into a bit of a. It's you almost got to laugh just to stop from crying.
Sure. Yeah, 100%. Laugh or cry, man. That's the story of my pool career, really. Suck it up and paint a smile on, right?
5 balls going down there. The 9 ball got kicked.
He didn't hit them great though. You could tell he jumped straight up off him. He wasn't happy with the break.
But how good is the break?
It a little bit. Yeah, no, yeah,
it's pretty good.
Come out well.
I think I like the 1 ball into the top left here.
Come around 2 rails.
Yeah, forward 2 rails with it coming perfectly into line, which is kind of what he's looking at right there. Oh, maybe
change his mind. 4 goes past the 7 clearly.
Yeah, for sure. He's drawing out. Okay, so it's the same shot. I just like following it onto that line. He's going to draw it onto that line. No problem.
Yeah, I like to do your shot as well. I'd rather run round, but that's fine.
So this is he's kind of coming across the line here, so he comes up a little bit thin on the 2 ball because of it. Where if you're going forward, you're kind of coming into the line the whole time. But I mean, who are we to criticize?
The commentators, pal. We're the commentators. That's our job. That's what we're here to criticize, I think. So
beautifully
that's
done.
Perfect. Anyway.
Perfect line on it. You can slide above the 7. You want to get probably. Yeah. You don't even want to get to that right cushion if you don't have to. You want to just probably draw straight down table. Just inside that first diamond.
Just pull it back a little bit. Back and across.
Oh, okay. So you want to just slide straight across the 7.
He must have had more angle than we thought as well. He didn't really punch it at all. So he just like 6 and 7 in the same corner.
Yeah, this is just anything that we add to the rest of this run is just filler. There's nothing that we can add. It's everybody and their cousin could come up with a pattern for this one.
Apart from the guy we mentioned earlier who was selling shoes, he'd find a way to mess these up. Don't worry.
Well, he still is figuring out how to try to get onto the 2 ball.
True story. True story. God, I love him. Look. So this is looking pretty ominous at this point for Demetrius. There's no way back, right? And but you got to love his passion from his interview after the Kelly match, and the way he's held himself together and carried on trying.
Oh, he's going to be a funny guy now. This is what we're looking at now. He's pure desperate. All right, let's hear it.
Let's go with it. I've been playing 4 rails. I'd have played it.
Why not? At this point, why not?
Trying it.
Get that out of there. The 4 ball's above the side pocket again.
Yeah, he's just having a mare. An absolute mare. I I really do feel for the guy. Like, I don't know him, but it's easy. You know, you can look at, as you said, you know, from his integrity and his honesty and his openness in his interview, you kind of you can only want him to do better. And he's
Well,
had a bit of a mare.
I feel like we need to give out a trophy to the most dry breaks and just have like a golden toilet seat or something like that for the.
Yeah, a
And,
wooden spoon, a golden wooden spoon. Do you not do them over in the States?
Not from what I know.
Okay, so you need a wooden spoon. Like that would be the.
All right, you're
the
up,
losers.
Alex. You are up, Alex. If you can hear us. Here he comes into the picture. So he has, I believe, 2 racks left. Am I wrong? I think I might be wrong.
I feel like it's been going on for a while, but
It's been a poor performance from the scorekeepers today.
slacking off. That 4, oh, just about 4 and a 5 and the 7 maybe. Nope, not quite.
He's got a ball down, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got the 4 and the 5. Yeah. But a completely different pattern this time, which is unusual. So it's the 3 to the 6 here. If it doesn't pass the 10 for the combo, you just so. You can play this on the. So you can play. It looks a bit flat on this 2. Maybe 1 rail forward. Play the 3. What's he going down? Is he digging in with 5? There you go. So now he looks come behind the 8 and under the 9, or draw straight back, depending on his angle. There you go. He's going to go behind under the 8, I think, which is what I would have. This is the pattern I was planning in my head. Just couldn't work out where he was in the 2. So just high outside. Unless he decides to draw it back. And he's drawn it back. And he's got there. And these are elementary now. Soft screw up to the centre of the table. Just wondering whether we should just put a bit of outside English on it, just to push it up the rail. There you go. And now it's just
Connecting the dots and dotting the T's.
that's it. Crossing the I's and dotting the T's.
You always got to say it wrong because then you sound even smarter when you say it.
Yeah, you know.
With this game, nothing's easy, so you always got to say crossing the I's.
Crossing the I's and dotting the T's.
Yes. That's how I play this game, so I might as well play it that way, right? And talk about it that way.
Yeah.
All right, so back over to Demetrius.
Me and you sound like a level game. Oh, dear. Coming in, Demetrius. One time, brother. Last go for Demetrius, right? Last rack?
Yes.
Come on, buddy.
$20.
$20.
What I lack in playing ability in this game, I make up for in missing balls. That's what I like to say.
Please.
7 ball. Yeah.
7 ball. Come on now, brother. Let's go.
It's a pretty good break, too. He's got it from the 1 to the 2. So I think the cue ball goes over on the right rail if you can make it.
That's it.
And then
and then spin it under the 5.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get enough of it now that I'm looking at it. You might have to kind of dig into it with a little bit of low spin and kind of just.
Yeah, just spin it over underneath the 5 here.
Yeah. You got a lot of left, but I think you're gonna need a little. He thinks he can get over there with just left. I'm not convinced.
You could have done.
Oh, okay, he flicked off the bottom of the 5. Beautifully done.
Are you making that up? Did he even hit the 5?
Oh yeah,
Can't-
totally. I'm looking at the screen now.
I've got my glasses on and everything. I still didn't see that.
I think it did. I think it flicked off it. It's my story,
You're
regardless.
not
I'll tell
just-
how I want.
yeah, that's it, bro. The end. Neat.
Yeah, I have the mute button in control. I
Chris, where are you, Chris? Chris? So, like, he looks like he doesn't want to. He doesn't look confident on his speed control here, like the screwing above the 4.
think he just stops it. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 4 ball shouldn't be a problem. You'd like to have a little bit of a back angle on it anyways to be able to run naturally around for the 5 ball, because I don't think is that the 5 ball or the 7 ball up there? That's the 5 ball.
That's the 5. That's the 5 ball, but I'm just a little bit worried that he's going to be going too deep into the rail, or too long into the rail on this 4, where he ends up get back round for the 5.
He wants to just miss this 10 ball.
That's what I mean. But
I think
I think,
he could even draw out of this too and go one rail, not one rail, but 2 rails. He could even
2
draw
rails.
this. Yeah, he could even draw this out if he wanted to. We could take a look at the side view. We try not to use the side view too much.
Oh yeah, the side view.
So
that might be handy actually.
I think he can actually draw this out 1 rail actually, if he
I
wanted
actually
to.
think this is. Yeah, it's perfect. I think 'cause
He's
got
gotta
the
get
speed.
it
He
there.
hasn't got the speed. He hasn't got the speed at all.
Yeah,
Come on, one good bank, buddy.
maybe he makes a 9 ball as well. He's gonna throw the cue ball at it.
Oh no, just one good bank into the corner, right, and hold for the 6.
Yeah. You probably. I think it's one or the other. It doesn't really matter too much, whether you bank it back or 2 rails.
Oh, the double bank.
Oh,
Oh,
I
was rooting for it.
actually don't know that he wasn't playing that either.
No, because it was probably easier to hold the white playing what we call the treble.
Yeah, that's. I don't know that he wasn't playing that. That may have been the shot he was playing.
Yeah, it had.
He plays.
It had merit.
All right, you're up. You're up, Alex. And he plays a lot of 1 pocket, so that shot's not out of his arsenal.
It's in the bag.
That's a pretty normal shot for 1 pocket. I shouldn't say a normal shot, but it's at least not a. It's not one of those shots that don't exist in the game.
No, it's in his forte. Right then, Mr. Kazakis. Want to be finishing on a high here. Oh,
Both players having 1 rack left. By
and
my count.
This is wide open. Wide open. Especially if that 6 passes the 9 as well. Do what you want. Not that you need to, but this is just 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. It's just no problems here, gentlemen or ladies.
Well, I believe, Jim, you should probably stop using my Queue It Up podcast page for your commenting too. By the way, I forgot to talk to you about that. I don't necessarily like the idea of you using that, especially with how silly you get sometimes.
Well, that's the Scottish in him. So these are what we called in the trade as Mary Ploppins. Unmissable.
And the only reason I say he may have played it that way was because he missed it by almost a diamond. I don't feel like he's going to miss that shot by that much, which is why I said it's possible he was playing it that way.
And you don't lose the white so much. It has merits playing the treble. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with Nate. You could hold the white easier playing the treble, but only Demetrius knows.
And us when we ask him afterwards if we want to.
Yeah, for sure. No, look, it's too easy to take credit and give credit when you're sat here.
This is a pretty good performance.
Yeah, Alex has played half decent here, right? Like,
this is going to be a 7 if he completes this out. Roll it in across the face of the 10, playing into this. No.
Roll it in. Loads of angle. He's gone. Well done, Alex.
So this actually, as long as he doesn't lose his last round. Oh, this is his last round. So this actually guarantees Alex into the playoffs.
Well done, Alex. We'll have a little chin wag with him afterwards, right?
All right, so Demetrius.
Come on, buddy.
Demetrius, you are
I feel
up for
like
your
Demetrius
last
is
rack.
I think me and Demetrius could go for a drink and discuss breaks like for hours. Come on, big man. Let's go now. 4-ball.
Oh,
There's
my
something
goodness.
wrong with his middle back. He's made a ball up in the top corner.
He also
I
made
don't
the
know what
4
it
ball.
was.
The 4 ball ended
Yeah,
up
but-
falling.
Yeah, but how did it only just end up falling? Where's that 2? Is that on that nipple,
Yeah.
as you called it?
It is on the jaw.
That's it, on the jaw. He's not had much luck, poor old Demetrius. Because
Jim, you
you're
know.
just going to have...
Who the heck isn't? Who isn't commenting with? I gotta stop giving so many people access to my podcast page. I can look here and I can see like all of these comments that are coming in from the podcast page, and they're all from a different person.
Are they all talking to each other?
You're just you guys are just confusing the heck out of the viewers.
That's why only my media guy has access to my page. And it even confuses me when he comments on something, and I think I don't remember doing that. Is he playing the 1-8? I think the 1 doesn't go then, right?
I do not know.
Oh, he's not had any luck in this, especially if. Oh my goodness.
There's a little bit.
Well, yes and no. Like this 2's.
Oh no, the 2 ball doesn't go.
It doesn't go. It must
Well,
go.
it goes, but I mean that cue ball. We can take a look at the side view. That cue ball's tracking in, so.
Straight in, is it?
Yeah, that's the best you can hope for here. It looks like a 3-railer.
Oh, lovely.
You can't. The 10 ball's in the way. It's either a 3-railer or a bank combination.
Yeah, you got to feel for him, man. No shot on the 1, and the 1 flies in after playing the combo. 3 rails, it looks like to me from here. So it looks like he's queuing up. Yeah, he's not hit it terribly. Flick off the 5. Ugh.
Push it in, Demetrius. No one will see. Just push it in.
No one's watching, Demetrius. Crying out loud. I feel for the man. You know what? But he's still laughing and joking about it, so that's credit to him. You know.
I'm fine, Susie. I can see you're like.
Oh, I feel for you, Demetrius.
Fine.
No form.
All right, so we will.
Well, I don't have time for that. So.
Well, we got Mason in here talking, so let's mute him for just a second. All right, so that is the end of this match. Congratulations to Alexander Kazakis. You have punched your ticket to the playoffs with that performance. So congratulations. You are going to make it to the playoffs with a score of 14.
Congratulations, Alex.
And Demetrius, actually 15, sorry. And Demetrius, I feel like we should have another heart-to-heart on your break now. It just hated you the entire time.
Yeah, it's a difficult shot, man. It's a shot unlike any other shot you strike in pool, and it really is almost its own game, and yeah, very very challenging, and it's a testament to how amazing these great strikers. I mean, for Alex to go 15, that means 15 racks, which means I don't know how many breaks he was wet, but it just shows you how well they can strike the balls when they can generate that kind of production, and they make it look like it's they almost make it look like it's hard to come up dry, whereas in reality it's like anything else. They make the game look easy, and so when they make it look that easy, it looks almost like there's no other way it could go. But when you understand how difficult it is to make it go that way, it really speaks to how well these players strike the balls and how hard they work, and really impressive.
Muscle memory.
Yeah. So Alex, I'm not sure. We were having problems hearing you earlier. Can you hear you? Okay, we can hear you, but we can barely hear you. So maybe we'll. You heard that you are making it to the playoffs, correct? Yes, with 15 racks.
Maybe you can afford a new phone with a better speaker after this. That's it. Go and buy yourself a microphone.
So we can barely hear you. So we won't do any interviews with you. But congratulations to you, and we are going to look forward to seeing you in a couple of days when the playoffs start. So Demetrius, thank you again for playing.
Thanks for having this event, and yeah, I'm sure here maybe we'll get a chance to do some commentary as well, so that'll be good.
Well, I expect so. If you don't jump in with the commentary booth for me, you're not my friend anymore, and you're kicked off my podcast.
Sounds great. All right, everyone.
They're the rules.
The one good news is for those that kind of tuned in. I know some of these were a little disappointing, lopsided matches, but now once we get down to the now that we're going into the final bracket, everybody's break is going to be working good, or they wouldn't be there. And so there's going to be a lot of more closely contested matches and a lot more pool to be played. So this was eye-opening, and even if it wasn't as entertaining as some matches, I hope it's eye-opening, as eye-opening for some of the audience as it was for me, as far as how important the shot is. But now from here on out, it's probably going to be the really good pool across the board that we're all expecting.
Yeah. I could not echo that more. So Demetrius, he'll be around. You'll be hearing more from him, if nothing else, from the commentary booth. And other than that, we will take a second just to set up our last match of the day, which is going to be between Mason Cook and Kelly Fisher. So use this opportunity to share the stream, help us get it out there for this last match. We still have a lot of pool left to be played, and if you're willing to make a donation to the stream, you will be entered into winning the 314-3 Unilock that you see at the bottom of your screen, a great pool shaft. So, all right, we will be back in just a few minutes. Do not go away. Hold on. Hold on, please. Hold, Mason, hold on. We are back for the final match of the day, which is going to be between Mason and Kelly Fisher. So you guys were doing some niceties there, so we'll let you finish those out now.
Favorite players to watch now. So.
Oh, thank you, darling. Well, I had fun at your place. Mad Apple, it was fantastic. What a great evening we had.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we better crack on and play the game, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, let's do it.
Yep. So, Kelly, we will give you the coin flip. Would you like to call heads or tails?
I'll try heads again, please.
Hey, Siri. Flip a coin.
It's heads.
Heads. Would you like to go first or second?
Well, I better go first. 3 in a row.
All right.
Best of luck, guys and
Awesome.
girls.
Yep.
All right, good luck. Good luck, Mason.
All right.
Bye.
Shoot well.
All right, Kelly, get us started. We will mute you because you want to be muted, of course.
Right, same again. Looking to weight the 1, the 4, the 5, the 7, or the 9. Looks like the 4. Oh, no. Random 7.
Doesn't matter which ball goes as long as the ball goes, huh?
That's the 1. So not too bad a layout here. 1 to the 2 will be probably the crucial shot of the rack. So you could put the white close to the 3 here and come 2 rails down towards the 2 in the side past the 9. Probably be my choice. I'm just going to leave it where it is. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. Not sure she's forgot that she can move the white there.
Maybe she doesn't need it.
We're about to find out. Just got to stay very still on the shot. Absolutely nailed it. Oh, just overhit it. Going to be looking at the jump cue. Normally pretty good with a jump cue, Kelly.
Positioning here shouldn't be too bad, I don't think, if she is able to pot it. I think the cue ball's going to naturally track over. It's more or less whether it's going to stop 2 rails before getting hooked by the 5.
Yeah, agreed.
He's going to fluke it into the corner, but look at her cue ball, even if it goes. Look at her cue ball. Maybe it cleared enough. It might.
Is she hooked on the 8, or is it just
I think she's got it. I think she can get to it.
Yeah, I think she's on it as well.
She's smiling a little bit.
The problem with things like that, I always feel guilty and miss, well, I definitely missed this 4 anyway because it's tough, but... Oh.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Just need to get the cue ball
forward.
Yeah. You want to get the cue ball just off the side rail, so just hard enough to probably get to the rail and bounce out about 2 inches.
I don't even hit it that hard. I just drop this dead weight like this.
Okay.
And then you can just follow 2 rails.
Yeah, I like getting a little bit better of an angle on the 6, but...
No, this is more natural angle. I prefer these. Yeah, nice stroke.
Nicely done here. Just a nice stop shot here.
Perfect.
And Kelly is starting off strong. So back over to Mason. We are just about to... Oh, actually, right when I say that, she gets just... Wow. Like I said earlier, these players have shot this somewhere between 6 and 12 trillion times, so...
Yeah. that 10 is elementary.
It's as close to a. It's probably just about as easy as making a hanger for a lot of these players. So Mason, you are up. We can see he's over there staring at his phone. So he's looking for the cue, and there he has it. Here he comes. Mason earlier was getting extremely consistency with making the 9-ball 4 rails if it doesn't get kicked, and his 5-ball was going in for him. 5-ball is a little low this time, but he has a 4-ball, and the 9-ball I think was going to end up just a little low.
Oh no!
What a break this is! You just got to get from the 1. Oh, the 3-ball's brutal. Never mind.
The 3.
Yeah.
3-9. The 3-9's okay.
Yeah.
You can just land nicely on the 2 just to come up straight in behind the 3.
I think I'd be cannoning it before I play the combination personally.
Really? Wow. Okay.
I would personally. I think that that combination is just, unless you're dead straight. I mean, even with ball in hand, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that shot. So
really, wow.
No combination from that distance is. I don't think I'm more than even money to make that shot. Maybe 50-60%, something like that.
I think your odds against to push it somewhere nice with the 6 being there. So I think you have to play the combo really.
Well, I like going to the rail right at about where the 9 is and kind of flicking it out. The cue ball should actually run straight up table because it gets pinched, and you might have the 3-ball in that.
Okay.
Corner.
Yeah, that's that would have been a good shot. What you called. But yeah, look, he's had to hit it hard. It's it's one of them, and it could have gone for him, but I think the odds were against you.
Yeah, I mean, he hit it. He didn't hit the break shot controlled. He hit it with. He kind of just hit things to get it moving. Where I like pinching the rail right at the 9-ball, because then you have a plan. You always want to go if you can. Yeah. You always want to go into a breakout with a plan, whether it happens or not. Whether it happens or not, the way that you plan it, it's that's not always the case. But you want to at least hit it with the intention of doing something that you have planned. That way, you actually have some sort of chance besides just pure luck.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like you have to have the thought process like you're playing a kick shot. I think is he playing this like 2 rails at the 7?
I think he is. And he made it. I think
he scratched.
Did he make the shot too?
I don't think
he
so.
didn't.
It would have been close, but not quite.
All right, so back to Kelly.
Yeah, you need to, your thought process should be exactly the same with a breakout as it is like a kick shot. You must, you want to know where the balls are going, right?
Yeah. And there's nobody in the world that's a bigger fan probably of Mason Koch right now than Alexander Kazakis, because if Mason wins this, Alex has a very good chance of actually getting the number 1 seed still.
Wow, look at this break though.
It's pretty good. Alex finishes with a total of 15, and Kelly right now is at a total of 10. So if Kelly only gets to 4 racks here and loses, even though Kelly beat him in a heads-up match, the first tiebreaker is the amount of racks ran overall. So actually, Kelly would get the number 2 seed, even having beaten Alex.
So what's Kelly needs? 5 racks from this match to win, right?
Well, if Kelly gets to 5, then we go down to individual balls for the match.
Okay.
So she still wouldn't be guaranteed the spot. We'd actually have to go back and count up the balls. And we decided at the beginning, Jim and I, this was actually Jim's idea. So this was, and I agreed with it after he said it. It's a very, very genius idea. Is we do not, if it's going to come down to the balls, we are not even going to give who we think is going to be the winner, because there are just so many errors that are made along the way. Somebody pots a ball and scratches, and you accidentally give them credit for it because you look at how many balls are left or something like that. So we are actually going to, if it comes down to the balls, we are not going to declare a winner until after the stream is verified.
Yeah, go back through them all. That's fine.
Yeah.
This is.
And speaking of the devil, speaking of Jimmy boy,
he's here, is he?
I think he's about to.
So what do you?
I cannon off the top side of the 10.
Oh, yeah, off the top of the 10.
Or I go off the left side of it and hit it
she
with
could
inside.
miss it. Wow.
Yeah.
She did just graze the 10 a little bit there as well, but barely.
I honestly wasn't really watching, to be honest, though, so I kind of made a snap decision. I didn't really look at the angle much.
I didn't think she could miss it that much.
I was getting Jimmy Boy in here, which I believe he is in here now.
Evening, fellas. All right, Pidge.
All right, son. How are you?
I thought I'd jump in and help you guys the last match. While I've been working, I've been listening on my breaks to you two butchering the commentary and arguing with each other. So Daddy's back here to help you out. Evening, everybody.
You can go back to like moving planes about, pal. You know what I mean? You got more chance of landing them than the balls.
Nobody comes into my commentary booth and starts picking on me. Mason, you're up.
Mason, you're up.
You can't block me that easily.
But I can try.
So we need to get.
What's the score in this match? It's just started, I think, isn't it?
It is. It is just starting. Yes.
2 to Kelly, and this is Mason's second rack. And he's made 2 balls.
Did he get out in the first rack?
He did not.
No. Okay, so 2-0 Kelly. Both played 2. Okay.
I'm not.
This is the second.
Yeah, and I'm not keeping track of Mason's balls at this point because he is officially eliminated from playoff contention. So the balls don't really mean all that much.
I believe if Kelly wins this, that she's the group winner, and then Alex will go through.
Correct.
As the second place. So you had 15 racks, yeah?
Yeah. Actually, it's actually possible for Kelly to lose this match and still be the number 1 seed as well. If she runs more than 5 racks, she is for sure. And if she runs exactly 5 racks, it's going to come down to the balls between Kelly and Alex. So
she was on 10 at the start of this match then, so she's guaranteed anyway. Okay, so that's unfortunate for Chris Alexander. That means Chris Alexander will not be seen.
Oh, wow. What's happened there?
Yeah, that was one of those where it's just too easy and just concentrating on getting on the 2 ball. And
all right, so Kelly's up.
He didn't even get on the 2 ball. Right then, Kelly. Let's see if we can run the set here.
Hey, Jim.
I
think we need to load up. Some donations for tonight. I think we're gonna win this 3-14-3.
Yeah. All right. I think you should donate $20 anyway as an apology to me for blaming me for commenting on your stream when I didn't.
So Kelly's come up to Rye, and we're back to Mason, who hasn't even moved the balls. I don't know if he went for a drink.
I think he went straight back to his phone.
So we've got a couple of minutes. We've got a minute or so to say, come on, guys, get your donations in. These guys have, put the effort in, and the players, to bring you this monstrosity of a tournament. It's with like monstrous players, and they keep them active. Make some money, throw some pounds in, some dollars, some euros, some rupees if you've got them. We'll take them.
We take bitcoins. We take everything.
Bitcoins, lira. You know what I mean? We'll take the lot. If you want to start doing trades with me for stuff, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Money's
that's
money. 4 ball, 5 ball.
Great break.
And
Look
the
at this.
2 ball.
2 balls.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Only 4 balls down.
6 ball.
Yeah, only 4 balls down. That time. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying about 10 ball. If your break's down, it's easier than 9 ball.
But this format can be so frustrating because you'll get 1 break, you'll get 4 balls down, and then you'll go dry the next 2 breaks. You don't know what you're doing differently.
Not at the elite level, I don't think. At the elite level, you're always going to make 2-3 balls. Do you know what I mean? I think more often than not. Someone like Tyler, Fedor.
Normally,
Shane, yeah. He's come a bit flat. He's just going to pinch this back. Needs a bit more of an angle.
Ugh. Yeah. Might draw this all the way back off the top rail and back out again.
Or force 2 rails forward even.
I don't like. 2 rails is a bit. Then he wants to come right hand side of the 10.
No, he's going to come inside the 10. There you go, straight up.
That's it. Yeah, right hand side of the 10. Yeah, he's done a lot of travelling the cue ball there, but I don't think it's come any further out in the table than it would have done if he just punched it in.
Yeah, the problem is, without being rude, Jim, his pockets aren't quite as big as yours. He couldn't have pinched it out as much.
Why does everyone always have a go at my pockets?
Well, I'm just saying, Jim. I said I wasn't being rude. I was just saying that this diamond is a bit nippier than yours. That was my point.
Okay. Yeah, all right then.
Every table plays a little bit different, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true.
So it wasn't necessarily a criticism, but if that's how you want to take it. So you're just gonna have to force follow this 2 rails, I think. Yeah, he's not really giving it his all. He's happy
Move
with
the
the shot.
rack. Yeah, get rid of the rack there carefully. We've already had somebody move the 10 ball doing it.
Yeah, what would the rules be then? Are you happy for them to respot it, or is it
Nope.
foul and frame
No,
away?
frame away. It's your own responsibility.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But accidents happen, right? But you just got
they
to be
do.
careful.
Yeah, exactly.
So just
Okay.
keep your head down and just put a nice stroke on it. You shouldn't be missing balls like this. Not in a month of Sundays. There you go.
Nice.
Well
Well
done.
brings it back to 2-1. Both played
Well
3
done,
racks.
mate.
Yeah.
Kelly to
So
go.
How you enjoying your first stint in our commentary box then, Chris?
Yeah, it's all right. You know, it's obviously I'm used to commentating on head-to-head matches, like two players playing against each other. You know, so it's a slightly different format. You know, this is a great tournament for the current crisis that the world is in. But I can't wait for normal pool to resume. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, this is the best of a bad situation. You know, like this is great for what it is, but I can't wait to see people competing against each other. You know, sitting across from each other and outthinking each other, that sort of thing. You know. So Kelly needs to find the spot between the 6 and the 7 here, and just graze the top of the 9, and float behind the 5. I would think, because I don't know if you want to hit the 9 full, and try and stay behind between the gap of the 6 and the 5.
It all depends on the angle you've got on the 2 ball, really.
Yeah,
the more angle she's got, the more she's going to catch it. I think she's got pretty good angle there.
Yeah, I think she might just graze the top of it, or she might just run forward into the top of the 9 and hold between the 6 and the 5. No, she's decided to come right off it, but this is going wrong. This is too much Richard.
That's unfortunate. That's the only place she could have ended that wouldn't give her a shot, really. She can't. I don't know if she can bank it with a 7 there. I think it can bank it. Yeah.
I think it was a little bit unnecessary. I think she had a really good angle just to graze the top of the 9 and take your shot. But then you're unlucky to land there. It's one of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
No accounting for bad luck. Ask Demetrius, poor bugger. Oh, he's not.
Yeah, I think he was having a bit of a breaking nightmare from what I was seeing.
That 4 hit that top nipple, as they called it over there, about 7 times.
I can't imagine. Is she playing this to the side pocket? You got to back cut this, don't you?
No.
I'm looking at the side view. The side view doesn't look like it's the back cut bank is that difficult.
No,
I think you
well difficult.
I think if it passes a 7, you go for the center pocket. You're also guaranteeing yourself position.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure you can hit the back double. I don't even know if you'd have to belt the life out of that to get that across there. I think.
Pretty short.
Yeah, that's a bit
she's gonna fluke it. She's
fluked.
Stop
it. Yay, sloppy Kelly.
She is actually fluked.
Did you just call her Sloppy Kelly? Oh my goodness.
That's actually the second ball she's fluked now. She actually ran out of another rack that she fluked a ball in on a jump shot, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, was that this set? It was this set.
Yeah,
well,
it was.
Right?
I think it was 2 racks ago.
Yeah, you're right.
I think she got out of it too.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. So she just needs to not got great queuing here, but
it's not easy.
She can. Yeah, sorry. I was going to say she can just come through the gap here.
I think.
Just need to make sure upon the high.
Slide just above the 9 ball. Play the 6 ball into the right middle. I think is the right shot here.
Yeah, even if you hit this like almost bad and hit the 9, you're not. Oh.
What were you about to say, Chris?
But if you hit the 9 full, like you're good on the 6.
It's
right?
tough. It's tough. It's really tough. I mean, it's such a hard shot from that kind of distance. It's
yeah, of course.
That's the thing with.
I think this still goes. She's got a chance of slotting this in the side. I think.
I think the cue ball. The cue ball's going. Oh no, the cue ball's going to be right to the right of the. It should be on the inside, just to the right of the point. I think.
Yeah,
I think she goes above it.
I think it's above it as well.
I think it's below it.
We'll find out. Price is on. Yeah, above it.
Okay.
You stick with me and Jim, Nate. Yeah. Oh, look at this! Another little love bump.
A little Friendly tickle. Friendly
A,
tickle.
a little love bump, we call them over here.
She's not doing too bad.
No. Val will be very jealous of all these love bumps. So these are gone. she looks almost embarrassed that she's got out. Just goes to show, though, like, you know, doesn't matter. Like, Margaret's done well as well, right? Doesn't matter. If you're a good player, you're a good player. Whether you're a woman or a man. You stick the balls in front of you, they can get them, right?
The way
Yeah,
that
there's no reason.
the way
there's
I
no
like to
reason
do-
why there should be a difference.
the way I like to describe this game, good things happen to good people, and that's why Kelly's getting good rolls.
I
Yeah,
never
she's-
get good rolls.
Well, that explains
Good
it.
things happen to good people, and that's why Kelly's getting good rolls.
That's it, mate. You say it.
Good things happen to
That's
good
what-
people, and one
Right, yeah.
one more time for the fans at home.
Yeah.
I
That's
get
why
your
you're
point,
always
mate.
good. You're always good to play credit card roulette with Jim.
Oh, that was brutal. That was murder.
That
All right, so
was-
Mason, you're up.
So, where are you, Mason? There you are. I'm getting the hang of this. I've never used Zoom before, but I'm flying. I've got 3 devices up, and I am flying.
I don't
It's
I don't-
been getting on.
know if I want to give shout outs to the people who have made donations, because I think if nobody gives donations, I think we can win that shaft, Jim.
Stick me down for $20.
when do we make the decision as to whether or not we want to promote this or not?
Yeah.
What do you do? Well, you doing worldwide shipping on these products, or what?
Sorry?
Worldwide, yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Worldwide shipping on prizes.
Yep, I'm shipping them all out of my apartment. It's fantastic. I look like a UPS shipping dock.
That's how I feel every week as well. Don't worry about it. It's horrible.
Nate's going to be spending the next 3 months of his life in a little van
let's take
with
a
his
look.
little shorts on.
Let's take a look at this. I think. How do you get the break?
He's going at the 6th. He's going at the 6th. I don't think it's on.
I like playing the one ball the other way and sending the cue ball like just below the side pocket and going at it 2 rails. I think.
No,
Yeah,
I like
I
going
don't-
direct at it. If you can go directly
I don't
at it, you
think
go
you
directly
can.
at it.
Maybe you
I don't
can.
think you
I
can.
don't think you can go right at it.
Yes,
I think you can hit the bottom of the 2, but I don't think you can hit the top. I don't think you can hit the 6. Like
Okay.
hit the
Yeah.
middle.
He hit the bottom of the 2.
Yeah, that'll
Perfect.
work.
You only have to hit something, really. I mean,
No, that's not strictly true.
Well, if you hit the 6 ball full, you were not getting a shot out of that.
Well, you could have pushed the 6 and the 2
you
down.
could have
but,
put you
like,
pushed the 2 towards the pocket.
Well, yeah, but the cue ball stays on the 6 ball. The 6 ball's not going anywhere.
Wow, that's a very negative way to look at the shot.
Well, it's also a pretty realistic one, isn't it?
let's be honest. He double kissed it and landed plumb. Like
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
pretty-
see
yeah,
that.
this is
Like,
pretty good.
No, but you're always
You just got to-
you're always hoping for a little bit of luck when you play those shots. You know, it can go badly, it can go good.
This is.
This
I
is
tell you
perfect as well.
what. How's your speed?
You don't want to
Hey,
hit.
not-
yeah.
That's
All right,
not
well,
really.
okay,
that's what
so-
you want to be playing.
I do want to give a
He's
shout
got
out to
chance.
Brian Ruley for your donation to the for the stream. Thank you, Brian. I will
Cheers,
give
Brian.
a shout out to Brian.
Good man, Brian. So, do you play this with a bit of inside, or do you play this with a little bit of outside and come round the 8, throw it in?
On my table, I play it inside.
So, I like. Oh,
Like
you
that.
can just roll it. Yeah, that's nice.
You put a little bit inside on that.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to do is to come around and you know you can control the angle better from there than coming around the cushions. You know, you don't want to be contacting the 9, being too short on it. You don't want to go too far and get the wrong angle on the 5. So here he can just draw this in. It doesn't need to touch the 9, I don't think.
I think he will do. Oh wow, that's criminal.
He was stood up before the white even got to the.
Yeah, he wasn't in love with his shot there.
No. Back to Kelly. So it's still 2-1 or 3-1 now. 3-1. Kelly got out in the last one. Yeah.
Yeah, 3-1.
Kelly on her way to winning this group. That's right
Another
in the
nice
middle, isn't
break.
it?
Another
Look at that
nice
white
break.
going straight up the middle of the table onto that middle diamond.
Yeah, she almost breaks them like English 8 ball instead of 9 ball, right?
Yeah, she doesn't annihilate them either, does she? You know, she's
like without trying to be condescending. I don't think she can annihilate them. You know, like
no, I think she can hit them harder than that though.
I think she's going more control. I
Yeah.
think she understands that that's her best way of doing it. So she'd rather hit them square at a decent pace And then, like as she said earlier, if a ball goes in, then she's got a chance, right?
Yeah.
But she's never going to get that white popping up in the air, trying to squat the rock and stuff like that.
No, she's not going to have a Tyler break. That's
No.
That's not. She doesn't have that in her arm. The power that he has.
No, of course not.
But it's not all about the speed of the white. It's about the force that you hit the pack with as well.
Of course, you're accelerating through the ball.
Yeah.
But she times them really well. So.
Yeah.
So
this looks like almost a little bit of a drill with a 6 in the middle of the table to go 7, 8, 9 round for the. Yeah, you're going just sort of going clockwork there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Round the clock.
Too true. Looks like she's coming like 2 rails across here. Yeah. And
So
then
she'd like to be able to contact the rail underneath the side pocket, or she might come across onto the same side she's on now.
she's coming like 2 rails across, I think, again.
Yeah.
Or 1.5, whichever. Swings and roundabouts, but that's
going to be tough to get onto the 7 from there. She may come round 2 rails and take.
You probably have to go
come around 2 rails and come underneath it.
No,
she just stun up. She just stuns up.
Yeah,
definitely.
She's
going to take. She's going to take a shot, I think.
From the center of the table.
Just take a medicine. Yeah, it's a great shot.
Yeah.
Just screw across again.
This is still going to be tough. I mean, you can't draw above the side pocket, I don't think, from here.
No, just come above the 9.
Yeah.
Above the 9.
Yeah,
and
just above the 9, as Jim says, and then you can just float back across towards the 9 from here. Yeah, these are lovely. These are gone. She's worked this rack out nicely. Mm-hmm. Just float back across. There you go. And
just pop the white back out a little bit, and you're good.
She doesn't miss from here, that's for sure. This is for 4. Nicely done.
Kelly Fisher.
Kelly Fisher, ladies world champion, doing what she does best.
Okay, I'll go over to Mason.
Come on then, big boy. Let's go. Let's put a fight up. Mason, anyone home?
So guys, they're watching the stream.
Mason, you're up.
Mason's in. Win yourself a nice 314-3 shaft.
Mason, you're up.
Mason, hello. Anyone home? There he is. He was just telling his friends about how unlucky he's about to be. Every pool player's worst nightmare. They're like poker players, right? Pool players. But everyone's got a bad beat story. Come on, Mason. What's he using? A breach there, is it? With that big white barrel? Nice break. Very nice break.
Made the 2 in the middle, but the 6 is going to track towards the centre as well. That's sitting nicely.
He's made them consistently, isn't he?
Well, 7 doesn't pass the 8.
No.
So that'd be a combination, I think. Yeah. He has a 6 ball hanging over the centre pocket, so he's got options for position. He'll always have some sort of options if he wants to come round short side or just leave the combination.
I really don't like that, trying to get under with the 9 there as well. I think it's really hard to get under the 7 from the 6 unless you're screwing behind it.
You could choose to try and move it from the 3 because you're always going to have position on the 6.
You could do that. I give you that. But it's really tough.
He's not come good out on the 2, really.
He's okay. Just pinch draw this across. There you go. I actually like. It's a bit of a strange one. If you're going to try and get short side of the 7 here, just like almost rolling this 3 in and going like short rail towards the 8. Does that make sense? So like.
Yeah. I don't know.
I like playing a combo like from here, but.
I don't mind the combo.
No, I don't mind the combo either, but it's... That's
what he's going to take. He's going to take the combo on, I think.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I think he could pot the 6th in, and he wouldn't go anywhere near the 9. He'd float over towards the 8.
That's the shot that I like. I don't like this combination if I don't have to shoot it, because the 7 ball is going to be a little bit touchy. You have to really control the speed. I like just thinning this as much as I can and go over by the 8 ball. That's what I like.
The problem
Personally.
is,
I don't like
you're gonna
I
get
combinations
don't
though.
like that. I
It's-
don't
it's
like that
just-
at all. The speed
the
is
judging the
so
speed
tough.
and judging the speed off the cushion because the white ball will stick a little bit. Being
Yeah,
that
stick and
close,
slide. No, it's not for me. Like if he plays it, then
He's
fair
playing
play.
it.
But
and he's played it
played it
well.
well.
He just
Hey, you.
go on,
Hey,
get on the cushion. Get on the cushion.
you
get on the
two.
cushion,
You
that's
just.
perfect.
You two just stick with me. I'll get you there. All right.
that's
Hey.
it, mate. You got it, brother. That's it. Give
Who
it
called,
back.
who
Give it
called it
back.
first? Hold on a minute. I call it first, and he takes the credit.
Like I said, you two stick with me, and I'll get you
Yeah,
there.
And he's mute. And he
We'll
keeps
give
muting
Nate
us.
this one.
He keeps muting us. We're not doing anything. He keeps muting me.
Nate can have that one for sure.
He's blaming me for filling up the comments, and he's muting me when I'm commentating.
Remember,
Did you hear
Jim.
the thing?
Remember,
You
Jim.
should hear the-
I think he's a clever man, that Nate.
You should hear the things he says to me when people aren't listening. Disgusting.
And it's also appropriate.
Inappropriate
Yeah.
and true. Appropriate and true.
I love
He's
that you
not a
say it's
he's
true.
He's not a silly man, right?
No,
He
I
he
can't.
knows what he's talking about.
It's difficult for me to get away with it with these two because they both know me too well.
What I lack in intelligence, I make up for in being an idiot.
Yep.
That is quality. Right, so he's just gonna have to like spin this out 2 rails,
I think he's got
or
a.
come or stun
I thi-
out.
I think he just straight draws it out.
I think if he can use a cushion,
Rail.
he should use a cushion.
Yeah, he will use the rail. You've got to use the rail there. He's not hit it well.
That's why I almost like just straight drawing it out because then you have to hit it good. If you go to the rail, you're allowing yourself to get lazy with the stroke a little bit, and I think that's what happened. Not that.
Banky, banky.
Nope. 2 times.
No.
Get a Kelly roll.
No.
Get a Kelly roll.
Get a
Kelly
Kelly
roll. We're not calling that a jelly roll anymore. We're calling that a Kelly roll.
Exactly.
Just listening.
Get yourself a little Kelly roll. That's funny.
Okay, back over Kelly. That table looks lovely, doesn't it? Think she's got a new cloth on there. Oh, scratch.
All right, so Mason, get the balls racked up.
She had it put on a couple of weeks ago.
Mason, you're up. Get the balls racked up, champ. Mason, you're up. Mason, you are up, man. You got to get the balls racked.
I think he's watching on Facebook, so he's going to be a little bit behind. Here he comes. So, Chris, when are we going to get a GB9? When are we getting a GB9 again? Do you think we'll get one in November?
No.
Wouldn't think so.
We're a million.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, nothing's been released, so like, don't take my word for it. You know, I can't speak for the committee, but what I would say is the current climate and the current rules over here in the UK, they suck, and the chances of them sucking so little that we can have a 104-man tournament are slim to none.
Yeah.
That is probably the best way to put it. Yeah, I've written off the year at least. I won't be running any of my own events really. I'm not doing anything. I've given up on 2020. So
yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's just impossible, isn't it? If he comes up dry here,
He's
he's scratched. Wow. So as soon as Kelly scratches, he has his opportunity and he hits his one bad break. It's a cruel world. I don't expect Kelly to hit these ones badly. She normally corrects herself quite quickly. Straight down, back towards the tip of a cue. Oh no, she hit that one bad.
Again. She's done exactly the same.
But could you see her pause was
Mason,
so much
you
longer
are
there?
Mason, you are up.
Yeah. She threw her shoulder into it. Yeah, she threw her shoulder into it. Yeah.
She lost her stroke because her pause was too long, and ended up coming right across it. It's not often you can critique someone as class as Kelly.
Yeah. Okay, if you're getting kicked in, that's bad luck. If you're going straight in the middles, then you know that you've hit it bad. Yeah.
She know that herself. You know, she's been around the block a few times. She knows exactly what it takes to play this game to a high level. She is legit one of the best women players ever to play the game. I would say.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the best, one of the best cueists in men and women's pool.
Titles, world 8-ball titles, world 9-ball titles. She even has a world billiards title to her name. I think she has more world titles in more cue sport disciplines than anybody else in the world, I think.
Yeah, she's a bit great.
Including Darren, and that's quite hard to have.
Yeah, she's been a bit greedy, really, hasn't she?
Well, you monkey, she wants a cake can to eat it, but you can't take it away from her. She's put the hours in, and she loves the game, and she's truly a class act. And I've got a soft spot for her, that's for sure. She is lovely.
Right then. Nice.
Right, come Mason, let's go. So the 4 to the 5 is the shot here. There is loads of room. I'm assuming that 6 does drop in the side. It's not right on the bump.
I think it does, but I think he can come to the right hand side of the table and play the 5 between the 6 and 7, and he should be able to hold it for the 6, or come across table and back for the 6 into the side.
Just 2 in and just hold for the 4 to come to, like, 1 round across.
Yep.
I think I don't know. He might have a bit too much angle. He might end up losing the white a bit here. He might have to punch it off the rail. I think he has a little bit too much angle. Yeah, he's got the loop bridge, so he's going to put a bit of a stroke on this. I think. Yeah.
Contacting the 7 would have been useful, but yeah.
Well,
lost that, didn't it? Wow.
It'd have been way more useful than where he's at now. So
that shot would have gone 3 times round the angles on that Rasson table at the GB9.
For sure. So this is Houston. We've got a problem.
Just roll it in.
Yeah, it's just. I think the 5-6 is okay.
You've just got to take what you can here and just drop it in. Yeah.
You just want to be hitting off the left side of the 6 ball so that the 5 ball goes away from the pocket for the down in the corner. Oh no, this is a 4 ball.
He's playing the 4.
Oh, I thought, what the heck did he go all the way down there for?
We don't know.
No, that's what we were trying to say.
Oh, and he's miscued.
All right, so back over to Kelly.
Yeah. The less we say about that, the better.
That's exactly it. If you feel, as your mum would have brought you up, being British, if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Not saying at all. See if Kelly can keep this white dry.
Loads off that,
but it's dry.
Loads.
It's dry though.
Yeah, it should be. It should be dry as well because she lost her confidence in herself after the last 2 racks.
So these two are just sort of racking and smacking. There's not a lot else going on really.
So
Kelly has run 4 racks.
But and to be fair,
okay, I'm talking about the last 10 minutes or so. I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a long. It's long, isn't it? It's a long day. Yeah, like I know physically I wouldn't have this in me. I'd be in bits.
I play in my group. I played the first match and the last match, and it was a long day. Yeah.
One's enough for me. One race.
You've only got little legs though, Pidge.
True that. And they don't work too great. But it's a lot, isn't it? Playing the Ghost, I think.
And it's mentally draining as well, the Ghost, especially if your break's letting you down. You get frustrated, and
you've only got yourself to blame. That's the problem. Like I tried playing the Ghost a month or so ago, 10 ball with no ball in hand, and I was up like 7-5, and I was buzzing. And then my head fell off, and I lost like 9-7. But like, just playing the Ghost in general.
Oh, that took a big bounce, but he's come perfect.
Yeah, he had to run inside on it, didn't he? It just pinged off, but it's a nice shot.
I will say, if I can jump in here too, with the way that the rack is right now, Kelly Fisher has officially won this, which means that she has officially won this pool. She is officially the number 1 out of this pool, which makes Alexander Kazakis the number 2. Both players are going to the playoffs, which means unfortunately for Chris Alexander, he will be eliminated as the last number 2 to not get in.
And how many racks did Alex get?
Alex
How
got
many racks
15 racks.
Oh, we're going to have to do a ball count now because it's then I either play Alex or Danny. We have to look at the ball count between Alex and Danny to see.
Well, I have Alex's ball count.
Yeah.
I believe Danny is comfortably, because I think Alex only had 29 balls in the first rack. So
Danny had 187 total.
Yeah,
Danny had 187.
He's comfortably going to beat Alex because Alex only had 89 between two.
Okay, so why we've been worrying about who Jim gets beaten by next? Mason has won this rack.
You have little faith. You think everybody's going to beat me. You might be right, but you don't need to say it.
All right, Kelly, you are up for your
I
last
told you.
rack.
You can play a bit, just no one likes you enough to admit it. Come on, Kelly. Just keep your head down. Boom. No, straighten off. Yeah, she looks like she's got tired towards the end there. Has Mason got one left?
Mason does have one left.
Look, Kelly's yawning. Look, she's had enough.
Right, Mason.
Time to redeem yourself. Finish on a high.
So, Kelly, I'm not sure if you can hear us or not. I assume you probably can.
Hi there.
We still have one more rack with Mason here, but congratulations. You are going to be the winner for this pool. So congratulations. You are on your way to the Q-Tech playoffs.
Thank
Well done,
you.
Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers,
Kelly.
guys. What a nightmare at the end there, hey? Terrible, my break just went out the window.
It's amazing how it can happen as well. You hit them so well the whole day, and then all of a sudden just one bad one, and then you get another one, and then you come off it a little bit because you're worried about it. And
You're up, Mason. If I
Yeah,
see you put it in, you're up. So he throws his headphones back over.
I
It
can
can be a
rock,
bit
you know, I
brutal.
can break with from the middle of the table, but I just, you know, I'm a little inconsistent with that. Don't play that much 10 ball, no excuse, but I'm certainly a bit more consistent from the rail, but obviously there at the end I wasn't.
Yeah, I started.
You come across the last few.
Yeah.
I think looking at Mason's table here is 7 and 9 just tied up.
7-9 is brutal, isn't it? It's
not-
amazing how some
Oh, he
people's
just-
tables just don't
he
open
just-
up for them.
Yeah, he just hooked himself on the 2 ball, I think, too.
No, he's okay. He's good.
I just got past
He's actually
it.
not too bad. Straight on the 3's perfect, or just off straight. There you go. You can use the 5 to roll through off the 5 to nudge the 9, push the 7 on.
I got
Well,
some
he's
nice
come
rock.
off that one a bit.
I'm looking with the way he played this. I think the 7 ball must go. Either that or he's going to go off that left cushion and have to bump it out.
One right into it. Yeah,
that's what he tried.
Yeah, Kelly, we're not calling them jelly rolls anymore. We're calling them
I
jelly
know,
rolls.
I heard you. I was pointing my finger. So you should after them rolls, eh? Wow.
To get a little bit of love bumps every now and then, right? Makes
We
the
love
game
it.
easier.
Yeah,
All right.
you're
Love us
right.
Yep. So, Mason, are you able to hear us? Not sure if you might be muted on your phone.
If that makes sense. The thing comes off when they unclick it, don't they?
Mason, can you hear us? No. All right.
Hello?
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So, Mason, you ended up with a total of 6 points and a 1 and 2 record. Sorry, but what did you think of your first ever virtual tournament? I think this is the first one you said you ever played in, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's an interesting format. I like it. I think I got some things to get used to, and some more practice to have to figure out how I can handle this format a little better. But I've enjoyed it, and I'm happy that I played. So, good shooting, Kelly.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Yeah, and given
Yes, we had some tough layouts.
given the world of COVID, we're not sure how long this type of format is around for. Maybe it's around for forever, and it's you use it to complement the rest of the events that are out there. Kelly, this might be a good question for you, especially since you're a touring professional player. Is this something that you would like to see more of in the future, or are you just trying to get back to playing in person again?
Well, I think both. Like you said, I think it'd be great to still continue to do some of these events. during our off times, because we have a tournament sometimes every couple of weeks, and sometimes there's nothing for a couple of months, or even 3 weeks or a month. So I think it'd be great to do both. You know, it's great practice for actual tournaments anyway. So I think it'd be good if we could do both for sure.
Yeah. And this means something coming from you. I don't know that anybody in the world has played more virtual events since the beginning of COVID than you have.
True story.
Well, I actually, when I practice, you know, I play the Ghost a lot. Always have since I actually changed to 9-ball back in 2004. So I've done a lot of Ghost play just for practice to learn the game, basically. And you know, I think when COVID happened, or the lockdown, I think it was a great opportunity to keep Pool in the media, the social media. And I think everybody, including yourself, Nate, Jim, even for me, the WPBA and another One Sport TV have done a fantastic job of doing that. And thanks to you guys, it allows us to practice, play in an event feel, if you like, and still have some heart for the game and heart to practice, because it's hard when you've not got any events to keep doing it day by day. So thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. I feel like the WPBA. I feel like the WPBA was actually paying your rent on your home for a little while there. You were winning all of those.
Well, yeah, thank God they just. I mean, you know, unfortunately the prize money wasn't great, but it was still, I mean, better than nothing. And at the time, it's your only income really, other than sponsorship. So thanks to my sponsors for paying my mortgage. But other than that, the WPA definitely helped for sure. And yeah, I just enjoyed it. To be honest, me and Margaret Flavova, we played a few live streams just at the very beginning of COVID for nothing, you know, just to play and be out there. And I think it was got the momentum going, which I think has been a great thing for Pool, for the players. And again, thanks to you guys for allowing that to happen.
Well, yeah, what I like to say, we can do this, but we also need the support of the players in order to do it. And you're one of the ones that have supported us and the other virtual tournaments right from the start. So thank you to you guys. It wouldn't be the same. We wouldn't be able to do it if we couldn't get the players on board and the players to support it as well. So thanks to everybody that's taken part, including Kelly and the rest. So yeah, cheers.
And I think the fans love it. You know, it's kept the fans interested. And I mean, I think they're seeing more Pool on social media now than probably even when we had, you know, real events, because a lot of events in China, so they don't get to see it, or Asia, different places. And some events, you know, are not streamed and some are. So I think they're seeing as much, if not maybe possibly a little more events now going on since the lockdowns, you know, so it's a good thing. It's all good.
Yeah.
So thanks to the fans as well, is what I'm trying to say, for supporting us. Without them as well, we wouldn't really be able to make a good go of this. So
yeah, and I do. Of course, this is the Cue It Up podcast, but I feel like we need to change. Of course, we created the new page, the Cue It Up Streaming, and of course, I was never a streamer, but it was very easy to become a streamer with the amazing base of fans and people who have paid attention to what I've done along the way. It's just a natural transition to switch over into streaming. So I do have, I think, some of the best followers in the entire world of Pool following along with my podcast. So I'm glad that you noticed that, Kelly. I'm glad that you're seeing this from the people that are watching the streams. And I guess, to be honest, it's just great opportunity to at least add to what is out there, which is currently nothing, unfortunately.
that's right.
Yeah, so I guess with that, I think we can wrap this up. Jim, thank you for joining us into the box. Chris, thank you for joining us in the box for today.
Cheers, Mason.
Are you off tomorrow?
Well, guys.
We are off
guys.
tomorrow. Yeah, so the answer to that is yes, we are off tomorrow. And then we are going to be back in just a few days, 2 days' time, for the start of the QTech playoffs. Jim, would you like to give the rundown on who's going to be in there? You said you had it memorized earlier.
Yeah, I can tell you now that the four, after this today's play, I can tell you the four guaranteed players who go directly to the quarterfinals. Seeded number 1, we have Albin O'Shawn. Seeded number 2, we have Fedor Gorst. Seeded number 3, Tyler Steyer. And seeded number 4, Nick Malai. Those 4 players will go directly to the quarterfinals. The other 8 players will play a playoff. We'll all play a match against each other to see which 4 players join them in the quarterfinals. I better not say this just yet because I'm not sure if I'll make a mistake in the running order. I know that I will play against Danny Olsen. I think that. Anyway, I can tell you who's there. Naoki Oi will be there. Danny Olsen will be there. We have Dennis Grabe will be there. Dennis Grabe, Alexander Kazakis, Kelly Fisher, Wojciech Shevchek has qualified for that stage. Am I missing anybody? I'm not sure. I think that could be Roberto Gomez is in that stage. You'll get to see all these players again playing in 2 days' time and in 3 days' time to qualify for the quarterfinals, where they will meet against the top 4 seeds for a place in the semifinals. So exciting stuff. And the playoffs will be, instead of playing 9 racks and seeing who scores the best out of 9 racks, it will be a straight race to 7. So they play as many racks as necessary in order to get to 7. The first one who gets to 7, after both players have played the same number of racks, will be the winner.
And that is for the opening round, though. So
that is for the opening round.
And then from
that
there,
is the playoff round.
Yes, as each round they get deeper into the playoffs, the race goes up. So it starts at a 7, and then it goes to, let's see, I believe
9,
it goes to
11,
9
13.
and line. 9, 11, and 13. So the finals will be a race to 13. All right. Other than that, we can. I'll give one thank you to Aaron Taylor has made a donation, as well as Mo Bashir. Thank you guys so much for your donations. If you would like to donate as well, you could win the beautiful cue at the bottom, or the beautiful shaft at the bottom of your screen there. It is a 314-3 shaft. And also, you are helping to support the future of what we are doing here, getting the players back. I know that they're going to be, the players who did not make it out of their pools are going to be very happy that they're going to get part of their entry fees back, maybe even all of them. So that will keep them coming back, I believe, in the future. And hopefully we'll have more exciting events for the future. Other than that, we can sign off from here. Thank you so much again to you, Kelly, and congratulations. Thank you again, Mason. I believe you're still here with us.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot, guys. Well done. See you soon,
guys.
Kelly.
Yeah,
Cheers,
thanks,
guys.
Chris.
Taking part.
All right, and we will sign off for another day. All right. See you guys all in 2 days.